the Lash. It's quite tricky for Liquid to take a good fight now. They need the fight to be slow, play around the Tombstone, let the Pango control them. But it might be happening.
OG, 5-man smoke up, they'll move in. Insania, he does get the Tombstone down just before he gets caught out. Yuragi will happily get to work, but there's Zai with a very nice rolling thunder. BZM, he'll get disrupted. They'll try to save the day for this Leshrac as he does BKB up and run. Somehow Insania in the middle of all this is still alive, keeping the Tombstone up, and BZM, he cannot TP in time. In fact, Yuragi, he was left behind. Boxy will try to chase, but won't be able to keep up. They will let the Slark go, but it's still a great team fight now for Liquid.
Yeah, they work. The smoke comes out, they get the angle, and you know, OG, they feel confident going in there. They're the ones kind of trying to be aggressive, but if you can't kill off Insania, and even if he dies there, the Tombstone is already down. Liquid were ready to collapse on top. They managed to get a good stun out from Mike, although.
Jump in, that's a big target, Mike. Can have the invis though with the Glimmer Cape as they go onto ATF. They'll try for the Centaur. Do they have the damage for this tanky man? ATF still tanking through it. Matamba, he's been jumped on. Yuragi trying to do it all by himself. He'll get the Shadow Dance off. Yuragi's not done yet, but might have to back. He doesn't have the defensive play anymore. Liquid, they will do the same. Decent job of kiting out of that fight. It doesn't seem like you're quite at the level yet where you can actually deal with ATF to start off the team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar has nice itemization as well. He has the Halberd against the Drow and the Lina, which counters these heroes really hard if you get it off first. And the Lina could just not hit there for a very long time.
Yeah, it's holding off that damage, and I think that was the big issue as well in that earlier fight near the cliff ward, where you were disarmed on Matu when he had an Aegis life, and he just couldn't hit. Even if, you know, even if he was hitting, he wasn't doing that much damage anyway. And just all the armor coming out now in Amar, like you mentioned, Mike, if you do try to jump Amar with a Frost Shield up, with a Plate Mail on top with a Vanguard, he does last a long time. It's really disruptive. You have to watch out for him because his constant hoof stomps are just annoying.
I think the longer fights is what Liquid wants to look for. The fight they won earlier where Insania pops his ult and Tombstone, and the fight is a bit slower. They play around the Tomb and the Pango roll. These are the fights that they can win. They are not weak at all. But if the fight is too quick, it's very hard. They cannot burst heroes. There's too much defense on OG. If they could somehow kill these supports first, would be the best. But it's quite tricky for their backliners to get that close.
It's interesting you say that they want a longer fight as well, right? Because you're against Yuragi's Slark, which I would assume, with the Essence shifts just being stacked up, I would assume it would kind of go the other way. In fact, hold that thought, because Zai is going to make the jump in onto Misha. They've got the dust up, so the Glimmer Cape not going to do enough. Tiger is there with the disruption, though. Meanwhile, towards the north, ATF, they're going to try once again onto the Centaur, but he is going to be able to stampede away towards the south. Who have they gone on? Boxy, he's going to BKB run. Mickey trying to chase. They want a target. They found a couple. They've got Tiger and they've got Misha. 2 supports to drop from OG. This is the fight Liquid want now. Problem is all the cores have already left the building.
Yeah, it's the targets you mentioned. You know, they managed to take the supports. They tried to collapse on top from OG. It doesn't feel like Liquid can do too much with this opening though, but they do manage to take control back of their jungle. And I think, ideally, this is what happens at the start of the fight, right? Just find these 2 supports and go from there.
That's the dream for sure. This fight is very nice. Now they have control of the jungle, the Roche is alive, and they're looking to capitalize on these supports being dead right now.
Roshan, such a big target to go for here. Would try to get started. Oh. Yuragi is going to make a bit of a jump in, but Camptown's out still. They are going to chase with the gust. It will connect, but they don't have the lockdown. Yuragi going to be okay. He's just trying to slow down this Roshan timing. Problem is it's so hard to fight against that Tombstone. The Yuragi, he's going to pounce in. It's too early though. He's still going to try and force the fight with the Shadow Dance, but they're not aiming down Roshan. Or are they? Disruptions there, but Matamba, he's got the Aegis up. Yuragi still alive somehow. Gets the pounce away. He will make it up for now as Misha will be the target that they go for, and they even found BZM. In fact, ATF, he got left behind as well. It's a decent attempt, but maybe just a little bit too early, and Liquid, they just play around it very well.
It just goes back to that AoE, right? You feel so confident on the Slark with 2 pounces around. He dances a bit. He gets caught inside the pit with a toss back, and the roll just comes in. His team was pretty far to try to save there.
Yeah, it's quite tricky. It's a very nice attempt. He didn't even die there on the Slark, but he kind of forces his team in there. It's a very close fight though. If it goes a little bit different here, maybe Centaur picks up the Aegis and the fight is different, because the Slark did not die here. But these fights are very hard to say. It's a very small thing. If Centaur gets it there, maybe the fight is different. It is on top of a tombstone, so it's a really nice spot for Liquid to fight, because it forces the OG supports out of position if they want to get in there.
That's one thing I didn't notice as well. BZM was just caught out the whole time by Mike and just bursted down on the left track. So you kind of had your eyes on Uragi, but BZM had just been caught out right in front of the Roshan pit. And without that added damage and control of the left track, it's a bit rough to try and fight into the side of Liquid. As speaking of Liquid, they've got Gaben's Blessing, a double damage rune at the bot rune spot. It doesn't seem like they spotted out in the end, so it will be left for now. Right after Roshan, of course, as is standard, as is tradition. And if they had that double damage, it would be a very fast tier 2 tower, but again, they just don't have the vision for it.
Yeah, it can still be a bit risky. There's some counterplay once the respawns are up from OG. And again, just back to that Lich that Celery mentions. Even just frost armor on a tower slows down your push massively. You're not going to be piercing through any armor on that as a drow. So you just kind of have to throw your bodies forward. And this is stalling out really good for OG. They've managed to get the respawns back up. They can go for a defensive fight if Liquid forces an issue. For now, we'll just kind of keep that farm game up and keep holding up here.
Liquid has a long time left on this Aegis, and he'll probably try to use this timing. Mika is going for a very cool build. He'll go for the pike now, a bit of a later pike. He just bought the Dragon Lance, but it should be very, very effective against OG's heroes.
Upside, they do find Uragi. They're also having a look around north for the Shadow Demon, but he is going to be able to TP out. So Boxy unable to close the gap to find this position 5. Well, Boxy and Zai eventually just going to back their way out. I think you mentioned there's plenty of time for the Aegis to expire, so no real rush for them. They'll just take a bit of farm here, farming time for Liquid. 11 to 22 though, 4K advantage the way of Liquid. Still feels like an extremely close game between these two teams. But for now, OG definitely on the more defensive side.
Yeah, it will come down to how these fights go. If it's a bit of a longer fight where Liquid can stall out the defensive spells from the OG support, it should be very good for them. OG can get the jump and focus the right target in a short amount of time. It all comes down to the initiation right now, who they can jump. But for now, OG should look to just stall out this Aegis, farm up more items. It's still a very good Slark game. The more items he gets, it's going to be very scary for this Lina and this draw.
What's the right target for OG to find? And we've seen Omar get some really big jumps. We know Taiga can kind of set up and save as well. But what's the priority when you're OG dealing with Liquid right now? Who has to go first?
Yeah. Oh, light strike away lands. Mickey. Perfect stun out. Gonna keep moving in with the halberd. Was there to slow him down as ATF. How can you get out of this one? Stampede is there. There's no way ATF. He's trying to run, but the shield crash slows him down, and eventually he will drop. Very nice stun from Mickey.
Oh, that's a big one. Just checking the tree line, man, just to find him. And again, without the Centaur and with Stampede popped as well, you've got the window here for Liquid to play without Aegis. Push more objectives, maybe just take control of the bot jungle, look for a skirmish if you so feel. OG not going to stay clumped up for that, just work the map as best as they can. And for OG, as you mentioned, it's all about stalling here, Celery. Any big items immediately available for Uragi that you'd like to see to kind of help him deal with these scores?
Not an expert on the Slark items. He had Basher queued up, but
Uragi, jump in. He found Matumba. Still very confident is Uragi. With that Shadow Dance, he'll keep going for a little bit more. Take some stacks away, just pounce his way back up. But Liquid, they're moving back in. Tiger immediately bursted down. The high ground defense gets more difficult as Liquid, now in a 4v5 situation in their favor, will continue onto the tier 3 tower. And we keep saying it, but while the tombstone's up, it feels just impossible to try and fight into. Amar, he'll still jump in. They do find the Lina, but Boxy, he's in with a double stun once again. Misha, he'll gate the Chain Frost off, but it's not going to matter. It will bounce around and do nothing as they found Uragi. BZM, he's going to be able to TP up, but Liquid, they're still onto that tier 3 tower. I'm not sure if OG really want to try and buy back for this.
There's no pressure, right? Like, tier 2 still stand, you lose a lane or axe, trying to go for the end game here with the respawns, not really within the zone for Liquid, but you have an amazing time on Liquid's end. You still have the Aegis, gonna be expiring soon. You take one set of racks, you find that punishment. Like Amar, he tries to find that angle, it just doesn't pay off. For OG here, Celery, you saw that the way that fight unfolded. You mentioned it's all about initiation. Who is the priority for Amar? Because it's feeling a bit tough.
Okay, again, it seems like that's the priority, though. ATF He can stun all he wants. The problem is he doesn't have the backup as he's getting slowed up here. The Stampede, it's already over. All the stacks of hypothermia from Matumba Man just going onto Amar as he's trying to run with the Glimmer Cape, but they keep slowing him down. This Centaur just cannot walk away as BZM. They're going to try. It might be the last time here for the side of OG to try and give this a crack, but how do they get it done? It doesn't look good. They've got a couple buybacks, but with the racks under siege now, they'll be holding on to one more unless Liquid want to keep going. They could certainly try for those tier 4 towers if they wish, but will they? Uragi, he's going to back off. Mickey, he's trying for the tier 4 towers. The Frost Shield is going to slow them down just a little bit, but that's all they can pretty much do here, OG. There's the buyback from ATF. That'll be enough for Liquid, I think, or will it be? They'll keep going onto the tier 4 towers. It's still a 4v5 situation. BZM is not available yet. Matumba, he's the target. He's got the BKB up, though. It's too hard to take the fight. Uragi in that Shadow Dance, in big trouble. Misha already down. Uragi controlled up. He is gone. GG is called. Liquid, what a dominant start to this best of 3 series. It was a bit back and forth as the game went on, but it seemed like Liquid, after they got that secondary Aegis, they just took over completely in this game 1.
Yeah, and it was a pretty slow start as well for OG there, right? Like the lanes didn't quite go out the way you expected. Uragi had a really rough time. We saw that 5 kills from Zai, all on Uragi from the laning phase. And it was just tough. For OG, what do you feel like needs to be changed up a bit here before game 2 of Celery?
We should also give props to Liquid these last few fights. They really played well around the 4 steps. This Lina at bottom, he turned around at the perfect time when they jumped him. They forced him out, and they set up the fight perfectly. It looked like a really good jump for OG, but these 4 steps disrupted everything. I think for OG, they should pick a little bit more early game. I think their draft, they actually got off to a good start, but it might be tough in the next time. In the next game, if they go for a similar style.
Well, with that, let's head over to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have a lot to say about this game number 1. Of course, Team Liquid took it here. We'll be going to a second game to see if OG can force out that third. A lot on the line. I don't need to tell you guys, but I will tell you anyway. Top 6 if you win the series, and otherwise you'll be left behind at 8. Here to break the game down, we got Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, it started out with Liquid doing fairly well in the early game.
Fairly well. I think they completely popped off in that early game. And honestly, Boxy, throughout the entire tournament and in this game, just played such a good and aggressive roaming support. He was constantly mid, constantly bottom. Felt like he was everywhere in those first 10 minutes, really giving Liquid the start that they needed. Because Lina had this Marcy to play with, Leshrac was never too much of a threat in terms of keeping up in farm or being strong enough to really exploit the Lich armor strat that OG really wanted to play with. Because if you look at OG's draft, they picked the Shadow Demon, right? And it's kind of an unusual Shadow Demon pick because the only thing that it really synergized with was to set up the stun on the side lane with Centaur, but it was more so a deny pick so they don't get their armor purged off. So I assume that potentially they were looking for something where they could pair up an illusion carry with the Shadow Demon, but they ended up going for the Slark and they pivoted completely. So for OG to have won this game, they really needed to just win the side lanes really hard and try to stall for as long as possible. And honestly, it looked good for them at some points, but Liquid were on today.
Yeah, Mickey on Lina, constantly on top of the net worth. As Effie mentioned, Boxy did enable him with those earlier rotations. But like Mickey is a type of a player that, you know, he's gonna take the farm, take some of the kills, and then dominate the game from start. He was on top of the network from the beginning until the end of the game, and yeah, I loved his itemization. This Falcon Blade from mid Lina does allow you to constantly spam your abilities and stay on top of the network. But I also want to point out Zai Pangolier. Pango was not a hero for a long time that could be played on the offlane to be successful. Like, people did try it out, but every single time, I think offlane Pango at one point during the group stage was 0-7, maybe even 0-8.
I believe I heard this stat before. You're right.
Yeah, people figured out how to play Pango because, like, you need to have like decent matchup. He's not a strong laner, but I like the items that Zai went for. You know, going for this raid pack and just a casual blink dagger, because you have a shield crash and the raid pack. You can be in top of the fight, middle of the fight, and you're not going to be taking literally any damage.
Yeah, it was a strong game from Team Liquid. There were a couple of records close to being broken for Matuma Jenkins. His drought performance, obviously very strong. He has a good team to back him up. Had a very good time. We got some statistics for Matuma on his, well, basically on his TI performance, because his Drow Ranger got him there here today. He is now
That's
second.
right, Cheever. This is the most all-time total kills. I thought it was Roshan kills we were gonna. Okay, this is way more.
He's not second. I lied.
This is a way more impressive stat than Roshan kills, which I think we're gonna look at. I'm spoiling a little bit.
No, it's fine. His Roshan kills were at 80, but I thought that this one was a little bit more interesting.
That's a spicy one. This one is, I mean, it actually kind of goes hand in hand in the sense that the carry wants to get that last hit on Roshan, get that little extra influx of gold. One thing I did want to mention about this game, just because I couldn't get out of my head watching it, was that crit interview where he was basically saying that like kills don't matter as much and in Dota, and it seemed a little bit like that at the start, where like OG was making no moves, they weren't farming, or they were still out farming, while Liquid was making all of the moves but getting nothing from it. Then they eventually took the Roshan, and then that made the game look a lot easier for them.
They really did make the game a lot easier for them. They were able to capitalize on it. And at the end of the day, it was OG, maybe also with a little bit unusual draft. We had not seen them play Leshrac yet, for example. And speaking of Leshrac, I believe that is a hero that Purge would like to talk to you more about.
That's right. Leshrac is one of the big heroes of the main stage so far. And the hero wasn't super popular before this, and he's still just decently balanced. But the big issue is the item that he uses. It's the Bloodstone. Bloodstone gives Leshrac almost everything that he needs. It gives him HP. It gives him mana regen effectively. When he pops it on, deals AoE damage, covers that base. And the third thing, it gives him really strong team fight, and at such an early time while also providing the other things. He can walk into fights like this, pop Bloodstone, eat CM ultis, and it looks like he's taking 0 damage. So now you don't even have to worry about an enemy team exploiting your BKB less timing. And much like Shadow Fiend, a lot of teams have been pairing these like tanky magic damage dealing frontliners with defensive heroes, so that Lich armor helps keep him alive in the only way he can die, which is burst physical damage. The other hero that I really want to talk about that's still being trending, it's Crystal Maiden. We didn't see it this game because the slightly better supports got in instead, but she's just so effective at winning lanes. AoE nukes is going to apply damage to 2 heroes, secure range creeps, lower attack speed to make sure that trading goes better, and she also really applies really well kill setups, and in those mid-game team fights, she's great at setting up kills and providing really nice roots and other disables to ensure that you get some core pickoffs later on. And a lot of the cores as well, not very mobile, making her more survivable. So those are the 2 heroes that I think are worthy of being added into the Hall of Heroes to join Marcy, because frankly, they have lots of appearances since the main stage. Maybe the group stage, they weren't the most popular, but I mean, maybe it should be like a Bloodstone on a pillar instead of Leshrac, but this is fine too. Leshrac, you count. You have a great item just for you. Nobody else likes it. So yeah, that's it. That's the Hall of Heroes. So 3 heroes, many more to be added. Heroes of the tournament so far.
Heroes of the tournament for sure. Thank you very much, Purge. And the one that already was inducted earlier is, of course, the Marcy. And I mean, yeah, they think that's going to get bad next time around. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Boxy knocked it out of the park with that one. And yeah, we're going to find out, of course, what's going to happen in the second game of the series. But before we're going to do that, we are checking in with Slacks and Casey.
Yeah, we are continuing our journey through the audience to find as many people as possible. You're being a little creepy about it, though. I don't know if you've noticed that.
What are you talking about? I'm not creepy. Am I creepy?
From a mile away.
I don't know.
Yeah.
See, he said he doesn't know. Okay, that's not unfortunate, but you know what's not creepy, my friend? Our cool-ass tats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I found a bit of a celebrity here. Show the boys a holy moly! Straight from Dark Creek Prison. What is your name, sir? Richard. My goodness, that is the biggest, coolest tat I've ever seen. What prompted you to get the Slarky Malarkey?
I don't even play Slark, just looks cool, so you know.
Well, you're damn right about that, son. It looks cool as hell. Now, that's not the only one, right? We got another one down here. Oh, my God, the Bloodseeker as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people cosplay. This man's cosplaying every goddamn day. This boy, give it up for him. Real Dota fan. Oh, thank you very much. You know, I actually have a tattoo myself.
No.
Is that not good?
Back to you, back to you, back to you.
Take it easy. Come on.
Back to you, back to you.
The people want to see.
No, they do not.
Come on.
People don't even want to hear. Get out of here.
Okay.
Get out of here. Thank you very much, Casey, for preventing eternal trauma, I think, on a lot of people's
Could have been a ban as well. I think the channel. We cannot be coming back to you here.
Close to a ban with the Slark tattoo, which is top notch, by the way. That was a high quality tattoo for sure. And Slark, we also saw, of course, in the previous game just now, did lose. But we don't get to see Slark in the meta that frequently, so I think a win is a win. You got him on stage. That's as far as it's gonna get for now. Maybe Matumaman is also a very good Slark player. That's how he got known with them. Anybody remember 4 anchors and a sea captain?
Oh, that was so
yeah,
long ago.
back in the day.
Was that the finish stack? The full finish stack?
It was a lot of fins. Yes, it was a lot of
That
fins
was
for sure.
a play on the 4 friends plus Krilly, right?
Yeah.
that was the
that
original.
one also rings a bell. But I feel like Slark was not able to, like, do what he's supposed to do in the game, because he was never like this new build on Slark works really well when you get to the point with the Aghanim Scepter, recent changes to Pounce, or you do get your Essence Shift stack instead of doing the damage, and then like you want to poke, you want to go in and out picking up the shard, so you want to reset the fight, but there was never really like a follow-up, because the rest of the team needed to go in, use the BKBs, and just play with the team, and didn't just shoot the way that they needed to play to be able to win that game. And like also having some AoE control as well. Pango does quite a lot, and so does Lina with the LSA. Like they did manage to control the Slark.
But not only that, right, in regards to the Slark, he bought a Midas, and that's typically what a lot of Slark players have been doing, and you do see it work out. And the problem with the Midas is that you're going to slow down really hard versus a team like Liquid, who are going to look to exploit those timings. And because you're playing with a Centaur and Shadow Demon, those heroes don't do that much damage, honestly. So when Amar did get the Blink Dagger, there was that one really great fight in the top lane where he set up for 2 kills, and it looked nice, but that was about it for a while, right? Up until the point where Liquid overextended all the way to the bottom of their jungle early on, there weren't really any fights that looked great for them, and everything was just too slow. So I didn't see the innate synergy in that Shadow Demon within the draft, right? I have more of an issue with that than I do with the Slark.
Now, we know that OG has got a good support system around them, so when we're talking about potentially coming back, forcing that 3rd game, it's not going to lack on speeches, Jenkins. I think they got that covered.
Yeah, well, the unfortunate thing for OG is we have heard from Amar in the past that he does indeed not listen to those speeches, and they're a bunch of bullshit, basically. But, you know, OG, they have a lot of ideas when it comes to drafting and how to, play the game better. I actually think that the Lina plus Drow looked really strong against Leshrac. It's just 2 heroes that you run into on Lesh. You're like, I'm going to run in Bloodstone, and it's like, okay, we'll kill you. You're not even going to Bloodstone off of us. Their range is too long to Bloodstone off
that's
of
why Terrorblade is considered the counter to Leshrac to one extent, because before, people thought, oh, I'm just going to pop that, my ulti, run in. But Terrorblade, like, he hits his timing, especially the Scotty timing, where you're unable to get close to him. He just outranges you. And if you have an extra hero like they did, Drow Ranger plus Lina, you just take way too much damage and die. And we can hear in the comms also just yelling, Lesh, Lesh, Lesh.
Lesh, 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 and that Lesh died quite harshly. It was, of course, first phase pick coming out from OG. We're going to find out soon what will be the openings for our 2nd game, as we are seeing the teams taking their places back on the stage here at the Suntech Arena. It is a lot that they are playing for. I want to highlight again the friendship that they have. I think that is forgotten at this moment, though, because there's only one thing that counts, and that's the game. They're going to be full focus coming out on this one with, of course, Matsumaman. He is. We're going to see at least 2 more games guaranteed for Matu, so that's always good. We're having Faith Beyond, of course, also in the lower bracket, another player that has the retirement looming. And the longer we can get to see them, the happier we'll be, Effie.
I mean, it's just really sad, right? Regardless of which team wins, there's no way we're not going to be upset. I mean, today is just a really brutal day.
It is. It is. I mean, we can only take 4 teams with us to finals weekend, and there were 8 teams remaining at the start of the day, so we need to cut it in half.
I mean, that's the nature of TI. The teams that you love, the players that you love to follow are going to be brutally crushed, and they're going to have their spirits broken, and so will you as a fan. Except for the winning team, and nobody knows who that's going to be.
Unless you hate 19 teams, you're going to be sad like at least 10 times.
That's really, yeah. There's obviously more teams losing than winning. That will always be the case.
I would hope so. I would hope so.
There's many more teams that lose than win. But I mean, when you think about it, it's really brutal because all of these teams come into this competition with these enormous dreams and these enormous hopes on their shoulders, and they're all feeling that's such a what if. What if it's us this year? What if it's our year? And when it isn't, when you suffer that loss on the main stage, it is so crushing.
Absolutely, because we did have so many underdogs storied throughout the TI history that even coming in prior to TI where you didn't do like as good as maybe you expected, but in this TI, you have a mindset that you're going to win the whole thing. Otherwise, you're not going to win it.
Yeah, that's the most soul-crushing thing about it, is that if you don't believe, you won't be good enough. You won't be confident enough to beat the people that do believe. So it makes it all the more soul-crushing when they lose.
That's deep, Jenkins. That's really deep.
But speaking of confidence, something we briefly touched up on earlier but didn't really discuss at length was...
Well, it is time. Hold that thought, Effie, because we're getting into the draft for the second game of the best of 3. Let's get started with that.
Team Liquid versus OG. Game 2.
I think the majority will agree that we would love to see a third game between these two teams, as they have been playing some very entertaining Dota, and it would be sad to see either of them. And in this case, OG, of course, exited in a 2-0 against a team they are so familiar with. We know they can do it. It would be soul-crushing if indeed they don't do it.
Yeah, I have a really good point to make here.
Okay, go for it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Effie.
No, Jenkins, I really want to hear your really good point.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is... just kidding.
Lacoste, please say the thing. Nothing?
Do a joke. Do a joke, Lacoste.
I do have to point out, by the way, Marcy is still in the pool. Sorry,
Effie, as you were. As you were.
And not anymore.
Okay. So the thing is, you look at OG, I don't think we've given these young players enough credit yet just for how they've played on this main stage, because you look at OG and this is a 2-time TI winning organization. So you look at it as if it's just a veteran team sitting on the stage, but it isn't. It is not. There are 4 first-time TI players here, and they're all so young, and they all must be so nervous compared to Liquid, who are all veterans. I mean, I really do think that...
I'm sorry.
What's happening?
Look at his stack of papers. Why does he have so much paper? I know it's an OG meme, but does he need that much?
Stop putting on camera. It's so distracting.
Also, what does he do to the papers? It's not like
He can't even see anything on it.
There's some...
He's for real, though. That's the thing. He's for real. I remember Seb telling me at the major that or actually Amar told me he sleeps for only 4 hours because sleep is a waste of time. And then Seb was like, please tell him to sleep, please. I've been trying to convince him to sleep for 8 hours. He won't do it. This is real. These are actual draft papers.
Hey, it's got him to top 8 at TI. Don't make fun of the boy. And he is one of the youngest players here. This is incredibly impressive that he has that much prep to begin with.
Yeah,
I don't see any papers.
I don't see any papers on your desk.
I'm not making fun of him. He's like an eccentric billionaire type. You know what I mean?
That's true. That is very true.
He's like just does this crazy things, but he's so good. That's what's funny about this.
That's very true.
It's like this is a bit, but it's not. This is real. This is his real notes. It's amazing.
It is amazing.
Good for him. We respect the grind over here.
We do.
But
Sleep,
he should.
You should take a note, Jenkins, and do the prep next time.
Go ahead, Effie.
I don't even know what I wanted to say anymore. You go,
I got the Leshrac Tuskar combo. Tuskar hero that we were seeing a lot more. Wow. Okay.
Tuskar and Huskar.
Yeah, that's an Amar specialty right there. We're going to see some offlane Huskar today, it looks like.
It is an MR specialty. I gotta talk about this because the start of the tour, the start of the season, start of Tour 1, everybody's like, OG picked up these youngsters, Misha as a captain. We only saw him as a coach until that point. Taiga joined them and was like, how far can this roster go? And then this Huskar came out for Amar and he crushes with it. It's one of his best heroes.
He definitely knows this hero to the limits and how to play it. And we see this all the time in these game twos, these potential elimination games.
Comfort.
That's when the comfort pick comes out, the pick that you've won so many games on. You just ask for it and you go for it. We saw it with the Sniper yesterday. We've seen it with Pudge. Now we're going to see it with Huskar.
Yeah, we heard Fate Beyond also talking about, this is the potentially last game of the tournament. We better pick our comfort heroes. They did pick Axe for himself.
It worked.
And it worked really amazing. So this is what OG is doing here. Maybe it's time to get rid of Pudge Jank. It's pure damage against the Huskar, Aghanim Scepter, reducing some healing. They did ban out Shadow Demon and Ancient Apparition, so for now they are protecting this Huskar pick.
I'm very excited for this.
You know, though, you know what else is good against Huskar? Bit of sniper action.
That is true. That is very true. And both Sniper and Pudge, Liquid does like him.
Sometimes at the same time as well.
True.
And I'm more confident in this Leshrac on the side of Liquid than when OG do play it, to be honest. And they got Boxy, one of his comfort heroes, the Tusk. We saw how effective he was in his ability to coordinate with his mid laner last game, so I expect to see a lot of the same collapses on mid happening. And depending on how well this Leshrac does, I think that it could be potentially very easy to just take that mid tower and potentially translate into kicking Huskar out of the triangle. You don't necessarily have to divert your attention, if you are the Tusk and the Lesh this game, to invading the jungle early. You can just choose and opt to park that triangle and not give Huskar again.
What I like about Amar and the way he came into the scene is not caring about what he's playing against, because he's gonna first face Huskar and he's gonna get tested. He's gonna have this is good, this is bad matchup, but still he wants to play it. One of the reasons why he's so good, because he knows how to play from behind as well, and he knows the matchup. This man just grinds Dota.
I do have to say though, Huskar, also a greedier type of hero.
Yeah.
He can't play that Blink Initiator type of role up until he gets items later on, especially Ag Scepter, for a very long time. He needs to sit down and farm. He needs a somewhat advantageous lane, and he needs his team to be able to play without him for a while, especially if that lane goes badly. And of course, it's not a Wraith Fact hero. Again,
Classic.
OG don't have that hero to build the auras for them, so they're going to need to pick some very macro-intensive heroes for the rest of OG. I think Bezium's Invoker yesterday was incredibly impressive. I mean, to this day, I think that was one of the master classes of Invoker and how to play on a bigger scale, not just how to click your buttons.
Yeah, he had 2 games where his Invoker was just insane, 0 deaths.
Yeah, and also, first phasing Huskar does put a lot of pressure on the other team, because whatever you planned to pick, you're definitely not gonna go for it, because there's this X hero on your screen that is screaming, "Oh, we need to
counter
address
it."
Yeah. If you had 3 different options of what you want to go for, probably you gotta throw it in a bin and just scratch it and start all over again.
But it seems like they're comfortable going for picks that they have already been playing, right? They bring out the Crystal Maiden that they've also played to success. Oh, the Ember comes out. Interesting. So this does play more of a macro game as well, but it is kind of dependent on a lane matchup too. It can't necessarily have a really bad lane or die a few times, and it can't do anything for Huskar in the case that does happen. So OG have to make sure that no gotcha pick comes out here from Liquid.
And I really like what Effie was saying too about actually what both of you were saying about the way to deal with Huskar. Okay, so this is great because not only do they counter it in lane, which I think is a place that you can punish the offlane Huskar, it's also something that benefits from this guy being low HP for the entire game. Bloodseeker's going to be constantly hasted. Once he gets that BKB, none of these OG heroes will really deal with him. So that's like a perfect pick.
Yeah.
And also, sorry, Huskar.
No, go ahead.
No, just the early Roche that Huskars tend to go for, Huskar teams try to set up for with the armor toggles and whatever, you will get vision of that from the Bloodseeker. So it exposes a lot of the map movements that you try to do there.
Look, you also do have decent Roche taking lineup with yourself. Having a tag team, Crystal Maiden, you know that the heroes will have enough mana plus Leshrac. So if you take a fight near Roshan, taking away Aegis from Huskar is kind of a big deal. But to go back to OG's side, they are drafting against this Tuskar. There are potentially rotations. And so you have a cookie, you can get through the shards, you can get a toss back. But a lot of those abilities are movement abilities. I'm not saying that Bloodseeker has, 4 rupture charges, but if someone is ruptured, like Huskar,
ain't saving them.
this is not going to save them. This is going to deal a lot of damage to them.
Okay, so a hero that could stand and fight against the Bloodseeker as a carry. Sniper, he's still in the pool, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a little bit weird with these other heroes that OG has. I almost feel like you need a playmaker just because your offlaner is a Huskar. So
OG's are greedy. They have these 3 cores that always do get a lot of farm. I think having Tiny plus Snapfire, you can always do something around the map, especially Snapfire, because this hero scales so well, and also Ember Spirit. He is a hero that can easily rotate, so I think you can fit in something greedy in here.
The thing about Tiny is that in the past, it felt a lot easier to play this Tiny and get that early blink and get those kills, because the way that you play this hero now is most 4 Tinies just buy the phase boots and they try to fight for the blink dagger. You will never get a lane, and a lot of players now know how to counterplay a Tiny. They know to not get tossed back in the lane. They know how to kite around it. So Tiny's job becomes a lot harder. And they are a little bit dependent on this Tiny's blink dagger timing too, if they're going to have the 2 supports be the crux of their map movements.
Yeah.
So I think somehow, maybe if these 2 supports can play around mid and try to secure Ember's game, then that could probably be OG's best approach into opening up the map for themselves, because you can't play against, you can't play for this Husker early on, and I don't really think that you can secure this carry matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Like Ember, if he's got a good game, then yeah, he can be all of the playmaking that you need. But if OG does want to go for something that's a little bit less greedy for Yuragi, they actually have played him on the Broodmother. They've played Nature's Prophet, so there are options for him that are. SF is still unpicked.
But also kind of has a really bad win rate on the main stage.
Yeah, but you want some kind of fast-paced sort of carry that will win lane.
Sure.
I would be very scared for them if they went SF here, honestly. I think there's a lot of ways to get on top of it and punish it early on, especially when you have a Leshrac too, who can easily move to SF's lane early on, kick him out, and take his tower. And the problem is, OG can't secure this pick because Liquid have last pick. They have the last pick offlaner for whatever they go here.
Yes, so they need to show. I mean, if they need something that plays a little faster, Monkey King is an option, a hero. The problem is you don't know the lane matchup. And they did ban out Beastmaster, Death Prophet, because they are not the ones with the last pick, so like Death Prophet could suit in easily, especially with the Tusk combination, so this one makes a lot of sense and would give even more momentum to Liquid, so liking this last ban from OG quite a lot.
Really thinking about this one.
I really are.
And this one is really rough. Because there are still a lot of Zai's heroes open in the pool. Obviously, the key one and Enigma being taken out and the Beastmaster, but they could still opt to go for the Tidehunter route.
Nature's Prophet coming out. We've seen Yuragi played against RNG in the group stages, and they did come out on top for that one.
I think this is probably the best thing that they could have done, because this is a really strong laner. It's going to be hard for them to give this hero or give the last pick hero on Liquid a good lane versus Nature's Prophet. Very few heroes can say that they have that. It can also join in the fights early on. We were talking about how OG needs to enable this Huskar to sit back in the triangle and farm, so they need a more active style of carry that can just teleport around the map, take towers, play with this Tiny if he does rotate to the mid lane.
It's fast-paced.
So
Go
go ahead.
ahead. No.
Sorry.
Primal Beast is still in the pool.
In the pool, but I'm thinking about maybe Tidehunter. Something. I don't think you need to match up the team fight. It's cooldown dependent. On the other side, these heroes can fight all the time from OG, but I feel like maybe just pick it for the lane, because you're playing with Tuskar. A lot of these ranged offlaners have been banned. Some heroes that Zai did play don't really fit into what they have right now.
Or a ranged hero like Viper, potentially.
I see a lot of smiles on this camera, by the way. There's some good vibes being spread around on the team.
Yesterday they said they wait as long as possible.
They have their pick figured out already.
And they like to troll Matsu, so they like to wait as long as possible with the reserve time. I think potentially they could go for some ranged offlaner with Tusk, maybe a Viper.
They go for the Brood. Ooh, that's an unexpected one.
Into Ember, which cleaves through all of the spiders and sleight of fist for about 30 seconds straight.
And the snap with the kisses and the tiny, there's a lot of wave clear for the spiders.
Yeah,
but
good in lane.
But Brood can do a lot in terms of moving around the map, like especially connecting her webs from whichever lane side of the map she decides to take over to Roshan.
Well, let's find out how it's going to get played out. We're heading over to Slacks first for an interview with the coach of OG. It's Chavash.
Thank you so much, Sheber. I am here with Chavash, of course. Big emphasis on the laning phase in this draft. It looks like that Huskar came out, but they answered with the Bloodseeker. Are you nervous at all by that counter pick? Do you think that that might cause some issues?
No, only Bro to make me nervous.
All right, doesn't make you nervous at all?
Just a bit.
Okay, just a little bit. Now, I was sitting right next to you when you saw that Broodmother last pick. Typically, coaches will go, like, oh no, it's Broodmother. But you, Stone Cold Giga Chad, are you worried in any way about that Broodmother?
A bit.
Okay, a little bit. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if OG can take this one out and get us to our end game. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our casters.
Thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Liquid and OG. OG have brought out something different. Of course, Amar the Filipino, the 16-year-old with 60 years of experience. John, talk to us about this hero.
It's the Filipino Huskar coming out from Amar the Filipino, of course. Gonna have to live up to that TI legacy that happened last time with the Huskar. So keen to see what happens. You know, it's a bit left field coming out there from OG. Gonna be interesting to see just how much they can get. Of course, we have seen Amar play that Huskar multiple times before. So they should know what to expect. You know, it's really aggressive. They've kind of kicked up the pace here on OG in comparison to that game 1. So do you feel like the corrections here in draft are enough to kind of play this fast-paced game that Liquid has been bringing out?
This is still an OG-style draft, but it's a lot quicker and better in lanes, so I think they did a really good job. The interesting lane is probably going to be Huskar against Brood if they lane it like that. I'm not sure how that lane is going to go. Brood really wants to hit, but Huskar has a disarm, so that should be very, very interesting.
I wonder if there's level 1 team fight to come out. Looks like ATF is not interested whatsoever. Liquid, they might be more than happy to oblige with a level 1 team fight, but with OG's heroes, it doesn't seem like they've got the greatest level 1 team fight for now. Of course, we're looking at those Broodmother stats. Not bad at all. I mean, 64.3 and 57.1%, 60% overall wins. You heard Chu talk about it as well. It's the one hero that frightens him just a little bit. It didn't react too much to it, but it is still very scary. And as you can see, Zai, 100% win rate overall here on the Brood.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic time with a lot of heroes. Like again, yesterday we saw his Enigma take its first loss. It was on a massive win streak as well for Liquid while he was on that. So Zai's just been kind of setting that pace. I'm more interested to see Boxy back on that Tusk because he had an amazing time. Although
Tiger tossed up, that's a good start. Mickey, he's going to try to run. Shards are out as well. Boxy, he's very good on this Tusk. We saw it yesterday. It's going to be a lot of damage out onto the Tiny, but nothing to write home about. In fact, they even denied off the banner in here with Yuragi. So at the end, how many banner runes did they actually pick up?
2 for 1. Nice 2-for-1 start in the favor of OG, so they're going to be feeling a little bit better going into those lanes. Just have a little bit more to play with as we do take a look at that mid Mike up against BZM on the Ember. You mentioned this, Ellery, it's not the worst laning matchup, right? Like the Ember can kind of dance around this. Do you reckon that overall BZM should have a better time, or should it draw kind of close to even here?
I think some Leshrex can win this lane when they're an expert at this matchup, but overall it should be a free lane for Ember and Lesh. They should both farm, and it's a really, really good Ember game. So even if he would slightly lose the mid lane, I think OG is perfectly fine with it, since there's almost nothing to lock him down in the mid game.
Bot lane, damage being dealt to Matumba, but there's going to be no kind of jump in. Tiger, no angle here for the toss back into Amar, and it doesn't seem like he's more than happy to get fighting yet. Meanwhile, Boxy, a nice little creep pool going on here. Trying to reset the creep equilibrium on his side. Just let one creep through his bottom lane. ATF going to take a fair bit of damage, but is going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, he starts to drop low, and this is where the Bloodseeker starts to feel good. You don't have the Thirst up yet. We do have a lot of early damage and slows coming out from the side of Liquid, whereas for OG, with a Husker and a Tiny, it does feel like you need a lot of EXP, a lot of levels to really start to play here, doesn't it?
This bot lane is going to be very interesting, I think. If the Bloodseeker and CM get on top of this Huskar, they might just kill him. But if they don't kill this guy in time, and they get some toss picks on CM with the disarms, it could go either way, I think. I'm not sure how this lane should go, or what's going to happen.
So for the top lane, perhaps. We haven't really talked about that one at all quite yet. You're going to have Boxy there on that. In fact, hold that thought. That's a lot of damage coming out onto the Tiny. We can have a look at the top lane, though. Boxy once again pulling a creep wave over. Misha unable to really slot down, but just trying to get the aggro of the creep wave. Oh, he's got it as well. Very nice play from Misha, but what a great shards out from Boxy. In the meantime, Tiger does end up going down. I love the shards plays from Boxy. He's always got some kind of concept, some idea to try and get the advantage. And once again, we do see the pull work out in the end.
Yep, they just get that EXP they need on Boxy, trying to get that build up, get the space they want for Zai. Uragi, he can kind of twack away, but when you're in that field, when you're in the webs, Zai is not going to feel too scared of trading. He can always run up with Insatiable as well, especially if Misha's dragged away without anyone to stop the Brood. She can just kind of get on top of that NP if you're not careful.
Uragi could be a fair bit of damage. He's just trapped up, standing his ground, trying to TP away, but the snowball is going to stun him up. Uragi, he cannot make it out. It is going to be a very strong kill for the side of Liquid.
Very nicely done. This Brood is a lot stronger in lane now than what everyone's used to. With this insatiable hunger getting a lot of buffs, and the more levels it gets in it, the harder it's going to be in this lane. You'd think it should be a chill lane for Fryn, but they have a lot of kill potential.
Boxy, he never stops this bloke. Boxy's always going. Snowball not going to connect on Misha. They will still chase with Zai, but Misha is going to be okay. Getting a little bit greedier there with the snowball from Boxy, and sadly for him, it does not touch the snapfire.
Just trying to go for both targets, maybe shove Uragi all the way back once more. Does give some room to go back for Misha, but it's all the way back to the base for him. Having to TP home, has to walk up with regen. You have that window for Liquid to still maintain that aggression up against OG here.
I think overall, it looks like a pretty good start for OG in the lane. The Ember is having a really good time mid. He's going more than even. He was doing a really good job on the first few waves. He really wants to get one water window. Looks like Liquid is not going to give it.
They certainly are not. Mickey does take it. How important do you think BZM's going to be here for the side of OG? Like, is he the guy that needs to create the space for Amar and Uragi to kind of get that farm going? Or is it all on ATF to get that farm going? Does Uragi just kind of join the team early?
I think this Ember will be making all the space. I think the Huskar and the Fern will be farming up. Fern will be ready to connect at any time. And this Ember has a really good game. So once he gets his level 4 and slide, I think he'll walk around the map with his supports and cause havoc.
Yeah, I think that's the big one for OG. You have a lot of aggression that can come out. And in comparison to game 1 where you were farming a lot more, trying to get that build up on Lush, you're not as worried with Ember. You just need a couple of items up and you should be good. Although Amar kind of being surrounded.
He certainly is. That's a lot of damage out. ATF, he's going to drop. Mickey with a nice rotation as Uragi top lane. Also going to go down. Once again, Liquid just dominating every single side lane of the map. We saw this last game as well. OG just off to a slower start.
And that's a bit worrying. You have a bigger snowball start that can come out here from Liquid with this kind of draft. Right? You've got Boxy back on that Tusk. He's got some good timings to meet as the support, and considering how good his lane is, he's probably going to have a pretty decent enough blink timing in this game if he's just allowed to kind of have this impact. You already have Uragi going into the jungle, so you're just ditching out that Broodmother lane, but considering the space for Zai, and that's a lot of utility that he can just build into here.
Yeah, Chu said he was a bit worried about the Brood. Now he's a little bit more worried, I think, from this start. But the good thing OG has, if they can get some good power runs on this Ember, he can probably shift towards the Brood lane, and the Furyn doesn't have to sit there, because it's going to be very scary for Furyn.
Yeah, it can be really annoying. We're already seeing him shoved away. He's really behind in CS as well here for Uragi in comparison. You just have such a dominating lane coming out from Zai. They are still trying to poke and prod down bot. You mentioned not quite knowing what you'd expect from the Huskar Titan lane. Do you think this is what you were expecting though? Like Matumba is still kind of finding farm. ATF not really able to stop that too much.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of 50-50. They got a nice kill because Bloodseeker is getting a lot of speed from the other lanes. But I guess it didn't really snowball. I thought there was some snowball potential for OG if they got some good toss backs, but it seems like the nukes from the CM and the Bloodseeker are enough to equalize the lane and just keep on farming.
Liquid, top 2 net worths on the board right now. Easy, or rather the Leshrac, Mickey, and Zai. So strong of a start. See what they do get going. Like you almost expect another side lane gank very soon from the side of Liquid. But now they are paying respect to OG. Mickey just getting his own farm up. No rush for him. Zai just completely controlling the top lane, as you do want to do on the Broodmother, and I imagine it's going to be quite a fast tier 1 tower to be taken here by this Brood. It doesn't feel like you've got the greatest ways of defending, though they are grouping up a bot lane. ATF in trouble once again as Matumba going to move in, but there's a split team fight going on. Top lane, another fight going on as well. ATF's going to be fine. It seems like Boxy's the one to drop up at top. BZM able to secure 1. Zai unable to secure the Snapfire kill. Instead, he will be forced to try and run away from BZM. But he's going to be just fine. OG, they do at least get a Tusk kill for their trouble.
Yeah, the more important thing is, now this tower would have already been dead if the Ember didn't go here. So he's going to slow down the Brood, and it makes a lot of space on the map. If this Brood gets his tower too quickly, he'll go to mid. He'll take over the entire map.
Dark shards. Gonna lock down Tiger once again. No way out, surely. He'll toss away. Matumba, he's got so much speed though, and Mickey really just there to make sure they can knock it out. Matumba man able to pick up another kill here on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, you're feeling good in the Blood. Matu's got a pretty free lane, Maelstrom being built up, Javelin already on hand. Bottom net worth of his own team in terms of cores, but he's pretty close to Zai and Mika's farm, which is almost kind of really out there, just not contested, especially Zai outside of that rotation up top. 5-1 start. Liquid, I mean, you mentioned that push potential coming out here, Celery. Top tier 1 still stands, so OG is still managing to find farm. You mentioned a tempo coming out from BZM though. He does have the over-corrosion up, and it looks like he is going to the Maelstrom. Is that all he's going to need? They are clumping down bot, maybe for a bit of a shove in. Matu is alone.
Matu, Avalanche there. Cookie is there to follow up as well. The Bloodseeker, a massive pickup here for OG, and it seems like Matumba Man has no way out of this one. Very nice setup here from Tiger. ATF very happy to secure that kill.
Yeah, very nice map movement. They're not trying to fight on mid. It would be very hard to take a fight there. They instead just kill the carry, and they just gave this tower that Liquid brought a lot of heroes for. Liquid is not slowing down though.
They certainly are not. Cookie away from Misha. Avalanche going to buy some space in the shards. Off the mark. Bit unusual here for Boxy to miss like that, as Misha might still run. Mickey in the end going to be able to close the gap though, so it won't matter. They will still secure the Snapfire.
Even though Liquid is off to a very good start, OG is doing a good job splitting the map, just farming up their items, not worrying and trying to overreact. Ember deals with the Brood. Huskar and Furion farm their timings, and once his Huskar hits his armlet, I imagine they'll try to use that for the smoke and potentially into Roche if they get a pickoff close to it.
BZM, bit of harassment up top, but he's just kind of playing around with Zai here, just taking more Spiderlings away from the Broodmother. Always has a Remnant to go back to, though Zai really wants to try and bully him and try and make him use that Remnant. But now he's going to be forced to back off as Tiger and Boxy both rotating up towards the top lane. So they are going to back their way out. The BZM going to move in. In fact, hold on a minute. They've got Insania on the CM, and Boxy also going to drop as well. OG able to find both supports here.
Yeah, they get some punishment. A bit of a forward foray coming out from the side of Liquid, trying to scout around, maybe drop some vision for it. And they do get punished. OG finding a little bit of a foothold, getting that build-up they'd want, especially on BZM, who is going to be kind of setting up and dealing with Broodmother's early timings with Maelstrom almost done. For the side of Liquid, and it does feel like they're also more than happy to just kind of farm a little bit here though.
Yeah, they probably feel a little bit awkward about this Ember, because they really want to help their Brood and get this Ember out of there, but they just do not have the heroes to do it.
Tiger, mid lane, Avalanche will be out to try and dissuade them from going any further and work out in his favor. Back his way out just fine. And ATF around the corner just in case they need it. Speaking of ATF, his farm, it does feel like it's suffering quite a bit. In 4.3k net worth, he's got the armor up, so maybe he could try to fight with his team, but it's a little bit too far behind, I think. Well, OG, do you think they need to group up now and try to get these fights going, or is it okay for them to just sit back and maybe hit another kind of timing?
This Huskar hero is very tricky. Usually, if you don't know this hero that well like me, I think he has armlet, I guess it's time to go. But this hero is one of the quickest farmers with armlet. If he gets to just farm his triangle, just farm some camps. So Liquid does not want to let them just farm these camps. So if they can close down the map, then that should be really good for them. OG does want to use this Huskar at some point. Either let them farm a lot right now, or we can move into the Roche. But it's looking pretty hard with how the map is set up.
Yeah, I mean, just the movement of Liquid. They've taken over the top jungle. They're starting to pressure onto mid. There's no real space for OG to farm. In fact, Taiga
gets caught out. Better than ATF getting caught out, though. He'll tank the gank here for the Huskar. ATF going to stick around. In fact, there is some rotations coming in. You've got Misha on the side. Just making sure they protect that tier 2 mid tower, as you do have a Leshrac and a Broodmother after all. You can take that tower very, very quickly if you are Liquid. But for now, they'll be satisfied with the Taiga kill.
Yeah, it's not the biggest in the world, but again, they're getting so much space out. They've taken over top jungle, the webs are all down, Zai can dance in and out there. Triangle, it's not somewhere that they have really gotten to. OG does have wards watching, but they're not also able to stack up as much and build the resources up for their own build-up. Right now, Yuragi is just kind of farming in the opposing triangle anyway, and just trying to avoid as much, but it's only him that can kind of go out there. Everyone else stuck with getting what they can from the creep waves right now.
Yeah, the OG cores are not suffering too much. They're doing a really good job. One hero that's really not having a nice time is this Tiny. He's very, very low level. Getting up this blink is going to be near impossible. There's nowhere for him to farm at all.
Tumba, bottom lane, gonna move in. ATF, he'll cop the rupture. He's kind of forced to man fight this one out, but there's surely no way. He will try with the life break, but it's gonna be nowhere near enough. Mickey able to secure the kill. More rotations, BZM chains out, Matumba, he's a big one, and they will find him. The Bloodseeker is going to drop as OG, looking for a bit more. With the Mortimer's Kisses, they'll find Insania on that Crystal Maiden. That'll be a second as Foxy now, trying to TP up at the chains with the toss-in. Is going to work out in the favor of OG. It's Liquid, they do find one, but they give up 3.
Yeah, that's a huge swing coming out from OG. Seeing that opportunity to punish, still having that TP point to play with, and just managing to know that Matu is really vulnerable there. Doesn't have Rupture to threaten with. His teammates all kind of use their spells as well. They've got the opportunity to push off the back of it. There was a bit of a split push going up top from Zai, but not as fast as what OG's accomplishing down bot. And this does open up the map a little bit more to get some more gold flowing their way.
That was a very cool move they did. They pick off the Huskar, and Liquid felt very safe after that. The Bloodseeker is just farming the lane, but OG is just ready. They're not afraid. Their Huskar died, but they're just there. Snap did not even have 6 yet. He gets 6 from that kill. That's super good for the comeback for them.
Mid lane, Mickey, all alone right now. They're going to move in. That's a lot of damage coming out, but the snowball, it's going to buy a bit of time. Mickey going to try and turn here, but there's surely not enough damage. He will drop. Matumba going to try and punish. Misha is down. How far can you go? They find another. BZM, he does take down Foxy, and it's going to be another successful team fight the way of OG.
This Ember is popping off right now. He's getting all the kills. He's involved in all the fights. And they just have no stuns to kill him yet. It's going to be quite hard for them to deal with him.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it does feel like a fairly free Ember game here. And every single time that BZM just shows up, it doesn't feel like they can handle him. Maybe you could try to Rupture to threaten, doesn't feel the best against the Ember, and your supports are gonna have to try to focus in on that highly mobile target, maybe try to set up for Mike. And again, it's not an easy task. Even game on the kill board, 9-9, it does feel like Liquid, they've managed to drop a little bit of some momentum. OG, they are starting to ramp up off the back of BZM. He's got travel sub. He's ready to just be all over the map.
That's a very cool build. You don't see that very often nowadays.
BZM, speaking of the devil, does get caught out. Bloodright is there. He might be gone, and he will be. Oh, that's a bit of a caster's curse there from you two. That wasn't my fault. I'm out of this one.
Frostbite just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, and that's the one hold, right? If one of the supports can be on top and you've got some sort of follow-up, you've got the space to kind of get that done. With that kill, Liquid straight into Roshan here as well, popping everything to take out that objective. OG not quite in the position to contest without that Ember.
Yeah, that's a massive kill for them. It's true, the Frostbite can still control the Ember. If the Ember has any fight and any vision, he will have free reign. But this was amazing. The pickup was next to Roche. They get to take the Roche, and now they should be able to control. They need to deal with the lanes first. They shouldn't go on the enemy jungle yet. Just push out the lanes and potentially group up again after that.
That's where the Nature's Prophet really shines. Yuragi is just applying some pressure, trying to force movement along.
Nice shots out. They're going to find Tiger on the Tiny. He'll try to toss away Boxy, but it won't make a difference. Tiger's still caught and will drop.
1,000 of your kind have fallen
Very interesting build by the Furion as well. He went the drums first and then a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, it does feel like he's focusing more on maybe just trying to split push control into a Bloodtorn for some more damage output later on, and just mitigate whatever Liquid might want to pump out here, and maybe instead relying on the damage coming out from Amar, coming out from BZM with a Husker and the Ember, and just kind of play more of a secondary role, buying out space and map, eating up that split push when he can, and just slowly but surely ramping up those resources for down the line. It does feel like this kind of build might not show as much in the middle of these rotations, though.
Oh, Misha, wrong place, wrong time. He's gonna get caught out, and the Spiderlings will get to work, though. That is a lot of damage coming up. BZM just stealing all the Spiderlings away is now Boxy still trying, but they will eventually find him. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Zai needed to back off earlier on as he just didn't want to deal with the whole side of OG, so it's just gonna be a support for a support trade.
Interesting. Taiga is not even trying to go for the blink. He was getting somewhat close, but he just opted to buy a Veil instead and fully play around the Ember, not commit his hero too deep in the fight.
Yeah, I think they realize they've got enough jump in.
He's got some.
Yeah.
Fight to save. 1 HP, 1 HP. Finishing guys. Fast. Now stunning again in 3 seconds. Oh, bloody. He's got some.
He did use the Bloodstone. That was a very good call.
Very true. We'll smoke up. Liquid. In they go. Boxy, he'll frontline. ATF. This is a big one. The Husker in trouble. Snowball will be there. The Split Earth is out as well, and ATF is just gonna melt. No chance of survival for ATF.
They get a big one. Didn't even manage to arm the toggle. Good chain stuns coming out from the side of Liquid, and because of that kill, they have the security to force onto an objective. They've still got Aegis for 2.5 minutes here as well, but they're not even playing around with Mika. Just having Matu stand up front with the protection of his BKB and force OG to kind of make a choice. They're clumping around here, but it doesn't feel like they might be. They could find a clear angle if they're not careful.
Yeah, you talked about the Furion splitting a lot. The Lesh adjusted his build a bit. He had the overclock first, but he went for the travels to deal with the splitting.
Liquid, still grouped up. Mid lane BZM, Taiga, Nisha, they're all there. Shard's gonna give it a bit of vision. Robsha immediately out onto the Ember, but he's just fine to back his way out. Taiga and Misha still hanging around, but outside of vision instead. They find Yuragi on that Prophet, but the cookie away is going to be enough as Taiga makes the jump in onto Boxy, but Boxy, he'll jump right back in onto that Tiny. It should be a 1-for-1, but they still haven't got that Tiny down yet. In fact, now they do, and they found Yuragi on the Nature's Prophet. They even found Misha. Matumba, he loves these kind of team fights. Everyone just dropping low. He can rush forward every single time. And OG, they're still not ready with the Husker.
The big thing for Liquid there as well is that Matu doesn't have to pop the BKB in these fights. He has a fresh 9-second charge just not being utilized because he doesn't need it. So the next time around, if OG wants to re-engage, they have a huge window where Matu is just going to feel too big. You're not going to be able to touch him. The Ember's damage is not going to be there. And Liquid, they just see all these opportunities. They're taking this map on really well. They've got a 5k lead up. We are seeing Amar kind of try to use the space to farm up, working towards the BKB. But
I think they spotted them with the daytime.
Uh-oh, ATF, he does get caught, and he's gonna get taken out. So close yet so far. Liquid, they are looking very strong now. 5k advantage, 17-11, and we yet to see this Husker work.
Yeah, the impact just isn't quite there. He's still busy kind of trying to farm up. You mentioned Celery, you know, once the armlet's up, maybe you're much more willing to fight. You just go back to going back farm. And again, that unfortunate timing on spotting out in the vision for the side of OG, but very fortunate for Liquid finding the punishment. For Amar, where do you go from here? Is it really just the BKB? Is that it? As they look for more.
They are going to look for more top lane. Tiger is going to get caught. Matumba able to pick up his 4th kill. As in they go mid lane. Misha trying to cookie in. BZM, he'll join the fray, but can you actually fight this? It doesn't feel like it. Boxy's too tanky. Zai, he'll keep chasing, but BZM will run it away. Still, they continue the chase. The slow is there. BZM, how do you juke your way out of this one? He'll just run south. He has a remnant north. Liquid, they're going for tier 3 towers. They know how strong they are right now.
The Ember is still having a great time, but Liquid realizes it's only the Ember. They do not have to be afraid of these other two cores yet. They didn't hit any timings. And this Ember cannot 1v5. He's not big enough. Liquid is really high network from all their free cores.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah. What's the condition now for OG? I mean, Liquid, they've been playing fantastic, but for OG, how do they hold? They're going for a smoke play. Is it pickoffs they need as they look?
Yeah, speaking of pickoffs, Boxy gonna go in with a snowball. A nice blood ride set up from Matumba. Does he want to fight this one? He got the silence onto BZM, so they might be able to afford to try it. In fact, that stun's out as well. He bashes the perfect time into the split earth, but it's not right on time. Very close from Mickey. Great attempt. At least for OG, they do get away with the support kills. Now, Mickey, pretty deep, does get caught out, is getting blocked as well by the Treants. Will still move back in onto Tiger. They'll find the Tiny. In they go onto Yuragi. Through the BKB, they've got the Rupture. Yuragi surely can't find his way out. He'll get bashed up. Into Misha they go now. Liquid, they won't keep going. ATF does show up. A buyback will be expended as BZM does at least find Insania and Tiger. He'll get back into the game, but this buyback, it doesn't feel like it amounts to much.
The tricky thing is, getting back into the game is quite hard right now. They really want some skirmish fights and some pickups, but the Tiny doesn't have a blink, so they don't have any tossback potential. The Huskar is getting closer to his BKB, so they might just have to try to wait for it. He might have a little bit of space to farm it right now, but Liquid is not slowing down, so they might just take back the map very soon, once Lesh's BKB is ready again.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any big reason for Liquid to back off. They've managed to force out some buybacks. They haven't really taken any objectives just yet as well. The high ground still does stand. So you still have a lot to go for in these lanes. Maybe wait out the security of next Roshan. Only a few seconds left until we see that respawn timer, though.
Yeah, Zai's still very, very confident. He will lose the Spiderlings. BZM even picking up a Battle Fury now, just really trying to abuse the Sleight of Fist against those Spiderlings. You can see how easily he clears them up now. I suppose the Battle Fury build very effective as well for the high ground defense.
And now they have a nice comeback potential. If all these spiders are stacked with the heroes, he just gets a rampage in one slide.
I mean, they're going to have to clump up pretty tight, but, you know, in a tight spot like the high ground force could be a possibility coming out there for OG. Really good switch out from BZM. How about the other heroes, though? Like, you mentioned it's only really BZM having that good time. Anything else you'd like to see out from, say, Yuragi? ATF, obviously, BKB, although.
Like, again, he's been focused so much in this game. They do not want to give the Tiny a game whatsoever. Tiger's still trying to bum up the blink, but just can't get anywhere near us. Now Misha is also getting caught and just taken down. Both supports once again gone for the side of OG, and Roshan's up.
That's the big one.
Like we're just taking over the map, taking the second Roche now, which is going to be a big timing. Huskar will have his BKB ready after that, but it's going to be hard for him to get impact even with this BKB. If they realize he has his BKB now, they will just rupture him in the fight, and if they kite him a bit, his BKB will just go off without being able to do a lot.
Yeah, and you've got, again, that second Roche with a shard ready to go here for Liquid. They could look for the high ground play now. You can see all the Spiderlings scurrying around on the mini-map, just getting some vision out as they collapse onto the mid. And for OG, I mean, this high ground hold, it feels really difficult. Like, you can clear the creep wave. BZM has to play an insane game. And maybe eventually, as you mentioned here, Celery, if they do get a blink up on the Tiny, there's some counterplay there, along with the BKB, of course, Audemars being freshly built up.
They've been doing a good job splitting the map, so they're not falling behind that far on their course. The big trouble is this Tiny just never going to have his blink. But if they can hold long enough with this Ember Battle Fury, and the Fury gets more items up, this hero does scale really well.
OG only being given a 10% chance here to win out this game by Dota Plus. A very rough affair. Liquid 90% at the moment. You could certainly agree with those stats. I mean, with the Aegis up, it doesn't feel like they've been contested for so long now, and Zai is keeping tabs. OG are smoked up. They will find the Broodmother. That's how they'll get started. They haven't got so much damage yet, though. Zai, he's actually quite tanky. And now BZM, he does avoid with the Remnant, but they've got another target. It's going to be Tiger, who does get ruptured up, and once again is going to drop. It's just so hard because it feels like Tiger, he wants that blink up to be able to find some kind of toss back and make a comeback happen, but they are not giving him any breathing room.
He's just had a rough time, right? Like, ever since going for that Veil, just trying to amp up the damage coming through. It's just completely counteracted by the pipe and that Wraith Pack coming out from Zai. High ground doesn't take too long here too.
Liquid is not going to give them any space to breathe. Just force everyone at least back in base and potentially just commit on this. They have really big timings right now. They have the Aegis. They got everything they need.
Here we go, Liquid onto the high ground once again. The tier 3 tower not going to last very long as the Tumba's just hitting so hard along with the Leshrac, but a nice cookie. No, it's not going to land. Tiger still with the avalanche toss is there. Mickey falling low but has the Bloodstone. Will take down the Tiny once again as Yuragi. Boxy in the back line is at least going to drop, so it might force Liquid to reset and come back another day. They still almost have 3 minutes of the Aegis up, so they can afford to do this and just wait out their task. Maybe not. BZM, he does get caught on the Ember. He is gone. Oh boy.
Oh man. No buyback out in BZM either. So they can just, again, go back here, multi-objectives from Liquid's end, and they have a full minute where they don't have to worry about their creep wave being cleared out, but they don't have to worry about the Ember just kind of looking for that back line, these softer targets, and just try to melt them away. You do still have the chance for Yuragi to kind of, you know, go to a lane and try to work it into OG's favor, but it's tough.
Bottom lane, in we go again. Okay, it's traveled in. Bottom racks, under siege. They'll force the cliff out. OG, been very patient with trying to force a fight. They've got to get it done sometime soon. Got it.
It's going to be very rough to hold on to this right now. I think Liquid might even force for the third side right now. They still have this Aegis. They don't have to wait for anything.
Rupture is there onto ATF, just making it hard for him to even think about jumping in. It's now mid-tier 3 tower under siege. Liquid just so calmly taking these structures, knowing the advantage they have. 17k, Aegis up for another minute and a half. OG, they're going to try and fight now. They'll start with Mickey, try to find the first life, but the Wraith Pack is going to be out. It is denied off by Misha. Liquid, they are not backing though. They want to keep going. Mickey just so confident, but may lose the first life now. No, in fact, never mind. Forstaff will be there. He's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think the one bright side here for OG is that they didn't have to kind of expand anything or lose anything here, but you're at the point where even just going outside your own base is very annoying. Full Ags up on Zai. These little traps are just going to give a lot of information out and just make it so hard for OG to try to make something happen. Say if they wanted to smoke outside, it gets a lot tougher with just getting trapped up in the middle.
Yeah, this Lash picked up the Hex as well now. He has the Blink Hex, and the Ember realized he is the one that is having the free game. He cannot go too defensive, so he doesn't have anything for this Hex or for a Silence. So this might be getting close to the end if this Lash can get a good jump.
Oh, there it is. They jump in. Cookie was there. BZM! Oh, he was the one caught out. Matumba, he keeps bashing on command. BZM, he's down for 90 seconds. Minute and a half without buyback available on the Ember. This could be it. He doesn't have the gold right now. Liquid, there'll be 2 Raxes up. OG, they are trying to split push the best they possibly can, but the creeps are still in their base. In fact, never mind. Backdoor will kick in. Liquid, they won't have the time to go up to the tier 3 yet, but Amar trying to fight Mickey. Has he gone too far? ATF, he's going to fight Boxy. Onto Mickey they go. They might have the Leshrac, and they do. OG, they'll find another, but Matumba, he got the Rupture off. He does pick off ATF. He's got the Husker down, and now the Bash is coming out again. Yuragi, he cannot escape Matumba, man.
It's so difficult for OG. I mean, they're trying to make space. This is what they need to do. Try to stall out, force the back door to kick back in, but they don't manage to hold it. The creep wave comes back in. They lose some very big heroes, and they don't have a solution. Buybacks are ready on the respawn of BZM, though.
They've got to try something. OG. You'll see the buyback up from Yuragi. That's going to be enough for them to back off. Rather Liquid, that is. Could immediately just out of there.
Tyga's trying to make some magic happen. He got rid of his veil to pick up the Blink now after all. And this is what they need. With some potential good prospects, they still have a chance. You always have a chance until the game is over. So you just gotta keep your head high, keep trying.
Yeah, look for that opportunity to drag someone away. You've got the damage follow through to play with anyway. It does feel like your investments here onto Amar, onto BZM can pay off now. Like they do have some good right click on hand. For Liquid, I mean, your 2 racks is up. You've taken the tier 3 top. Do you reckon you try to force something here, or do you just wait for Aegis once more?
I think first of all, you don't want to give too much space to OG, so potentially just do a move to take back the top side of the map. They already have a nice ward there. And if they do get any pickoff, they can just insta-go to the base. Maybe they feel strong enough, they don't even have to wait. They can just go right now, get a good team fight.
They've got to be careful. Liquid moving up. They're already in. Mickey, he's right out onto the support. In fact, BZM, he barely avoids the stun, but Misha's already gone. ATF gets shredded here by Matumba as Yuragi. Is he going to get out? Just barely. No bashes for Matumba. But there's 2 down. Amar does not have buyback available. There is only 1 lane of barracks left in Liquid. They're going right for it.
Just nothing to stop them. BZM, he's got to dance around here really hard, but not even the tossback potential's at play. No buybacks available. Respawns are short, though.
Oh, BZM, he's been sniped by Stop. This could be it. Liquid. They'll take him down. He has the buyback. He's going to commit it, surely. No hold for now. Hoping Liquid may back off, but Liquid, they're looking for those T4 towers. Such a dominant series so far for Liquid. OG, they've got one last chance. They'll wait for ATF to respawn first, but they've held down Misha. Once again, the Snapfire is gonna melt. No buyback available. Yuragi now getting caught in front of his fountain, but they'll move back towards the T4. They'll see ATF moving in on this Husker, trying to find a way, but Zai's making it so darn hard to close the gap. In fact, he's even TPing towards the CM, trying to find at least Insania, but the Glimmer Cape, they don't have the detection. Instead, they go onto Zai on the Broodmother, but Zai, he'll man up. There's the disarm out from ATF. Meanwhile, on the side, BZM, he's going to drop to Matumba Man. Zai still running, just can't get caught. They'll toss him in. ATF still trying his hardest, but it's not looking good. It seems like Liquid, they might have this series in the bag. There's 4 down. GG's called. GG is called. Liquid, they've done it once again, this time 2-0 against OG. And OG, I mean, they're a fan favorite here at TI11, but Liquid proving to be way, way too strong here today.
They played really well, synchronized so well. They kept the lane shut down very nicely, and Zai just managed to pop off really well in the Brood. There were no solutions coming out there from OG, and Liquid just play a clear game. For OG, I mean, this squad's come far. I think at the start of the DPC year, you know, new roster, expectations were kind of middling. Then they go to the major, they win a lot of tournaments on their own. They've got a lot of promise, but for today, Liquid just comes out on top, the better team.
Seems like Liquid out-strategized them today, and I don't think OG played bad at all. I think both teams put on a good show, but the strategy part made it quite hard to play the game. And yeah, both teams can be happy with their performance, but yeah, someone had to go today.
Absolutely, and great sportsmanship here on cameras. Both teams just hugging it out, obviously very close with each other, these 2 teams. With that, we are going to head back to our panel and see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Thank you very much, and yes, welcome back to the panel. OG are going to be leaving us today, and Team Liquid won't let Matumba Man retire. We need a few more games. They're going to get every ounce they can out of him, and a fantastic performance by Liquid. How's it going, guys and gals at the panel?
Hello.
I'm enjoying these moments as well, don't worry.
Yeah.
Here we are, we're a little bit back in. There's Zai. He got to play the Brood on the second game. Seems so stoic when he comes off matches. He's like, yes, this is, you know, he takes it very seriously. He's like, this is my job.
Especially after you play a Brood, you know, you have to play it cool. You have to play like you're not a total, you know, playing that Brood, just dominating last pick.
The way you deviated after total there.
Yeah.
But Liquid, yeah, a 2-0 win. Was this expected? Because actually in a previous interview, I remember Liquid just saying, you know, I think it was Matthew who was just like, well, actually, we kind of didn't expect to be here, so we're just happy. He was just happy he's still playing. And now he's got another match today.
Probably not expected to be as convincing, right?
Yeah, no, I feel like each time they're playing right now in this low bracket run, it's like they're ready to... They obviously want to get to the finals for Matu. As soon as they lose, Matu's going to retire. I'm going to lose him from our scene, at least competitively. So I feel like...
It's a blessing, right?
So yeah, like, it's actually scary to watch them play because like, I don't want to have to be on a panel when we're like talking about Matu's retirement. So I'm hoping that they do, you know, one more series. Maybe I'm not working that series, so I don't have to talk about him and, you know, his exit from competitive. But
I have a hot warming quip ready for that panel, so just, you know.
Okay, so
I'm good. Put me on it.
No matter when it happens, it's a heartwarming story, and his career is filled with success, right? So.
Yeah.
So what about this game? Because BZM got off to a great start on the Ember.
The problem is, it's the only hero that got off a good start, right? It's the BZM from the mid lane. The mid lane kind of evened out, but he made some really significant rotations to bring them back into that game afterwards. But it doesn't matter. Your top lane is getting crushed. Your Nature's Prophet is literally in the jungle minute 5. He's being destroyed. Misha gets his level 2 way too late. He doesn't get that cookie to get him out of the shards. Bottom lane, T-Gov didn't go any better, right?
Yeah, unfortunately not, but you have to give OG a lot of credit for what they've been able to achieve throughout this DPC year. You know, there are different players coming in. Of course, OG before this was a lot of big names, and everyone was like, kind of going, oh, is this OG going to do well? And now they get to their first TI, they lock in a top 8. Sure, they didn't get to go further, but it was still a very impressive season for OG and what they've been able to do with new talent, new players and stuff. So, again, commendable stuff on that front.
Yeah, a top 8, do you think, I mean, obviously not going to be overly thrilled with it, but, you know, do you think they brought everything they could to each game, Sheeped?
I'd like to say so. I think, like T said, I mean, OG's had a really good year winning the majors, giving them that confidence, because that was something they did lack. And as younger players, of course, this has been the whole story of them throughout the year. OG are just, you have to be proud of where they've gotten to. And next TI, you know, they'll have improved even further. You see Amar this tournament expanding his hero pool, right? It's something that before it was just, okay, he's the Viper, the Timber, and the Razor guy, and now he's busting out his other stuff, Sand Kings and so on. And yeah, like they just need more time to grow, and they're doing a really good job.
Yeah, they definitely have the flair. Like being so young, the young blood coming into the scene. Also, who else picks Huskar on the offlane? It's not something that we see very often. And in an elimination game.
You know what's worse? He's actually, his entire time being at TI, he's been playing Huskar on EU servers. So he's playing on 200 ping from Singapore to EU, playing offlane Huskar. I had to play against it in a pub, which I inevitably then lost to, which was really sad because I knew he was on the ping. But yeah, so I think, yeah, it's just fun seeing what they can do. And yeah, look forward to them bouncing back in the next season, keeping their heads up.
Yeah, there will be, I'm sure, more from OG next season, but we get more from Liquid now because we're going to go over a winner's interview with Boxy.
Boxy just walked off the stage and an incredible 2-0 performance. What was the first thing you said to me? I said, congratulations, you must be so happy. And you said it's a little more complicated than that.
I mean, of course I'm happy, but I felt like they didn't really get to play their best. I think the pressure kind of got to them in a way. I feel like the OG we played maybe 1 month ago felt a lot stronger than this. So I'm sure I know how it feels like to lose without playing up to close to your full potential, and that feels really bad. So I feel bad for Tommy, but I'm of course super happy we won. You know, you never know what to expect. We of course respect them a lot, so it was in some way easier than I thought it would be, you know. But yeah, I don't know, happy. We have another game today, so I'm trying to not get too relaxed, I suppose. Yeah.
There is a weird sense of having to balance everything, and I know the confidence level has to be tough when you start in upper brackets, and then you've got to get knocked into lower bracket. How did you guys, it feels like you're playing back to your swagger. How did you guys kind of regroup as a team to do that and play so well?
I mean, I think the best we played was probably during the LCQ. For like qualifying to TI.
Yeah.
I think these games were better. I think our games against Aster, we were a bit timid, pressured maybe, a little scared. I think they're obviously a good team, and you know, every team has like strengths and weaknesses against each other. How we bounce back, I don't know. It sucks to lose, and you kind of do like some more soul searching. There was a lot of like trying to realize why we lost against Aster in such a poor manner, and to apply like things that we need to do better in the other series. I think against Entity it was not as clean as it was today, so hopefully we'll keep like the trajectory upwards.
Awesome. Well, I thank you again for talking to us, and thanks for always showing why Dota is so amazing. You're like happy for yourself but sad for your friends because you know what it feels like, both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more sad for a team I know could do better, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for Tommy too, but like the rest, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Who cares about the rest of them, my guy?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see you again in just a little bit.
All right. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Casey. Yeah, Liquid inch closer to making it into the finals weekend. They've still got one more match coming up later today against Thunder Awaken. But now we're going into a all-Chinese affair, and this is going to be very interesting. I have a lot of experience, love it over there. I've always had a good time in China. So please welcome out the first team. It's PSG LGD. PSG LGD are going to be taking on Aster as they come out to the stage. Winning this will put them into the finals weekend. But as I said, their opponents are going to be a tough one to beat. Here come Aster. So far have had a flawless tournament until yesterday's loss versus Tundra Esports. Let's see if they can pick themselves up and go back with a little bit of momentum. But of course, they're playing a team that they are very, very familiar with. And talking about familiarity, Sheeped, what have you got for us?
All right, I have a little story. So back in Tour 2 of the DPC, Aster 2-0'd LGD. And in a post-game or post-series interview, Pichu, the POS5 of Aster, was a little bit flamey. He used a rude nickname to refer to Ame, and he said he looked forward to LGD coming back and stomping them 3-0. So we go forward to the regional finals of that tour, and LGD 3-0 them. And it was very funny, and Ame comes out in this interview of his own and is very cocky. And this is a guy that when he speaks in his pub games, people call it a medical miracle because he just doesn't speak. And he comes out here and says, yeah, we gave them those 2 wins in the DPC. He knew that they could beat them, and he wanted to remind them who they were after they got a little bit too cocky. And it was just a really cool show of personality between these 2 teams that I like to see out. And like Pichu himself on Aster, he is a bit of a troll. This is the guy that during the Arlington Major, he was the one that called Amar ATM. And this actually even has links to the Chinese community where Chinese fans, when Ame starts to feed, they will refer to him the same way, ATM, but with an E on the end to be closer to his name as well. So I love seeing that kind of banter and trash talk come a little bit to the stage.
Do you think it's kind of nice, fun trash talk?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you actually think these teams are like, you know, we actually don't like each other that much?
Come on. No way.
So these 2 teams are definitely true rivals. Like, having worked Chinese DPC for like 2 years now, they're definitely bitter rivals up on top. At the same time, though, like they've been instructed on how to conduct themselves on the interviews, which is also very interesting. Like they actually had some lessons on how to present the team and everything else. So it's even more interesting when Shippo shares the story in which he's a little bit banterish.
But also, it's like then we follow through. Like I was speaking to Leon Arthur. He's like the Western Dota community's connection to like the Chinese memes and stuff. And basically, we're in agreement that this isn't kind of a happy series for China at all. You know, the fact that you have Aster, a team that it used to be a little bit more memed on in the scene, but recently with their performances and kind of stepping up at TI, they've kind of gained the respect of the community. PSG, Faithbeyond retiring after this one potentially. They don't want to get them knocked out, so this, what could have been more of a meme game, at least in the community and the current kind of meme game, it's like, no, this is a somber series. This is like, we don't want anyone to go out. We want them both to go as far as they can, because they both deserve, at least in their community, to get to the finals.
All right, and I got good news for you guys, by the way. It's been told we can't find Sunsfan and Cinderin, so we might be doing the draft. It wasn't this schedule, but it's improved my day. I'm sure that I'm sure they actually might be found, but we will be going and doing the picks and bans here. And I know you really wanted to do that, Sheeps, because you've been following these teams a lot. But going to PSG LGD, what's the kind of storyline with the players? Because there's an uncrowned king, people say.
Yeah, the uncrowned king called Ame, or Atmi, like Shippo said sometimes. Like he's always getting close to this TI championship. He's always getting close to the crown, to the ages, but it kind of eludes him, at least in the last couple of years it has.
Is it 3 times? He's been 3 times finalist, but never won.
Yep.
TI.
So close, yeah. Far.
And we also have another kind of retirement storyline here with Faith Bian.
Exactly. It's the fact that potentially this team, I think they have the most games played as an active 5 roster. Beast Coast was second to that. Of course, they're not like top. I think first place is like the Loader Alliance days back in the day. But the fact that this team, they've been together for so long, they've been trying to find that success, and like they have had incredible success, just not got that Aegis.
You ready? I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Here we go. It looks like we're ready for game number 1.
PSG LGD versus Team Aster. Game 1.
PSG LGD's Turn to ban.
Oh, hello. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and we got my boy Celery here from Gaming Gladiators, who I don't believe you talked about this in the previous cast, but you'll be donating all of the money that you're making at TI for an animal sanctuary. This guy is legit human being. Animals are better than humans, right?
I think we're also animals, right?
No.
It's good to keep it equal.
He's an animal, that's for sure.
We play Dota.
That is very true. As we have a very important match. There's only going to be one Chinese team left at TI after this series, General. What are your thoughts on these two juggernauts going at each other?
So inside the Chinese region, just internally, I want to say the last year and a half maybe, most of the time Aster has been one of the juggernauts, and then when they've come on the international stage, they've kind of failed to produce the same results that they have back home. So in a way, the fact that Aster have picked up international steam and they're doing better in international competition, and the fact that they're facing a Chinese team here might be good news for them. It might be a good matchup because against LGD they've been looking pretty solid online for most of the time.
Yeah, LGD also played one series today, so that could be in their advantage. They're already warmed up. They're feeling in the zone today. But if Aster prepared well, maybe they use the rest. So we'll have to see what the draft brings.
If you were Aster in this instance, how would you prepare? Would you be like, would you literally just pub beforehand?
I would let the players just play a pub, maybe a scrim, just to relax a bit, just warm up, and the coach can look at the game. I don't think the players should look at the game, because watching takes a lot of energy. If you're watching seriously and you're looking at what is happening, and then you're also tired, but you didn't even play.
Yeah,
so I don't think that's a good plan. I think you should chill.
10 seconds
just be ready when the game starts.
We get to see Primal Beast, who has been banned seemingly every game for the most part. Is he still as strong as we thought he was, or is there a reason he's getting through?
Well, he was very good yesterday when you had Ace play it, that's for sure. That was a pretty standout performance from him in that game. Despite Emma, did you have it twice?
We had it only once.
You had it only once, and that was the game that it was kind of counterpicked too, right? They got multiple counterpicks against it, and you still made it look really good. So
yeah, the cool thing about this hero is you can always flex it on offlane and mid, and even on 4 if your players can play it. And this hero doesn't really lose many lanes, unless it's almost impossible to pick lanes where this hero cannot farm. You can almost always farm. You can always play boss 4 and roam. This hero, it's just very, very nice to start the draft with.
Very old school combo in the Shadow Demon Lina that used to be the old Dota 1. Actually, it was Sven Lina as well, the two of them. But you get the disruption into LSA. I mean, an immediate Ember pick, despite the Demonic Purge being able to purge the Flame Guard.
10 seconds.
How much do you think LGD are going to be playing into the idea of Primal Beast as a flex? Do you think they're going to hold it the whole way until the end? Or like at what point do you feel like the matchups you see are enough information? Like right now I look at the Shadow Demon Lina, I'm pretty happy as Primal Beast for now as a core. Do you think there's any concerns yet? Because usually you don't start with 2 cores, right? If you're locking it in like that.
Yeah, I guess they're very confident in their Ember, and it is good against these 2 heroes. He's gonna have a free lane against the Lina for the most part if he plays it well. But with the flexing of the Primal, they don't have last pick, so they'll probably hold it till their 23rd pick. They'll just see if they put it off lane or 4. I'm not sure if they've run it on 4 before, but Xingqiu seems like a guy that would enjoy this hero.
He played Spirit Breaker earlier today. It's like the same hero, just faster. Not quite
global.
Not
though,
quite.
Right? Yeah.
No. They're actually very different, but they both charge, so we'll say it's the same hero.
Well, I think Primal Beast doesn't actually speak a language, to my knowledge.
That's also true.
Spirit Breaker does have actual voice.
Do you know who wins the charge, though, if they charge against each other?
Ooh, that's a great question.
The Primal wins.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because it stomps this guy to the ground.
Got bigger AoE, right?
Well, his body is bigger. It makes sense. Yeah, physically speaking.
Yeah, Dota's known to be really realistic in that way.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Yeah. So we're going to see Silencer being taken out along with the Brew and Lifestealer. Lifestealer kind of this hero that has had a bit of a resurgence here at TI. Well, I feel like the most part of the year has been kind of ignored.
Do you feel like this is
semi-recently?
Is this kind of a tell that they want the Primal to be a core? I'm assuming this is one of the better matchups against Primal. You have Rage against Trample. Primal generally gets very tanky, so Feast becomes valuable later on. And I wouldn't say Lifestealer is a particularly good hero against Ember, right? So it does seem like they're maybe trying to set up for that, or that Lifestealer maybe counters something that LGD are planning for second phase.
It does look like they're banning for it to be offline right now. They could just still keep it open, but there are not that many boss forests they would probably want against this SD Lina combination, so it would make sense if they just pick some hero like a Tusk in the second phase, and they don't want to leave it till last when most of these heroes will be banned.
Speaking of forest, there's a couple of really popular heroes that have been totally ignored here. Both Nyx and Marcy getting no love.
Marcy fully ignored.
Marcy has been first phase picked or banned in most games we've seen. And it was interesting to see Aster opt for the Shadow Demon Lina combination, because I feel like when I think of Boboka, I think of a roaming player, right? That sets up plays and is super effective. He's very known for his 4 Riki when that was a thing, Earth Spirit. Marcy should be perfect for this player, like as a stereotype, right? So the fact that they're not doing that into Primal, maybe they think it's a bad matchup.
Yeah, they got the chance to still pick it up here with a ban.
Yeah, they could.
Now Morphling Ench, the last 2 bans of the second phase for Aster, and Mars for PSG LGD. We're going to see Murat. So more setup for the Shadow Demon.
Interesting.
So you got the arrow, you got the LSA, doesn't matter what lane they go to, as long as Shadow Demon is there, they can set that up.
Something I feel like I've been noticing over the last, I want to say 2 days, is I think teams are learning quite a lot from especially Tundra. I would say Tundra has been playing these lineups that have a lot of skirmishing potential with like 2-3 hero combinations that just have stuns, have burst, and also have the scaling. Tundra was one of the only teams to play Chaos Knight, for example, as a carry, because they just seem to utilize it so well to enable their other players by having him on that carry hero. And when I look at this Aster lineup, it kind of reminds me of something that I feel like I would see Tundra pick if their next, like let's say their safe lane carry now also has a stun. There's just so many ways that SD, Mirana, and Lina can find moments around the map, as long as you don't compromise on teamfight too much.
Yeah, these heroes are all very good as well against the Primal. I think at this point you might want to think about putting it on 4, because it's going to be quite hard in these lanes to get on top of anything.
Visage, okay.
It looks like they will lay in the Visage of the Primal.
Well, when you guys were drafting, I mean, Syndrome brought this up earlier, but you had the Primal Beast hard countered, and it was an early Primal Beast, and you still played it as position 3. What was the thought process going into that? Did you just feel comfortable doing it, or... Because when we looked at it, we're like, wow, this Primal Beast is going to have a really hard time. And he did initially, and then he literally took over the game, it felt like.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what we were thinking. I think the main thing of this hero is he's always going to have a pretty decent lane, even if you try to counter him, if he's not countered into the lane. And yeah, I'm not sure actually. That's the interesting part where I don't do the draft and my coach does it. I was just chilling a bit, waiting to see what happens, and then, it's offline.
Okay, good to know.
There we go.
The inside dynamic there for Gaming Gladiators.
So we are going to see the Pango come out, and Aster will save their carry pick for last. This is usually, if you feel like at this point when you see Visage, Disruptor, and Primal, that you can kind of lock in what type of lane at least LGD are playing in the offlane, which we both think is going to be Visage Primal, depending on who gets the farm priority. We don't know that yet. This did feel like a spot that you could have picked your carry in, so why do you think they opt for Pango first?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess they're very confident on this offline Pango, and they feel like it's going to get banned if they don't pick it up now. And it is a pretty good Pango game. If it gets going, if he has a good start, maybe he can even go for a bit more core build with the Diffuse instead of the flats on offline.
Very quick bans here from LGD. They knew exactly what they wanted to get
keep in mind, these two teams have played a lot against each other throughout the year. Maybe not that much recently, but I'm sure they have tons of scrims as well behind the scenes. And I wonder who that's actually going to benefit, really. Because LGD, obviously the team that has more success on the international stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the intra-regional experience kind of fades in comparison to the meta of the tournament itself. I think most of the time it's about who adapts better to what proves to be powerful in the events that you're at. So I personally don't put very much stock in. Let's say Aster had an insane win rate against LGD online for the rest of the year. I don't think it's that important. What's important is how these teams have looked in their last few series, how they've adapted to what other teams are throwing at them. And when I look at this Aster draft, I don't see Aster picking specifically something against LGD, right? They're just
mentioned this hero.
Yeah, now that
my goodness
is not something I would have expected.
What position is this Riki?
It should just be carry.
Probably carry. I think
so. We're not going to see the weird like shard into whatever the hell you do on this hero.
I mean, you might buy it later. It is a pretty cool Riki game if it gets on top of any of these backliners.
Smokescreen is pretty damn good this game, no doubt, especially against Pango, which means you're going to need to buy 4 staffs, which you wouldn't want to do normally.
Wow. In the past, we've sometimes seen teams pivot from mid Ember and putting it safe lane, but I don't think I've seen that a single time this tournament. Usually it was paired with Magnus when you did that, because you could compensate for Ember's lower levels by giving him Empower. Do you think there's like any world that this Riki is not safe lane and Ame's playing Ember? There's not, right? Like it has to be Ame on the Riki.
There's definitely a world, but not this world.
Because that gives Aster quite a bit of information for this last pick, right? And they're going to opt for a Drow. This is a hero that Riki can relatively easily get on top of, actually.
I think it might be a really rough lane for this Drow and SD, I imagine they're paired with. Primal and Visage. I think they might destroy this lane.
It's a form Primal on Jinkyu, so they will give the farm priority to the Visage.
I'm excited to see some Riki.
Yeah, I mean, me too. This hero is super hit or miss, in my opinion. I don't think I ever see a game where I'm like, oh, this Riki did okay. Like, he either sucked or he crushed, you know? It's very, very polarizing hero, especially on a professional level, because he can fall off really, really hard.
It's either going to catch on and more teams are going to pick it, or it will literally never be picked. The rest of
game we see in the main event, yeah. Is this the first Riki game of the main event? I think it is.
I mean, surely.
I'm pretty sure it has been picked in groups, but I want to say it's been less than 5 total games. So.
Oh, you probably just didn't see it.
Oh.
Well, Celery, appreciate you coming on, making fun of Synderen as always. We really appreciate that. You can have the rest of the day off, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Over to Mr. Sir Action Slack, so I believe it's with Lan M.
Absolutely, we have, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Big Draft Lanham. How you doing? And Jin, our translator right there. So, you've let through Primal Beast, something that many are not brave enough to do. Was that part of your plan? Did you expect them to grab that instantly?
首先欢迎有请BP 大神博图，然后就想问第一局你们放出了这个兽，然后这个兽也是本届 TI 一个很受，就是每个人都想要的一个英雄，已经很少有战队敢把它放出来了。你这边这么采取这样的一个 BP 的行动，是专门有计划来针对他了吗？还是怎么说？
肯定是讲好的，因为有些东西那个不好说嘛，对吧？这是有些东西能放，有些东西不好放，就选一个放嘛。
Well, it was all according to plan. Obviously, for us to make a draft like this, we obviously would have some sort of strategy against it, and we can't reveal it for obvious reasons as well. But you know, sometimes it's all about picking the lesser poison, so to speak.
I see. And very quickly, Riki, did you see that one coming?
最后一个就是力挽，你有预测到会选这个英雄吗？
没有。
Absolutely not.
All right, well, we'll see if it works or not here. All will be revealed. Many puns on this one as we throw it to our casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. So yeah, they did not see the Riki coming either. Can't say that's too big of a shot. I mean, we did say that they've played a lot against each other, so this is something they've obviously been hiding, and it is Ame playing it. So it will be a position 1 Riki, and you know me, when we see a weird hero like this, I'm gonna probably talk about it for the next 15 minutes or so.
You're gonna obsess over it for 60 minutes, and then we get 5 neutrals, and then that's the one thing that will get you more excited.
That is very accurate.
Riki has a tendency to not go 60 minutes, though. This hero is not really a late game. I mean, actually, he is actually a pretty good late game hero, to be honest. But generally speaking, because of the nature of how it works, right, usually either crushes and takes over the game, or he falls flat and you kind of get crushed a lot of the time on a professional level. So I'm very interested to see this hero. And I also got to say, I'm a bit surprised to see Ame be gold tier on it. He passes the MR test just barely here by being gold tier Riki. So has the permission to play it.
I mean, he doesn't want to get reported. It's understandable.
Yeah.
Don't want to have the low priority experience.
So usually the build on this here, if you want to cover it a little bit, because we can talk about whether that's going to work in this game or not. Most Rikis, when played as carry, will go for a Diffusal Blade into either Manta or BKB, and then you can consider 2 paths with either Basher or Ags, where you play around teammates, or you can try to go something like Scotty and really make yourself very strong with a Manta. In this game, I feel like the primary purpose of LGD picking this hero and what they're aiming for is to have a carry that just breaks up the fight and makes the supports uncomfortable, right? I think his goal is to get on the Shadow Demon, it's to get on this Mirana and just kill them, force them to buy Force Staffs, and then in case they get Force Staffed away, they have the Glimpse to bring them back. Riki is going to give that vision for why to really get a lot of value out of Disruptor, so Yeah, very interesting stuff. And most of the times, Ame has been, you know, hard carrying with someone. Sven earlier today, we've seen him on heroes like Terrorblade, Morphling, this kind of stuff. Ricky is different. I don't think. I mean, is he gonna just go Battlefield and farm?
I would love to see that, actually.
He has a Ring of Health queued up. I'm just saying, like, if he actually commits to this build, he might.
The build for a while, I mean, I don't know how long ago this was, but it was the, Battle Fury into Ags, right? Eventually, like maybe third item Ags.
Yeah, I think so.
But since they, again, this is kind of old changes, but we haven't seen Ricky, haven't really gotten to talk about it, but Diffusal not that long ago, maybe a year ago, they made it a lot cheaper. A lot of people thought that Ricky would be a little bit more popular, which I think he was initially, but has completely dropped off. And we're gonna see this game if it was a good pick or not. But I mean, in theory, like we talked about, Smokescreen this game is very good. Drow is obviously going to itemize with like a Hurricane Pike or whatever, but Pango, XXS is going to have a lot of trouble. I feel like against this hero, but we'll see.
The battle
XXS eyeing up the rune. He sees another hero, and then he's not eyeing it up anymore. So 2-for-2 trade, pretty standard. Both teams are covering their respective safe lane halves of bounty runes. And yeah, let's have a look at what Ricky's facing, because this hero, as we talked about, has very polarizing performances. This time around, going to be playing against Pango Mirana, so not a very traditional Mirana pairing, right? You don't have any sort of reliable setup to hit the arrow, so Boboka has to more or less do it on his own. If he wants to gank mid, there isn't something like Astral to set him up from an OD, which would be classic. It's Lina, so both heroes kind of want the setup. So I think Boboka has to do a really good job here to find major impact on the Mirana early on. Mid lane, Ember against Lina, covered that with Celery, says Ember should be just fine here farming. And then in the top lane, Visage and Primal Beast. Celery thought that Primal Visage was going to take over this lane. So with that in mind, maybe Aster, a little bit worrisome how the lanes have been set.
Yep, only time will tell. And like you said, Ori playing in the mid lane as Lina versus the Ember Spirit. Usually that ends up being kind of a wash to some degree. But there, I mean, what kind of gank potential do each sides have? Because obviously I mentioned ad nauseum with Siamese Cat playing the Shadow Demon, a lot of the setup that he has available to him if he was able to roam, but he's going to be stuck in this safe lane for quite a while. As he's going to get jumped on by Jin Q.
I was trying to get the range creep secure there, but it did get denied by Monet before he got there, so a lot of damage though.
A bit of damage.
Yeah, don't underestimate Onslaught as a level 1 spell. It's 110 physical damage, and obviously positions you right on top of the hero, so packs quite the punch. These heroes in the dire safe lane, both 3 armor only.
Got the glimpse back on
good damage.
XXS, but why? He's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. Swashbuckle blocks him as well, and why? He does use his health salve and lives, but it gets instantly canceled. So a lot of economic damage here on the side of Aster.
I think what Boboka should do now is go courier hunting. Ricky and Disruptor have 0 tangos left, so if this courier delivery fails, I think they can start winning the lane on harassment. XXS on that Tango will be able to sustain quite a lot longer with Tango plus salve against these heroes, and the stick that he's going to get charges on every time there's a Blink Strike, every time there's tricks, every time there's Thunder Strike. Very great stick lane here. Both of them obviously running that immediately on these heroes. Disruptor currently ferrying out 2 mangoes, so they're not even sending down a Tango pack just
I mean, we
yet.
should also mention, since we don't see a whole lot of Ricky, but his base regen is kind of crazy. I think is it 5? It's 8 right now.
He has a Flag Bearer.
That's what the tower, yeah. Okay.
So when the Flag Bearer dies, we're down to 6.
Now the extra one from the, so it's 5 base.
6
which is still really high, really high, and he has high armor as well. So
this lane is predominantly going to be in the in their tower, I think. So I believe Ame will be sitting on the 6 region most of the time, but now Boboka has opened up the big camp.
Onslaught onto Siamese Cat here on the Shadow Demon, as Jin Q using the new set for Primal Beast. It's a lot of armor. You would think that would add a little bit of extra damage to his Onslaught, but he doesn't need it. He's first banned most games. So, but Monet off to a pretty good start, 15-6 in the CS, and you can see in the mid lane, 17-3 for the Lina on Ori, as nothing to say. Pretty close with 15-2, so kind of what we expected, a wash overall. But back to the original conversation with how much roaming potential each side has in terms of the ganking is. Why? Swashbuckle, and that ends up being first blood, going the way of XXS. Ame still very healthy though.
This is what ends up happening when you don't have tangos for a minute and a half. Like, eventually they're going to waddle you down so much that you're in killing range, and Ricky doesn't offer much in the way of defense for his support. He can't really cover or anything, so... Yeah, good start there for Aster. Gonna be very happy for them to get that on XXS. He's also gonna get himself a nice little flag bearer creep there. Opting to currently eye up... Wait, what is he buying with this?
LSA connects, but limps back. Ori taking a lot of damage. TP is coming in from Baboka, but the last right click is enough from Y. So big kill for LGD here in the mid lane.
Yep. Great way of taking advantage of dying there. He gets the full refill and comes straight mid and finds a play. So good read from Y that is a possibility. Punishing Ori in that lane. Looks like Pango's going Vanguard, by the way, to answer that my own question from earlier. Good item against the Visage, obviously. Pretty decent against Riki as well. Wonder if we're going to see him build the full Crimson.
Yeah, possibility. Not the most common items these days.
It is nice for... I think the logic of buying items on Pango that protect Drow is pretty sound in this game. I think for Aster to find success in the later portions, this Drow has to have some sort of freedom to stand her ground and not just get run over by Riki, by Primal Beast, by Ember.
Onslaught in with the trample. A lot of damage coming out onto Siamese Cat. Monet can't really do much, as that's going to lead to another kill on the Shadow Demon. Although Jin-Q now getting kited as Monet. Does he have actually enough damage here as a pause comes out? All right, what the horse happens now, Cinderin? Do they get the kill on this Primal Beast?
So Monet does not have multi-shot. Jin-Q does not have any stick. So yeah, Jin-Q's dead.
Okay.
There's two Visage Illusions hitting him
Technically,
as well.
I didn't give you any options. I said if he would die or not.
Okay,
so.
is there another one?
Server crashes. I don't know.
I think that's the lower chance one.
Yeah, I think that one's a Hail Mary for Jin-Q here.
Yeah.
But they've killed the Shadow Demon now. Actually, it's only the first death for Siamese Cat, actually.
Yeah, I think overall, if you get this trade as Aster, you're very happy. I think this is a lane that's very scary, the Visage Primal Beast, and trading support for them should be just fine. Especially with Monet getting the kill. So Jin-Q was the one who got the kill before. And arguably PSG could have maybe got this kill without dying.
Okay, not to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, you're not.
Well, okay, we're going to restart this thing. It's been a while since we've done this. What the horse happens here? Okay. Jin-Q lives, Jin-Q dies to Monet, or Jin-Q dies to Siamese Cat.
Oh, that's true. The Shadow Poison and two Visage Illusions.
That's right, sure.
He dies to Monet, though.
He dies to Monet, okay.
Yeah. One more hit, the Visage Illusions are going to attack as well. All right. Maybe that's what they're discussing as well. Who's getting the kill?
Very important, of course. I mean, obviously, they would like it to go to Monet.
Yeah.
But in terms of a Drow game, overall, how does this feel for Aster?
I mean, they've
mid to late game.
They've got to be confident, right? They last picked it. They saw everything here. And I guess the good news for Drow is, first of all, she's empowering her own Lina, right? Which is it's going to make Ori's game a lot stronger if he goes some sort of physical build instead of the build that we've also seen with the Ags burst. I think he should go a physical route probably with Drow. You have the Pango for the front line, and you do have SD for the defense. So I think it's a solid Drow game, but it's also dangerous. It's one of those situations where if you get the right positioning, you're playing against Riki, Primal Beast, and Ember, and they've used their mobility, you just crush them from range. But if they manage to get on top of you and say Shadow Demon is dead, you're kind of fighting for your life from the beginning of the fight. So I think it's
okay. Well, with that in mind, since we're talking about the
very
position
situational
for Ame on Riki, he already did get the Ring of Health that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Will he actually turn this into a Battle Fury, or is that too greedy?
I don't know.
Because again, Diffusal is a lot cheaper than in years past when Riki was a little bit more popular.
I mean, let's look at it from the perspective of why else would you buy a Ring of Health? Right?
To live.
He already has really good base HP regen. He has good armor, and he's playing against a lane that's not that strong. So I don't know if he needs the ring for sustenance in the lane.
Hold on. Jin-Q. He will die to Siamese Cat.
See, so here's the thing. He got the passive block there.
Oh wow.
Yep, that's a factor we didn't consider. Whether he was going to block.
When you say we, you mean you. You did not.
You did not consider it either.
Faithbeyond getting kited a bit more now by Monet.
Good damage. He might actually kill him here.
Yeah, he could. Multi-shot is there, and that's going to be enough. TP is coming in now.
That's what you asked, right?
Jin-Q onslaught. Oh, gets gusted. Immediate cancellation. That would have been option D. They killed both of them, and they split it.
All right, so every prediction we had was actually wrong.
That is correct.
It's not even
Ori, he's going to get glimpsed back, but
Nice disrupt on the chains.
Searing chains. Not available here, but Ori will drop nonetheless. There's nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist.
Oh, and he's even going to get a regen rune here for his troubles. Just needs to wait until the Shadow Poison runs out, and they can pop it. They could dive here. I think, did SD see this rune be picked up by the... He did have a ward on it, so Pichu shouldn't be too surprised.
has made the trip over as well, and he's hungry for some Shadow Demon. Disruption on himself. But this is going to just delay the inevitable here as another kill goes the way of PSG LGD. Ori does connect on the LSA. Baboka's here as well, but they don't have enough lockdown.
No arrow
as
ready.
Ori was not, he's not quite level 6, so no Laguna Blade would have been enough.
Important for LGD to be winning this mid lane because this top, I think this top lane went better for Aster than you could have hoped for. Monet being level 6 now against level 4 Visage. Close to level 5 at the very least with Faith Beyond, but let's say a full level advantage. I don't know if this kill... Okay, with Primal, it's definitely going to be possible. Yeah, they're getting a great angle here in Monet.
Monet inside the kinetic field. All he can do is pop that multi-shot, and it looks like, oh, okay. Gusted away, but back with the glimpse, and Monet falls to the ground as PSG LGD get another valuable kill.
Yeah, that's what happens when Shadow Demon has already rotated mid. He's not there for the immediate cover, and they grab that nice kill. I wonder if Monet is even going to go back to top lane now. He might just go jungle. He's level 6. Has Tread's Wraithband. He farms pretty quickly in that jungle, and you can give the top lane to another hero and just accept that once in a while there's going to be some sort of dinosaur bus just driving by and killing your SD, and it's like, oh well, whatever, you know. He'll go bottom for now with a dust, so looking to gank on his Drow minute 7, a classic play we see all the time.
Yeah, that is very interesting. As Ame, we can see, is just gonna have to watch that tier 1 tower fall.
Such an early tower. They didn't have a siege creep remaining either. There's just no resources for LGD to hold on to this.
Yep, we got the Searing Chains. Ori's in a lot of trouble, and there's the Trample Onslaught combo as Jin Q able to help finish off the Lina. Laguna Blade was used, but not to much avail. So PSG LGD kind of all over the map. They do lose their tier 1 tower at the bot lane, though.
So far, their gank timings have been pretty pristine, right? Not only have they been successful in killing Ori 3 times, but it's all 2 out of 3 kills, I believe, have been exactly around the power rune timing. So nothing to say. Got the 6-minute regen after the first kill, or the second kill, and now he got the illusion rune top after the 3rd kill, minute 8. So very, very good rotation, especially from Jin Q here on that Primal. And Faith Beyond, because of the kill they found top beforehand, is level 6, so you can kind of leave him alone here. There's not many heroes that want to stand against Visage in the dire teams. Shadow Demon doesn't enjoy it, Mirana doesn't enjoy it. Pango can. That might be what they're opting for once he gets the Vanguard.Maybe you just park XXS to try to defend that tower for as long as possible.
Nothing to say. Going to the high ground here onto Aster's side. He's going to find him a couple other heroes here from Aster, but the LSA is not going to be able to hit, so he just walks away casually.
Oh, a little bit of miscommunication there, missing the swash.
Disruption, but the Sleight of Fist to buy some time, and the Remnant away, nothing to say is A-okay. And that bought the space for Faith Beyond to take the tier 1 tower. It was a slow one, but essentially soloed it. All right, like you said, the Vanguard now online is Monet. He's going to get gone on here with the tricks of the trade from Ame. Kinetic Field's going to keep him in place. All he can really do is multi-shot, but gets the gust off. They have a little bit of vision, but ends up going away. As we're going to see a Laguna Blade used in the middle of the jungle here. That'll lead to a kill onto Jin Q.
Nice escape there from Monet. He needs to be patient there with the gust. Just chill, get away. It'll TP in with a bit of a helping salve here from Pichu. We have an answer, by the way, of what Ricky is going to use the Ring of Health for. What do you think it is?
Nothing.
That is correct. He's buying Diffusal.
I mean,
right.
Is there any reason to go Link into this game? Not really.
I mean, ultimately, you will turn this Ring of Health into an Abyssal, right? But it's quite...
Okay, like super late game.
It's quite far away. I have to say, I love this hero. I've played it quite a bit, but almost exclusively as support. I cannot explain to you why this Ring of Health is that valuable that you must buy it. Maybe there's some sort of logic to how you're able to farm when you're not laning, like you can sustain better in the jungle, or maybe he just had a different read on the lane, that he needed it. I think now that we've seen the lane play out, it didn't really feel necessary. I don't know.
Yeah, that is true. As we can see the jump here onto Siamese Cat. Instant disruption as Jin Q looking on the sideline for the bigger kill on Monet. Pulverize is there. They're going to be able to get the support right off the bat. The trample comes in. I think the gust actually missed here from Monet. He's going to get glimpsed back. and that is going to lead to a very valuable kill, although it goes to Y. Either way, PSG LGD going to be very happy with this.
Yeah, they're going to still have their Static Storm intact, and Pulverize obviously a super short cooldown. So this support duo now of PSG LGD has insane playmaking potential. Static Storm 90-second cooldown, Pulverize a measly 32. So a lot of opportunities to just go around, look for picks. As we've already established, they're very good at killing the enemy supports, but also the Lina. I think they would love to find Ori once more. And as long as they're playing together with Nothing to Say, I don't think there's any limitations for finding kills. The defensive possibilities that Aster have through the means of Moonlight Shadow, you just cover that with the dust, and the Shadow Demon Disruption most of the time will just set up a Static Storm, right? So you've got to be really, really careful as Aster now with how you play the map. Every time these heroes are missing, it's kind of a minefield.
XXS still in the mid lane right now, just chilling, has his Vanguard, and will be going for instantly pretty much the Crimson Guard Cinderin. Again, not the most popular item these days, but against the Visage makes a lot of sense.
The prize is mine.
And I mean, they have a lot of damage on this team, so maybe he doesn't really need to go what you would usually see on the Pangoliers these days.
Yeah, the thing you could argue is that is Crimson Guard actually a better defensive item for his team than if he goes Force Lotus, for example, right? So you have multiple ways of repositioning away from Riki, of getting out of Searing Chains on the Ember. Because if he's itemizing this way for his Drow's sake, I don't think most players would buy the Crimson here in this tournament. So either it's because Aster have an idea of a specific timing with this item that they're going to try to force a good fight once it's online around Roche or around the mid tower, for example, to try to gain some ground. Or he feels like if he doesn't buy it, the Visage Birds are just too big of a problem.
Another pause here, but in terms of the flow of the game, would you say that you would favor one team at this stage?
I do like the look of this currently for LGD.
Shocker.
Well, first of all, they have a slight gold lead, and
yes, of course.
I don't think I think this Riki got off to a very good start, and as we've talked about, pretty polarizing hero. But with the start that he had,
to Ame, Laguna Blade to follow, but
no backup.
The trade, yeah, the Moonlight Shadow giving cover for Ori, but allows him to initiate, but nobody to follow it up with. As Y taking a lot of damage in the meantime, as the multi-shot is finishing him up from the high ground. There's the first rolling thunder of the game from XXS, but Nothing to Say with the Remnant in a way. Now Monet has to be careful, as there are familiars just completely surrounding him. Soul Assumption is there as well, and the last right click will do it. Now the Pulverize applied to XXS. All he can do, actually mitigates a lot of damage with that shield crash, but doesn't last as long as it used to. Not able to get the stun on the Faith Beyond, but the Searing Chains is there. So 3 kills for PSG LGD.
We're talking a tenth of a second there from a totally different outcome, I think. Nothing to Say just barely gets off the Activate Fire Remnant.
This is just a typical Riki in pubs, man. Just hanging around, stealing some creeps here and there.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get a replay on that, because I thought Aster in the position that they were in were actually going to win that fight when I saw the Primal or the Pango roll come out. So look here where Ember ends up getting positioned now once the Pango comes out. So this is where Pango can usually find a perma chain stun, right?
Yeah, close.
If that connects, I think they might take down Nothing to Say. And obviously the remainder of the fight plays out completely differently. He's integral in every single kill to get afterwards. So imagine the Ember dying there. Maybe Aster take a pretty meaningful win. Instead they lose 3. And as you said, Riki not involved in the mix. He's going to get a Diffusal Blade now, and Visage gets the Wraith Pact as well. So huge power spike now for LGD's lineup. And they will look to take full advantage.
Will be taken out.
Yep.
Just curious what the build Ame is going for. So obviously maxing Blink Strike and then Tricks of the Trade. So only 1 in Smokescreen for the moment. But
standard.
The AoE, does it still increase with each one? No.
No.
Okay. Well, it's been a while.
Yeah, you have a talent on 10 where you can take either that or the Blink Strike slow. I wonder what he's going to do here, because you can choose to go for a talent now. You could start putting more points into Smokescreen. If I were to guess, he probably takes the Blink Strike slow so he can stay on top of the Drow more easily. But there is something good to be said. I mean, the Smokescreen AoE talent is also pretty strong.
Okay, he's going to get glimpsed back. He is Moonlight Shadowed, but they have the vision, and they have the kill again as PSG LGD looking extremely good at the moment. Sleight of Fist is going to connect onto 2 as the Moonlight Shadow is about to end here.
Jin Q just posturing at the high ground.
I'm looking at the game state right now, and Aster initiating into LGD's team, and I just find it so hard to find the path. They're gonna try here.
Purge to start, but an instant static storm onto XXS, but is it gonna be follow-up? Not really. It delays and perhaps just ends this engagement entirely.
The thing that's so tough is that if you don't have superior vision as the Dire, you're running in against Slight Chains out of Fog, Glimpse, Ricky, who could be anywhere if he's not showing farming the top wave as he is right now, and a Primal Beast from Fog too. There's just so many uncertainties, and your heroes aren't naturally tanky. Your only real frontliner is the Pango with the Crimson Guard. If Lina gets caught, she's kind of toast. If Drow gets caught, she also still doesn't have that pike.
Well, thankfully for Aster, they made that change. So Primal Beast, when he uses Onslaught, you can hear it.
Yep.
At the very least, the sound cue.
Is under attack.
But yeah, very, very scary to walk into this team for sure.
They will access their own jungle again, which is good news for Aster. They need a bit more area to work with. Also, Ori is going to complete the BKB in 100 golds, so maybe that's going to open things up a little bit more for them.
I mean, talk to me, again, back to the Ricky, as you know I'm going to go here again.
Yeah.
With a typical carry that we've been seeing a lot from PSG LGD, if you're up 5k at this stage, is that like extremely good news as a Ricky? Because he hasn't been involved at all. So I feel like this is just going to get amplified now as he starts to actually show up in these fights. As Siamese Cat looks like he's got the self-disrupt.
Good arrow.
Sassy wants to go for the roll. Faking it out here a bit. There's nothing to say. Does finish off Siamese Cat with that last slide fist, but away he goes as PSG LGD.
Oh, they got
very
the
confident. Big glimpse into the static storm and pulverize. No chance for XXS as he does not have his shard. Obviously, that is going to be the big counter to that.
Dire's bottom tower.
And we'll see if PSG LGD wants to try to go for the old Roche.
That's a good point. I actually think Pango should be buying the shard now. It's really, really valuable. But to answer your question from before, being 5k gold ahead is indeed good, yes.
Okay.
That's
double checking.
Being 5k gold up at 15 minutes is good. And if Ricky was another carry, it would also be good because he's ahead by 5k. So yes, that is correct.
Well, it's a carry that hasn't done anything yet, really.
Yeah, if another carry also had done anything, being 5k up would be pretty good.
All right, I see your point. Thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome. It was a great question. Always here to help.
As we're going to see a big smoke now from PSG LGD. Roche is at a half HP right now. They don't want to fight it. They don't want to take it out quite yet because everybody from Aster is up here on the high ground. But they're going to try to pounce onto Ori. He's going to run right into the familiars, but they're going to go for the D-wards first instead. But there's the glimpse back. Instant stun. Here comes the rolling thunder from XXS. He's not really going to connect initially. He's nothing to say. Comes in with a big slight and the BKB proc. But Ori, he's going to return the favor with the BKB of his own. Kind of a weird engagement here as XXS now.
They have glimpse again in 2.
The other side. But no deaths out of that fight.
That was a very clever way that PSG engaged that, and also a good response from Aster. So what LGD realizes, the one thing they need to not happen is that they get clumped up and get Pango rolled, and then the artillery just starts going to town with the Drow as well as Lina. So what they do is they poke and force out the Pango roll, and then they just disengage. And now that it's on cooldown,
no
they can go.
BKB, Ori, Soul Assumption is there. Smoke screen as well, he's done. Monet gets a pretty good multi-shot, but this is going the way of PSG LGD for sure. 2-0 to start it. Nothing to say is not done here quite yet. Gets the Searing Chains up, but the Disruption's going to delay this just for a little bit. Faith Beyond continuing with his familiars, but Monet just ticking down ever so slowly. Another gust, but there's the Blink Strike from Ame. Double kill for him. Tricks of the trade, but Blink Strike back into the fray, and that's a 4th kill going the way of LGD, and this should be a free Roche as well. Ricky is owning.
Yeah. He got his defusal, he came online, and he's joining. And yeah, I mean, you're starting to see part of the reason, or maybe the whole reason, that Ricky was the choice here for LGD among a plethora of options that would have worked against this Dire lineup. They went for this one. And he's hounding those supports, and he's hounding that Lina. So again, with that fight we just had, as we see the replay here, that what led to this is effectively Pango rolls on cooldown from the poke that LGD did at the outpost, and so is Lina's BKB. So I think Aster making a pretty crucial mistake here, even being positioned in that spot. I think they have no business trying to even look for a fight.
Yeah.
The Pango roll is just too big a part of their lineup. When that's on cooldown, you got to play way more defensively than that. His hand is kind of forced when Ori gets caught. They're trying to help, but the help a friend syndrome effectively there just gets 4 heroes killed instead of 1.
Yeah, and by the way, for the Ring of Health watchers out there, it is now in Ame's backpack, so very valuable spot right now. Yep. A little passive 0 regen at the moment.
He's banking on a little bit of a macroeconomic change here. Gold goes up in value, and then it is a gold ring, right? I think so. Let's call it.
It looks gold.
Yeah, so maybe it will increase in price. What do you think about that as a concept? What if items sold for more and more gold the later the game went? That sounds really terrible.
Then you can just replace your items.
Yeah, that's a really awful idea. Thank you, Sir Action Slacks, for that. Goes right in the bag with Lycan Axe.
Now, Lycan Axe is cool. That was his. I mean,
Radiant's middle tower.
A broken clock is right twice a day. That's what I think of Slacks in general. So
I kind of like that. Whenever I have a really stupid idea, I'll just say it was Slacks, and everyone will believe me. I think that's good.
Yep, that's fake news right there. Fortification pop by Aster as they are at a 7K net worth, make it 8 deficit at only 21 minutes. This is turning into a shellacking for sure.
And the thing is, it's not only about the gold, it's about the flow of the map, right? Like, you can be 8K gold behind, but maybe still have some sort of a meaningful direction you can find in the game. It's just terrifying. I mean, look at Nothing to Say.
XXS, he's trying to get up. His Rolling Thunder, he does.
Nice switch.
If he just attempts to TP away, I doubt they will try to fight this. But Jin Q takes a Demonic Purge. Siamese Cat's dead.
Yeah, this tower's lost now because you don't have Pango, so. And another instance where it feels like Aster would have been wiser to not even bother to be here. I just think these fights are too difficult, and they end up just feeding over a key cooldown here in the Pangold, as well as their Shadow Demon's life to no avail, really. As PSG LGD wanted to be there with their heroes anyway, so it's not like you didn't get any meaningful trade like damage on a tower or a power rune or anything of that kind. The Invis rune still sitting bottom, and gonna see who's gonna grab this. It is an interesting rune to take on, not Ricky, Shannon. You could take it on
the voice line is so rare.
That's true. It is a good voice line.
Trying to walk away here. Onslaught. Oh, he does see him, but gets gusted. But the glimpse back, that was just enough into the Static Storm. Trample as well, but Ori pops the BKB, gets the LSA to be able to cancel it. They do get the kill onto the Primal Beast, but there's a disruption to save Monet, but not for long enough. Down goes the Drow again. Demonic Person and Nothing to Say, and his Remnant's going to be really slow as a result, but he has the cover of his teammates. Shadow Demon dead. Ori basically out of mana, and that means they can now initiate, but the Moonlight Shadow giving him cover.
It's running out now.
From XXS. Nice blink onto 2 heroes. Here comes a nice Starstorm as well. Nothing to Say. Gets stunned again. Do they have enough? They do. Big kill for Aster. Need to get more out of this, though. Swashbuckle onto Y, but now they're going to control XXS as he is within arm's reach of the Ricky and the smoke screen. And down he goes. So it ends up being a 4 for 2, and the Age is still intact.
And in the meantime, off to the side, Ame did kill off Ori in the trees. Ori tried to stick to get the mana for a stun, but immediately got smokescreen diffusal burned. There's just no way out of that. So it's kind of interesting that LGD's gold lead is barely growing from that fight, but I guess the Ember kill was just worth that much. He was 6-0 after all. Maybe if Mane pikes the Primal Beast instead of forcing himself, perhaps this goes a little bit better. And I think he could have maybe killed the Primal from behind the tower before he got glimpsed, and Lina doesn't have to expend spells on this, but it's so easy to say. Like, you're obviously going to go off a gut reaction there on what you can do.
We got the trample out of Invis from Jin Q, but Hurricane Pike back into the glimpse and the Static Storm as well, but I don't think Nothing to Say can go any further as the pressure is being applied onto Y. XXS wants to finish him off, and they will be able to do so. Nothing to Say has to pop the BKB now in retreat. By the way, I wanted to talk about Jin Q's build. He's going for Halberd on Primal Beast, which, I mean, normally we would see BKB. Is this a little, that doesn't feel like he needs it? Or is this because they feel like they're really far ahead right now?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of agree that BKB looks very strong, because you do have some quite limited freedom against a hero like Pango. Maybe part of the logic is Demonic Purge just ruins you after you've gone in. So maybe he wants to have that extra utility instead to control the Drow with the disarm. In a way, or maybe he just wants to go in and tank, right? If the goal here is that he makes space for his teammates, if you go BKB on Primal, what happens a lot of the time is that the enemy team is not going to go on you because they can't kill you. With this, he has way more EHP because he has the evasion, and he has that active disarm that he can maybe force a BKB with, or rather not force a BKB with, but keep himself alive if he charges the Drow and just halberds her, or the Lina, and then just soak damage while his team just cleans house. It's a different approach. from
they
what
also
I think
have,
almost everyone else would take, but I kind of like it here, actually.
Like even if you BKB pulverize somebody, there's always the disruption possibility to save the teammate anyway. So
absolutely,
it's an interesting kind of. I mean, we joke all the time about Primal Beast and his build being basically like the first two items exactly the same every single game, and BKB is almost always one of them.
Yep.
But not to be. He's going to be going Halberd into Shivas, it looks like, to now have Moonlight Shadow by Aster.
It's also worth keeping in mind you have the luxury of thinking about the game entirely differently when you're a 4, right? The BKB is almost always a thing on the 3 Primal because you have a bigger responsibility to deal damage, but Jinkyu's role in this game is more of a controlling nature than a killing one, so he's just going to charge in, mess up the fight, make space.
Oh, LSA connects. Laguna Blade as well. Static Storm just for defensive measure, but it's not enough. Nothing to say is dead. Does have the buyback. Not sure if he wants to use it in this engagement. It looks like they're going to lose their Primal Beast as well.
Okay.
Nice setup there by Aster, baiting the rune.
That ward, value for them, getting that Ember kill, and the Primal Beast trying to help out. Gives them a little bit of a bonus kill, and that's also going to be a mid-tier 1 tower. The good news for them is Roche cannot be up yet, so LGD will not be losing that, but they lose quite a bit of ground. This is the start of a potential comeback for Aster into this game. Do they get a meaningful item out of this? So Lina's going to finish Silver Edge, so they have that break now.
Monet
and
BKB about to come as well.
Yeah, Monet BKB. That was a very important moment for Aster because of what it leads to now in terms of just a little bit of downtime, and getting these 2 specific items now opens up a possibility for them to maybe make more out of this.
The prize is mine.
Ame closing in on his BKB. I was wondering if he was going to go for that or something else, but has opted to go that route. This is the kind of game where you could maybe justify not getting that magic immunity, but getting more in the way of like a Basher, or I don't know if you want to be cute and buy Ags on the and jump into Ember or something like that.
I mean, it's pretty good.
It is pretty good, but I think you need more damage before that becomes meaningful. I think you want the Basher first most of the time before you do that. So
is that enough? You don't need like a Daedalus or some hardcore item?
Not, I mean, it depends on the target, right? It feels really good because Ember offers you the immunity of the BKB, right? So you don't really need to worry about the protection when you go in. So you
Mindbreaker, though, pretty freaking good on Ricky.
Yeah.
Instant blink strike silence, so you don't have to smoke screen immediately. You have a little bit extra time.
He kills Shadow Demon in a heartbeat, basically.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a Force Staff, so if he just jumps in, he's dead. Interesting, by the way, to see that from Aster. Nobody bought one except the Drow.
About what? The Force?
Yeah, so they're eyeing it up now on the Mirana. He opted to go for the Wraith Pact first, which is understandable. Like, that item is, of course, very, very powerful in this meta and the way teams are playing. But Siamese Cat's game is just that bad that he's not even close. He's going.
He's got the poor man's Force Staff, which is the Tumbler's toy, which gets deactivated when you take damage.
Yep.
Not so helpful, maybe. Q instantly silenced and deleted off the map.
Oh, they found Ame,
but he pops the BKB. But obviously, for the first BKB, not the type of usage that he would have wanted.
What is it with this game and LGD getting BKBs off with like no time before that would connect again? Am I missing something about that change where you can BKB between Pango rolls? Is it just me overhyping something that doesn't exist here? Because you remember that, right?
I do, and I'm forgetting the details as well.
So Rolling Thunder used to be a perma-stun if you stayed on top of the targets, right? So the internal cooldown was low enough. I think with level 2 Rolling Thunder, the stun is long enough because it scales up and there's no status resistance on the Riki. So I want to say that Riki and Ember can get chain stunned by a roll level 2, but you're the Pango player, so you can definitely tell me.
Yeah, moving on. I can't remember.
I do think it needs to be level 2 before it can.
I mean, that was mostly for the change, for the shard, right? When you're rolling Thunder and then you just shard on top of them.
Oh, speaking of which.
Yep, that's going to be the deletion of XXS. LGD want to fight immediately. Shadow Demon's going to get, well, nice disruption on self, so it's going to cancel the glimpse, but he still will have to cancel his own life, and this could lead to Roche.
Aster just got a great comeback, and now they get caught off in the middle on their Pango, and this is just a free Roshan. I don't see what's stopping LGD from doing this well. They're going to D-ward first.
That ward looks pretty juicy.
Cover the area. AC on Visage should make this a lot easier, and you know, whenever Riki is with any sort of teammates doing the Roche, he's actually not the worst Roche killer in the world, because you get backstab on every attack until Roche randomly decides to target you for some reason.
Yeah, it feels like Roche really hates Riki. Yeah, that's for sure. Just like
the shard is going to go on Riki. So now we'll get that sleeping dart. Very, very good shard. apart. I mean, the primary reason that for Ricky was actually even a thing after Shards came out, because it used to be a thing before Shard even existed, and then it just faded away from existence for like 2 or 3 years.
What was the meme build was sleep dart into
Meteor Hammer,
right?
yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that just going out.
Yeah, I don't think so here.
Oh, the Gust coming out. XXS gets the Blink Dagger off. Visage is taking a lot of damage. It's going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2-0 to start this fight. But Ori stuck inside of no man's land. He gets brought down to his knees. Buyback coming out of the Disruptor now. But look, the heroes from PSG LGD are very low. They're going to lose the Aegis pretty much right off the bat as well. Now he's surrounded, pops the BKB, trying to focus down the Shadow Demon. Disruption comes out, but nope. Not going to be enough. Nothing to say with the Sleight of Fist. Double kill for Ame. So PSG LGD, I mean, I don't even know who won that fight. There was a buyback coming out. They lose the Aegis. It would have been really bad if they didn't have Aegis.
I think given the fact that there was an Aegis on the other team, I think Aster should be happy with this. And I love the way they executed it. They chain stunned and killed Visage 100-0. They recognized that there's no defensive tools to keep him alive for LGD, and he's the aura carrier. They get the Wraith Pact and the AC out of the fight by killing this guy. So choosing that as your primary target here, very, very good. So look at this. So Pango roll stun is going to turn there with the shard, stun again. And he's trying now to use the shard on Visage, but does just barely get killed. If that shard goes off and he gets Stone Farm cast there, I think Aster loses this fight horribly, because then the AC is in play.
Yeah.
And the Vlad's while he's immune there. So very, very important that they find that finish.
Not too shabby. As Ame now working on the Eye of Scotty. And actually not that far away.
This is a moment that Aster could be looking to do something with. They used Moonlight Shadow and have a bottled ED.
Man, there's a lot of invis. There's a Ricky, there's Moonlight Shadow, there's Silver Edge, and I believe Aghanim Scepter soon for Visage. Sentries are going to be kind of game winning, I feel like.
I wonder if Ags is the right choice on Visage, if that's the best item he can buy here. Does feel like something like Hex could be valuable, or like does he have that much responsibility to do damage here is my question. Like when you're offering these 2 auras to your team already, maybe you can get more in the way of utility or survivability. I guess Ags is like a little bit of survivability, but I don't know. Not sure if Ags is the best purchase.
Well, Aster do have their first 4 staff now, outside of Monet, of course.
They don't have Moonlight, so are they going to be spotted here? There's Glimpse.
Yep, the Glimpse back.
probably.
Monet, he's going to get disrupted, so doesn't need to pop it, but the Mirana is going to die for her sins. Monet pops the BKB inside that static storm. There's nothing to say. He's getting melted inside. Gets off the Sleight of Fist and able to remnant away. And now Ame trying to focus on Monet, but has to reset. Buyback coming out of the Shadow Demon, as it looks like Jin Q falls to XXS. And the fight ends up resetting here. 6K lead for PSG LGD. And in terms of the net worth swing, it's kind of even because of the buyback.
Aster are doing a great job after being under the amount of pressure we talked about and the type of lineup they're playing into. I think it's very admirable how they've managed to kind of stabilize this game in a range that seems very winnable. I want to point out, we were talking about, at least, maybe I didn't get to say that, but Ricky was considering a Nullifier before, but he changed his mind, so Ame's not going to go for the Eye of Scotty. He's going to have more tank ability. He's going to have that reliable slow, which Nullifier also offers, obviously, to an extent, but he's playing against these BKBs, so opting to get that Scotty so he can, maybe just for the sake of, I just want to stay on Drow. Like, literally just be on top of her, pressure her out of that marksmanship.
Don't forget the Ring of Health.
And he still has the Ring of Health, yes.
Oh,
he sold
just sold it. Okay.
It was an investment.
Well, he bought it and used it, I want to say, for 10 minutes. Is that an exaggeration?
Nope. That's about right.
That it's maybe we can get a little timer next time we see the Ricky pick.
And I was paying attention to, like, okay, when he's farming jungle, is he getting a lot of value out of the Ring of Health? If he didn't have it, I think he was full of health the whole time, basically. So might have been fine either way. Well, at the end of the day, the Ring of Health only costs half of what he paid, right? Because he gets the refund. So
very true. XXS gets off a nice rolling thunder, trying to control the disruptor. Only gets the 1 stun though, as Monet pops the BKB, but there's nothing to say. He's all alone here on the high ground. Gets off the Sleight of Fist, and the Remnant's able to buy enough distance to live. And a rolling thunder continuing to go for XXS. Ame able to get the tricks of the trade off onto the low ground with the Blink Strike. They've lost their Primal Beast.
Aster stands so strong in this position. This is like the dream spot to play Drow Shadow Demon. You have the hill. Shadow Demon gets to play keep away in the back and get a good disruption out. You just need to outlast this BKB on the Riki and on the Ember, and they can't fight you anymore. So LGD really trying to put that pressure onto Aster and get control of another area of the map, but Aster are just ready for it. They have good formation. Another great Rolling Thunder once again from XXS just took Disruptor out of the fight from the beginning.
Ori trying to delete the Disruptor, one right click away. They will find him. It looks like the force half ends. The Shadow Demon gets into the Disruption just in time, and nothing to say melts. Ame gets the Blink strike off. Make it 2 now as Faith Beyond kind of stuck. I believe he used the shard here to keep himself alive for the time being. That's going to set up a potential stun from the LSA. Now the right clicks come, and that should be more than enough damage for Aster to eat through 2 cores for PSG LGD. And the tier 2 tower will fall as well.
This game, minute 22, Gaben gave Radiant 88% chance of winning.
And then Riki started fighting, and suddenly
he's sold his Ring of Health, and it's been downhill ever since. We're down to
technically true.
67% chance now for Aster.
Man.
Not that the graphs are gospel, but it is looking very good for them. Ember no buyback, Visage half a minute. Aster going to try to squeeze as much out of this as they can. And this is what Drow lineups do when they win a team fight.
Indeed.
Bye-bye Barracks, 5-second push to kick both of those out after the tower falls. Aster now taking control of the game, and you would imagine if they get this third Roche, they will be feeling very, very confident about taking the win here after a rough early mid game. Just weathered the storm, had good positioning, and to me, once again, XXS Pango showing why they rated this hero as they did when they picked it.
Yeah, once he got
really
the Blink Dagger, he has been on point with these Rolling Thunders, no doubt. And he has a full Shivas.
Yeah,
where did that come from?
Very tanky.
Gracious me.
Yep.
At this point, what does PSG LGD need to do? Because it feels like they're trying to force these fights, and like you said, the positioning from Aster has just been on point. They've been ready, it feels like, for every little engagement.
I think LGD needs to be wiser about the areas that they fight in. I think the last 2 or 3 team fights they've lost have been on Aster high grounds, where they have tried to get in and get superior vision, but the Pango's just been ready every time and canceled out the Disruptor from the fight. Maybe you chill. Maybe you farm up this Ags on Y, and you try to use that to set up a fight later. You just need to cool down. If you start forcing now, like brute forcing more aggressive plays, I think it's just going to backfire even harder.
He is only 500 away from Ags.
It's close. Faith Beyond, by the way, went for a force staff. He changed his mind away from that Ags himself because he's realizing, well, when they get on top of me, I'm kind of screwed. With this item, he can reposition away from the Drow and the Lina and try to stay alive. And arguably, this should have been on one of the supports, right? I feel like it's something I've been harping on a bit in this playoff. I think teams are buying force staff too little. One of the teams that's been doing it very successfully a lot of the time, I want to say, is Tundra. They've been buying quite a lot of force staffs in their games, if I'm not mistaken, and really take advantage of that positioning.
Oh, we got a smoke here from Aster. And you can see Riki has the double damage. Static Storm immediately used, but again, the Rolling Thunder from XXS, but no, the BKB comes out from Ame, not able to get the double stun off here. So Aster might be wanting to retreat, as Boboka will live through this. They're getting some D-ward action down. Not sure if either team wants to fight again. Another Shadow Blade. Man, so much invis in this game. And Roche. This could be game deciding on either side, really. Imagine getting an Ags on, like, Riki, for example. After going for this, it looks like nothing to say went for the Daedalus, or is going for it now.
Do you think they'll give it to Riki or to Ember? Is my question.
Probably Ember.
The Ember one is also really valuable. I think nothing to say is running out of remnants.
It matters not. It's a refresher shard.
That was a good talk.
Yep. Keep talking about it if you want, though. No problem.
Only 20 minutes and 30 seconds away from tier 5 neutral items, Shannon. Better prepare.
Oh, one of these days. I'm gonna get it.
It's nothing you want more in Dota.
That's true.
Than for pro games to go 60 minutes so you can talk about your items.
That's right.
And I think in all the time we've cast together, it's happened once.
Moonlight Shadow. Faith Beyond.
Another good Rolling Thunder.
Finds Ame, LSA, and the Laguna Blade. He's dead. No buyback at all as Ori, his right clicks are not something you can ignore. They are able to find the Mirana though, so it's a 1-for-1, but again, much more value kill coming out from Aster. And now Roche, they're gonna see he's up. They scout it out.
Just another amazing Rolling Thunder from XXS, and that time around gets connected on a max duration arrow onto Ricky. Did not get force staffed by Fate Beyond out of that stun chain. And as we covered, no defensive tools really aside from that. Glimpse will send XXS away, but he's just playing zone control, getting that refresher over to Lina, and they will be like, you know what, XXS, your Rolling Thunders have been pretty good, so you can have a second one.
Yeah,
Give him the shard.
They don't really have the best refresher shard heroes, other than obviously the BKBs. Which
It's pretty decent on Lina, but I guess she can't support it yet with her item build. She doesn't have enough mana with the right click build.
Yeah, nowhere near.
So.
Maybe she had like a Shiva's or something. But now the MKB online for Ori, so even if the BKB is down, smoke screen, you can just kind of ignore it for the most part. In terms of just right-clicking at least. Tier 1 tower is dead now, so Aster flipping this game completely around. What does LGD need to do? High ground defense time?
They're going to be forced into that position more than likely, right? The problem is their lineup is largely built around playing from ahead, right? You have Primal Beast who wants to charge in and take command of the fight and then glimpse heroes back, but once you're on defense, your heroes don't have the same kind of team fight impact, right? It's a lot harder for Disruptor to find the place that he wants without using an offensive glimpse. And as we've seen time and time again, he's been struggling to even get to play his hero. Maybe in the base, and with the Axe, they can, okay, they're gonna sleep into the Storm.
Yep, Static Storm is there. Blink Strike as well, the BKBs, but Disruption buys a lot of time, and he's A-okay as Ori, he's gonna get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This looks like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster have come back with a vengeance. They were down big time early, but ever since the Blink Dagger came from XXS, as the GGs come out, it was just one-sided. Just a crazy game.
Isn't it kind of ironic how we're talking about how Ricky either snowballs or gets crushed, and in this game he did both?
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
He was really impressive when he wasn't in the fights, and then the instant he got the items to fight, looked really bad.
Yeah, I mean, credit primarily again here in this game to Aster, doing an amazing job on playing defense on their own high grounds. And you know, this is what Drow lineups can do. If Drow stays alive in the fight and she gets to play, and you have Alina just playing secondary artillery, they really needed XXS to play a standout game, so thankfully for them he did. I think if Pango in this game does not play at the absolute peak level, this could have very well snowballed out of control way faster, and LGD could have grabbed the W there. So Aster, they have a good history against LGD. We said, is it going to matter here on the stage? This is not how they beat them in DPC.
No.
This is not the type of game they've been playing, but it worked that time around.
Yeah, so LGD down, I mean, this is the second time today they've been down 0-1 to start a series. Will they be able to come back is the question. And will this be the next game, potentially final game for Faith Beyond? That's another storyline we can continue to keep track of. But with that, let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about game number 1.
Hello. Welcome back to the panel. Thank you, Synderen and Suns fan. Yes, I wouldn't say, what are we smiling at? Is someone...
Someone's pen just dropped on the floor.
Someone's pen. Is it yours, Lizard? Pick it up.
Get your pen.
Get your pen.
I'll get my pen.
We can't do...
There we go.
There we go.
We can't be professional analysts without pens. Yeah, a bit of a strange game, I guess, because it was PSG LGD. Looked really, really good coming out in the first kind of half of the game, you can say. But then Aster just took control.
Yeah, they did a really good job of it, actually, because they sort of understood that they couldn't take the fight to LGD. They had to punish LGD. When LGD are diving tier 2 bot, they are the ones punishing it. They are sitting on a high ground ward in their own triangle, baiting this bottom rune, which they get a really amazing arrow onto the Ember there and get a kill like that. It's all of sort of letting LGD come to them and make the mistakes.
Yeah, and you see from these highlights, just consistently, Aster put themselves in positions where they fight, like Sheepus mentioned, in the high ground near the tier 2. I think PSG, unfortunately, they kind of played their hands a little bit too far, where they put themselves in this position where they couldn't actually jump the Drow, jump this. And statistically, PSG, Arme, he has played 13 games of Ricky now, okay? all 3 of his losses, this is now being the 3rd, have been against Aster.
Really?
All 3, yeah. And he's only ever played Ricky against Chinese teams. So we've never seen Ame v any other region with Ricky. And he's lost every time against Aster now, 3 for 3.
You know why that's the case? Because Ricky was actually only viable for a short period of time last year during the EPC leagues. So it was never viable recently at big LAN events, right? If we even had many in the last years, right? Yeah.
Player I want to highlight here, you know, not just stats-wise, but it's XSS. Amazing on the Pango. You know, in the fight that you mentioned, Shipo, in their own triangle, he ended up interrupting a Primal Beast charge, you know, completely covering his team. He was just a nuisance at one point, and he ended up picking up a Crimson Guard, which is Lizard's favorite item.
It's not really my favorite item at all, as you know, right? But in a game versus Visage, historically it's been the item that you need to pick up. Sometimes it backfires because it still doesn't stop Visage. This time around, it definitely did.
Yeah, I love the itemization. I think items were a massive part of this game on both sides. So like Pango understands all he needs to do is be this front line for his team and stun people. So he builds the Crimson Guard, he builds the Shivas. He needs armor so he doesn't just die to the physical damage coming out from LGD. On the other side, LGD are not buying defensive items. They are ahead and they're getting greedy. Your Disruptor is rushing an Ags. Your Primal Beast is building a Halberd. You needed Force Staffs, mechs, something to delay the damage coming out from Aster, like a Lotus Orb even. Like when Visage died on that mid-tier 2 push, I think that was a massive turning point for the game.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate for Faith beyond that because like moments away from being able to use his shard. And yeah, as you mentioned, the Ags on the Disruptor, that's, sorry, on the, wait. Disruptor, I was correct.
You were right.
I did watch the game. The Ags on the Disruptor is great, but then you've got an SD backed up, you know, with Pichu. Yep. And even if they were trying to go, you know, and follow up that Disruptor, there were, you know, multi-shot coming in from Monet on the Drow. It was just, you know...
a lot of layers to defend on that.
The way they cover each other when they're falling back, you can't even use the glimpse any longer that effectively. Like the early game was all theirs. I thought that they would crush Aster. The way they came back off of what? Like Shiva's, Crimson, and a BKB on Drow. The moment they got those 3 items, it seemed they were seemingly unstoppable.
And it seemed like that their only kind of initiation was in a way, a Blink Pango. So at the beginning, it was really PSG, you know, it felt like they were just like, oh, we can attack you, but their defense just got stronger. So amazing play. We won't harp on about it. It's Aster that will be in prime position to move on to the finals weekend. But we have someone who's invaded the studio. Who let you in?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I not place an invitation?
Well, this place is really big. We get lost sometimes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is, you know, people think we're in Oslo, but this is actually an artist rendition of the Valve HQ as depicted by Reddit.
And we're so graciously invited to be here.
Yes.
And I would like to use this venue to play a game with you guys. Hit the music, please, because I've got a little bit of a quiz show for you fine panelists. That's right, you're always seeming so smart, but how smart are you when you don't have your notes with you? Please, pencils down, close the books.
Over there, boss. Don't worry.
You'd be surprised, I actually get smarter.
I'm gonna confiscate it anyway. And I want to play a game. I want to play a little quiz show. The rules are simple, friends, and you can play at home as well. 1 in chat for the first hero that I mentioned, 2 in chat for the second hero. I'm going to bring up a little question of averages over the course of this entire event, group stage and main event. And I want you to tell me which hero has the higher number. Are you ready?
No.
Perfect. Computer, load up the first simulation. It is going to be which of these 2 heroes has the higher death average? Is it Shadow Fiend, who everyone's been clowning on recently, or Sniper, famously one of the squishiest heroes in all of Dota? Sheepsticks, let's start with you.
Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend? Shadow Fiend. Lizard, which one you taking?
Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend, higher death average. T-Gov? Oh, you're really thinking. I see you pondering.
I'm trying to think. Shadow Fiend's losing recently, so it's kind of like, I feel like you're baiting us because you did that. So I'm going to go Sniper. I think you're going to be dishonest as a game host, and I'm going to try and get the 3 points.
Listen, I'm just playing to the public's appeal. James?
That one.
That one.
Oh, no.
Computer, reveal the correct answer of which hero has the highest death average. That is correct.
I was trying to
but you're not. You're not
Gave
smarter
him
than
way
me.
too much credit.
No, because
You tried, you
been
tried.
so bad recently.
But it was an obvious answer. Sniper has longer range.
All right, so that's a 0 for Tigo, a 1 for everybody else.
Play the system.
Don't worry, you have a chance for a comeback, T, because we have a second question. Computer, load up the second answer. It is tower damage per minute, my friends. Who do you think has a higher one? Lycan or Beastmaster? We'll start on the other side this time so you can't cheat off of everyone. James, which one are you taking?
I'm going to take Beastmaster.
You're taking Beastmaster. I like it. T-Gov. Crunch the numbers in your head. What do you think I'm doing here?
Bop, bippity bop, boop, boop, boop. We're gonna go with a let's go with Light.
Oh god!
No, it's not Beastmaster. I want to be like you.
Let him have it. Let him have it.
Lizard.
Look at the delta on that boy. Look at the pecs on that Beastmaster. How can you go against
Is he your
that?
Fitspiration?
He's my Fitspiration.
Is he your tower damage inspiration? You're taking him as well?
I'm taking him for sure.
Sheepsticked.
All right, let me lay it down here.
Lay it down.
Lycan, he has a shard and it sends dogs down lane, so I think it's Lycan.
Yeah.
Okay. Computer, load up the correct answer. Oh. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's okay. We have comeback mechanics in this game. You got one more question.
I did Beastmaster too.
Yeah,
Can I get a fist bump? Guys, I suggested.
It's in the eyes.
Hi, Lizard. We're on the same team. Can I get a thank?
I'm British.
James?
This isn't fair.
It's okay. One more question.
It's okay, it's just a game.
It's not just a game. It's life or death.
I mean, actually, the loser will be sacrificed into the volcano back there.
I like that rule addition. Can I get the last question, please? Which hero has the highest average stuns per second? Is it Kunkka or is it Mars? We'll start in the middle this time, T. Which one?
Mars. We don't really see Kunkka out anymore.
Lizard.
Gonna go with Mars as well.
I'm gonna go with Mars.
Does the time that your X marks count as a stun?
It does not.
Then
We're talking torrents and boats.
Mars.
Mars. James.
I'm just gonna be different because I am different. I am special. I'm gonna go with Kunkka.
And you're especially correct. Computer, load up the correct answer because Kunkka has a higher average stuns per second. My boy, let's go. Take a lap, James. Take a lap.
It doesn't matter until you win.
Victory. You've done very well, my friend.
Thank you.
And
you look very similar, by the way. Look at you and him.
Oh.
Well,
that little side pose there.
I don't really see the resemblance.
Well,
what do you mean?
Thank you very much,
My pleasure.
Tsunami, the host.
Thank you.
We have the players coming out very soon, so they'll be back on stage, and we'll bring them out for game 2. I enjoyed that. That was fun. Bit of energy.
That's
You enjoyed winning, right?
Yeah.
I loved it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The moment he wins.
But more important, yeah. I mean, I'm expecting a ring. I'm not going to give a speech, but, you know, Gaben, you know where I live.
You don't want a phone call. You know how it went last time.
You're not getting the ages.
Just a letter will be fine this time. Congratulating. Teams coming back out onto stage. Guys, you know, PSG, LGD, they've gone through a lower bracket. They've had a bigger run through the lower bracket. So to, lose here, obviously not what they want, but they are the team that can have those really good talks and actually go into game 2 and be like, okay, let's not do that, let's focus on this, and this is what our opponents are good at, which we mentioned was just positioning. The positioning is amazing on Asta.
Yeah, and that's going to be the talk that Zhao is going to be giving the guys, because PSG, they had the early lead, they just misplayed going into the territory of Asta, and in doing so, that gave them the turnaround. I think if you just tweak that a little bit in mentality and how you want to play, we should probably see the same scenario play out again.
Okay, but watching that game, honestly, I felt that PSG LGD should have won it, but Aster just played out of their mind. They outplayed them so many times in a row. I wouldn't harp on the draft. I wouldn't harp on any big strategical mistakes. It was just Aster playing really damn well. Ori on the mid lane, that Lina overperformed. The amount of LSAs that came in clutch, that Mirana arrow that you talked about in the river, it was set up by Ori. He's the one that used the LSA first on the Ember. And a couple of other things that he did, he usually feels like the true carry of the team if he's on the Lina.
We should bring up the Riki, though, I think, again, that Arme played, because the early fights that were going well were with Primal Beast, Ember, Disruptor, Visage, kind of, you know, skirmishing around the Dire jungle. PSG, LGD were looking great. And then by the time the Riki came into the fights with Arme, that was really when Aster were putting up their defenses and really well positioning. Would another carry have done something different in the late game?
Do you think it's the carry, sorry James, or the itemization perhaps that was early game oriented?
Again, yeah, like going back to my earlier point, James, you're so dumb. Don't ever speak again. I really just
sheep.
They just needed more defensive items, right? Like when
now crying, by the way.
Oh, good, as you should.
I just got so much confidence from winning a game show. I thought I'm going to throw in an opinion. Little did this host know.
He's only good at draft.
Yes, tell us about it. It's the items.
But I like the Riki, and I like how they worked around the Riki with like the Desolator on Ember Spirit, knowing that they were fully physical damage. I think everything kind of came together in their cohesion. It was just, yeah, when your Visage gets gone on mid, he needs that extra second. If you had built a mech on your support instead of these greedier items, then maybe he does survive and you're able to push your advantage. I think that is where they slipped. I was really happy with their draft overall, and I think they played it really well.
Yeah. And
until then.
To go back to James's question, though, at least a little bit, I stole it away. I'll answer it as well. Riki hasn't been picked, he hasn't been played, and that's for a reason, because you don't necessarily, well, you can't go for those late game items that you usually went for. Like a Battle Fury, Riki doesn't really feel that great. He even bought a ring and then like, yeah, maybe not, I'll go back to the Diffusal.
All right, well, it looks like we're ready for game 2. We will be doing the draft here at the panel. Let's get this on the way.
PSG LGD versus Team Aster. Game 2.
PSG LGD going into the draft. This could be Faith Bian's last game as Aster 1-0 up. Winning this will move them on to finals weekend. And the bands are going to be on the way.
A crucial game for PSG LGD, with Faith Bian being so close to retirement, but
yeah, we got Matu coming up next as well, who's probably watching this game. So there's a lot of, I think, fans just really, you know, hoping they just get to see more of some of their favorite players and people who have given Dota so much. But yes, into the picks and bans. I'll let you guys talk it out. Thank you, Tiga, Wizard, and Sheepo. Tell us what it's all about.
So looking at the bans real quick, what are the adaptations here? So Aster's first pick, they went for a Sven. They've first faced Sven before, but I don't believe they've actually first picked a Sven at all so far in the tournament.
A lot of stuns already coming from the two of them. Very simple. You have a Sven with the stun, you have a Lina with the stun, also very flexible. The Sven can be your position 1 or 5. We have actually seen him today already being played as a carry by the opposing team.
Yeah, I guess as well, it could also be you first pick a Sven knowing that Enigma's through the pool, so sure, they're going to go Enigma, but you've already covered yourself with this carry, secures their lane a little bit more, but...
Do you think that the Silencer needs to be banned out now, Sheepo? Because I have seen Faith Bian play Enigma, and I have seen him get countered and do absolutely nothing.
There's a lot of heroes that sort of counter the Enigma that's not Silencer, though, right? If we look at last game, even, the Pango, that's a hero that teams really like to pick. Yeah, you get the Basher, you swashbuckle into the black hole and it can cancel it that way. You have this Sven on Aster already, which they've been playing it as a 5 throughout this event for the most part. Usually it's in response to something, I think. But you know, like a Marcy. But this is coming out the gate without seeing anything. I kind of like it. I think it will help in the lane if they can pick an aggressive carry as well that can help clear the Eidolons in lane. Maybe they don't have to go super hard on countering it.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest fan overall of the first pick Sven.
Yep.
I like it, like you said, as a counter versus the SF, versus the minus armor strats, right? But yeah, it can work.
This is such a confident draft though from Aster. They enter it, they do the first pick Sven into Enigma, so they have they're preparing themselves. Then in the second phase, they ban out 3 carries that would pair well into a Sven, but also be a little bit of a nuisance to this mid laner. So they just entered the game going, this is our carry, this is our mid. Not often do you see teams draft like this. They keep it a bit more open. Exactly. Right? And this is where it's like, but these teams have done so many scrim games together, so many like tournament games together, that they're at like a level above all the other teams when drafting against each other.
Aster are considered, like they're winning, they're one game up from PSG LGD, but they are considered the regional slayers in a way that they always perform really great, really well versus their Chinese colleagues, but when they go to the international stage, maybe it's not that great. So if PSG LGD could choose one team to play against, probably wouldn't be Aster here. But do you think that Sven also might be, like you pick the Sven, then you ban out these heroes that are kind of good against him? Could it be a fake ban maybe?
Oh, you're saying 3 fake bans into a pot 5 Sven?
3 fake bans.
If they do that,
next level.
I've not said Giga Chad yet on panel, but they would happily fulfill that role if they were to do that. That'd be a first in draft at least.
Do you not think they're just good heroes against Lina more than the Sven? I mean, yeah, it's kind of like a double whammy, but the Lina doesn't like playing against these heroes that outrange her because that's her role, that's her idea.
They get the gyro. It's also very flexible.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing.
Could be gyro 5, could be gyro carry.
That's just fun. Aster draft's just fun. Like they're making sure that they have just laning pairings, right? Let's say it is going to be we've seen gyro support in EU. They have a Sven carry, stun with damage. If you flip it around, same lane, still the damage. So yeah, Aster just being a little bit more creative coming into this game too.
I actually think gyro started as a 5 in China as well, like a long time ago, like, during I think last year's season 1.
For speedrunning this draft.
They could be going back all the way to that, but yeah, TB.
I guess this is really nice, right? Because whether Gyro or Sven is your carry on Aster, Terrorblade is just a carry with immense armor and doesn't really care too much about either as well. Like Lina, I would like to see her this game IMIze towards that Ags build that we've seen some people go, like the Ether Lens, Ags, building that magic damage nuke with the shard and stuff as well.
It gives PSG just an insurance policy with their playstyle now, where they don't have to be the aggressors running into Aster's defense that they were amazing with in game 1. They can now sit back, push out lanes with Eidolons, go for cheap kills with Tiny Snap. Terrorblade will eventually just outscale the cores that we've seen so far in Aster. So this last pick needs to maybe put a little bit more pressure on that. So it's kind of PSG identifying why they lost game 1. They were the aggressors. Now let's just chill a bit. And this will now be Army playing the Terrorblade. This will now be his 86th Terrorblade game, tied with Arteezy at 4th most Terrorblade games.
I feel like if you ask any carry, what do you want to win the game alone? Most of them should or would answer TB. Like this is the ultimate carry, right? Like you have the illusions to always come back into the game if it goes wrong, and you are the ultimate carry overall.
I love the ban from Aster as well. It's like, guys, they're not going to run at us like they did in the previous game. All right, let's ban Zeus. Let's ban Zeus Puck. Like these are 2 mid heroes, nothing to say with play. That will just prolong the game and make Aster feel annoyed as each minute progresses.
Because this Gyro, I think this Gyro is a carry because the idea is that you max the flak in lane and you deal with the Eidolons in that way. So I'm imagining that he should have a pretty free lane in terms of not being harassed down by these Eidolons. You just make sure that you and your Sven are constantly using your spells on it so that Enigma never has a presence in lane. And then your Gyro just free farms the lane, goes into the jungle, free farms the jungle. I'd like to see some stacks getting built, and then you move him into the triangle. Mirana is a full support that's very easy for her to rotate into that triangle, stack the camp, and then come to the runes and then deal with that. So they have this lineup being very set to give Gyro this strong mid-game timing, so maybe they could outpace the TB in that regard a little bit.
So are we looking at some offlane that can actually deal with the Enigma Black Hole? No, they go with the Mars.
But yeah, so based off what Sheep said, just double check, Peach, you had played the Sven 5 before, and because you have the Lina mid, it does allow your carry to be more like of a semi-carry, like mixed damage style, because the Lina should be your insurance policy.
It's something that we saw in that last game as well. Drow perhaps was the ultimate carry there, but Lina did just as much work. And usually in Chinese region, Lina is the one that ends up carrying the game.
All right, James, what's the last hero?
I have no idea.
All right.
So it could be, I'd say,
you're looking for a mid.
Storm Spirit could be pretty good here, just because you eventually have the wave skipping if the game gets harder.
James, what mid do you think would be good?
Yeah.
That begins with S.
You think Silencer's going to get what?
No, we're giving room to steal T's point.
Oh, you mean,
I wanted to throw my prediction in quickly.
Yeah, Silencer's always good. You're right, Sheepo. Thank you. Thank you.
Silence, sure, and the Storm, right?
Yeah.
The Storm.
Storm is preferred.
Nice idea.
Nice idea, man.
Thank you, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, so any sort of a spirit that can play make, because they do have an offlane with a pretty significantly long cooldown in the black hole. Any sort of a spirit to just be able to rotate early on, because you can't really counter the Lina, right? That's one of the reasons why the hero is picked so early on in the game. There is nothing on mid lane that really crushes her.
Yeah, one of those heroes that just exists and perfectly scales into either magic damage or physical damage, whatever the game needs.
I really liked seeing GPK play Primal Beast. Oh no, it's banned. It got banned instantly. I'm sorry, guys. I'm blind.
Well, it's also beefy.
Yeah, it's something beefy versus Lina.
Yeah.
I just love how PSG is this team that they go from a game to game, and when they lose, they identify a problem, and the next game it's so clear what their thought process is and why game one was wrong.
It's a complete identity shift.
This
right?
is a complete shift, and I think that start of change will give PSG a better position to win this game than the previous one. But again, Aster, if they can play like above and beyond like they did in game one, then
one thing that I really like about PSG LGD's lineup is that even though they picked Enigma very early on, the black hole later on is uncontested. So if you do get to the super late game, it's not only about the TB, it's about Fate Beyond.
I just want to see Aster make an effort to invade the jungle where Enigma is. Like from the offlane, usually he takes the tower and then just plays in that area for the next 10 minutes. Just invade it, kill him. Don't let him have a free game. If his late game is uncontested, beat him in the early.
All right, and soon we'll be getting away for game number 2. Aster can go into the finals off this one, but PSG LGD can come back, and someone who's helping that maybe happen is Zhao 8, and we have an interview.
Thank you so much. Yes, Slacks here with Jin and Zhao 8 yet again. Are you getting bored of seeing me? You guys just keep surviving over and over again? How are you feeling? How are the boys? It's been a long day, a lot of stress. You still got the energy to win this game?
霸王就是你可能已经讨厌看到我们俩了，今天已经采访你好几次了，是不是看到我们都已经烦了呢？然后包括你们整体的状态怎么样？是否还有能量呢？
现在感觉挺好的吧，因为每次好像大家都要一起打最后一把，就是如果再输一把就淘汰了，可能会打得更好吧。
We're feeling pretty good because we're kind of used to playing elimination games now at this point, and just having our entire team on the line just makes us play better.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. They were very surprised by your draft last time. Now you have a kind of surprising draft, they do at least, with the gyrocopter and other things like that. Were you taken by surprise personally, or were you ready to roll on this one?
上一把你们选了一个比较出乎意料的一个阵容嘛，然后这把他们也算是选了一个比较冷门的一个直升机，然后就想问一下你对这个 BP 有什么看法？就是这个直升机对你来说算是比较意外的吗？
我觉得是意料之中，因为现在那个矮人直升飞机用来打谜团这个英雄就比较好用嘛，其实已经想到他们会选这个英雄。
It was expected because gyrocopter is considered sort of like a soft counter to Enigma now, so we kind of expected the counter pick in this case.
All right, well, it sounds like our game has started, so let's go ahead and throw it on to our casters, my friend. Get ready for game 2.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks. Game number 2 between PSG LGD and Aster, and just in time for us to pause the game. And Synderen, would you like to talk about Ricky a little bit here?
Yep. We're 60-minute items. We're 30 seconds before the horn, so any second now.
And what do you think of the drafts? Anything surprise you?
Yeah, so I think the panel kind of hit the nail on the head with LGD making quite a shift, right? So in the last game, I think their lineup was more mid-game momentum-centric with the Ricky carry. In this game, they're taking the approach that, okay, Aster are very good at playing defense. They're good at holding their triangle area. They're good at preventing us from taking full control of the game, even though we have a lead. So this time we're going to make sure that, well, if their Achilles heel is the early mid game, that they're going to fall behind against us. What if we just have amazing scaling? So instead of a Visage off lane, they now have the Enigma, and now they have a Terrorblade safe lane instead of the Ricky. So a lot stronger late game, I think, is fair to say in terms of the obvious scaling parts of it, but they haven't really compromised very much on their ability to skirmish and team fight, because they've taken the tiny support, they have a Snapfire 5, so both supports with stuns and team fight impact, and their mid hero this time, instead of the Ember, they've gone for the Kunkka here for nothing to say. So definitely covered their bases. At the same time, though, looking at Aster's lineup, it looks really solid to me. This is what again, I'm going to refer quite a lot to Tundra and Secret. They're the teams in the bracket final for a reason. This is the kind of style, not necessarily the exact heroes, but the style that they have been drafting a lot. So many strong pairings with stuns and skirmishing potential and team fight that I feel like Aster definitely have their bases covered as well.
Yeah, and I think we learned we probably learned this a long time ago, but Aster in the last game not rattled very easily. Obviously off to a bit of a rough start against a Ricky no less, which probably feels even worse than usual, right?
I mean, the stat that T-Gov gave was really interesting, that LGD are 10-3 with Ricky, and the 3 losses are against Aster. It's like literally the only team that they can't seem to beat with it. So, I mean, it's understandable that they like drafting it, but yeah, maybe it's a thorn in their side. Maybe if we get a game 3, they'll pick it again because they're like, it can't be. We can't beat this team.
Fool me once. Well, that would be number 4 then, in theory.
Yeah, third time wasn't the charm either, so you're kind of running out of sayings at this point.
4th time's a clover. Ame is playing a more traditional carry, as you said, in the Terrorblade, so we'll see how PSG LGD are able to try to withstand another 0-1 deficit in a series on the same day. I mean, we talked about the fact that obviously they have the willpower and the know-how to come back from situations like this, but at a certain point it's got to be exhausting doing that in the same day, surely.
I mean, it's a grand total of maximum 6 games. I feel like
it's less about the amount of games and more about
the intensity.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that, but I think these players, again, LGD are a very, very experienced squad that have been in positions like this before. Oh, actually, pretty good damage down bottom onto XXS.
He needs it there. First blood goes the way of Y.
Never even went for the spear, just held it and ends up getting killed. Y with the snapfire getting that first blood. Curious to see what he spends the gold on. I think Terrorblade sometimes would like to play with, let's say, a Basilius that you could buy. On a 5, when you get the first blood, it's very tempting to buy boots, but a lot of the time there's some sort of aura or whatever you can buy for your teammate that's really powerful. Maybe a buckler could be an interesting choice for a Y as well against that Mars. I guess Terrorblade isn't the best carry to benefit from it, so maybe Headdress would do more there. Looks like Y will buy neither and he will go boots. So that was a good monologue for no reason. He's gonna buy boots.
That's your career in a nutshell.
There they go. Yeah, it's a very good monologue.
Very nothing burger, as it were.
Okay, that's a bit toxic.
Sorry about that.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
Full of yourself?
But not really. But mid lane, Ori playing the Lina, and nothing to say on the Kunkka. How does this matchup typically go? Because normally Kunkka is like a bully against melee heroes, but it is Lina with the very nice attack range and a lot of spam.
I think this matchup has gone through different variations. I think there was a time that it was Kunkka favored, and then there was a time that it was clearly Lina favored, and I think now I would still give the edge to Lina. I just think maybe level 5 is where Kunkka can start taking more control with the Tidebringer. Also credit to Ori, he's done a very good job mid-dodging those Tidebringers. You know, is the way Kunkka usually beats ranged heroes, is by getting consistent Tidebringer hits in to get that win. And maybe there's also something to be said about this matchup in terms of the tower change that we got a while back, right? Where the tower gives regen and armor. I think that helps Lina more than it helps Kunkka here. Just getting that little bit of extra line of defense against Tidebringer spam. Ori will try here to see if he can get the bottom rune as Tiny ensures top, so no bounty for nothing to say, but he does have a full bottle and almost full health, so didn't lose out on too much value as he already X-marked TP to base.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one big value of having Kunkka in the mid lane, or Kunkka in the game in general. Able to TP out and just refill whoever. Just TP back as Baboka. Will be TPing himself as the Cookie, just a little bit late, as Ame in his meta form at the moment. But looking at the CS between him and the opposing team, 18-6 for Ame this time around. And Monet sitting at 19-12. So a lot of denies in Aster's safe lane.
Yeah, and Aster's lane in this case is just gonna float, right? They're not trying to kill with the lane they have. Gyro is maxing flat cannon. When you do that, your lane doesn't really kill. It's a 5 Sven. It's gonna offer 1 stun and 1 attack, so minimal damage. But what you're doing here is you're making life miserable for the Enigma to the extent that you can. He will find some denies, of course, Faith Beyond with the conversion, but Monet also doing a very good job finding the farm. TP's mid. GQ could go for a toss.
Careful, the toss back into the tower. Avalanche to follow. Nothing to say. Does have to be careful himself, though, as Jinq complete out of mana now. Everything on cooldown. Ori looks like he'll be fine. More TP's coming in, this time via Y. Interesting interaction there with the Cookie and the Stormhammer, but it leads to nobody actually dying. Although lots of damage being applied to Siamese Cat on the old Sven.
Yeah, that TP from Sven mid using Warcry immediately on Ori, giving the 6 armor, might have been the difference maker there for whether they could pursue that kill or not. And you can see both teams really putting so much emphasis on mid. This is effectively 6 heroes mid, minute 5. Both supports from each team made that rotation. That feels really nice, by the way, what just did there. Arrowing siege creeps.
For sure. You're going to see Avalanche in the top lane, but the toss back not within tower range, so Monet is going to be A-okay. But what are your thoughts on Sven as a support? Because we've seen a lot from other teams, like EG was running the crap out of this. Rip to them, obviously. But the amount of armor that you get from this hero, especially once you get the shard and it's just a passive entity, it's kind of unreal. Like when we were reading, like when the patch came out, we're like, is this a typo? Is that real?
It is pretty crazy. Sven's downside as a support obviously is that is pretty much it, right? He gives armor and he has 1 stun. His other 2 spells are pretty bad when you're playing support. So effectively you're compromising. You're like giving up the great cleave aspect entirely. Your ult can be sometimes somewhat useful, right? If you're like, maybe it can be the difference between a kill or not, but yeah, for the most part that's what you offer. So if armor is very good in the game, I think it's incredible, obviously. In this game, the armor component is very good against Terrorblade and Kunkka, but not so much about the rest, right? Snapfire, Tiny, and Enigma have a lot of pure and magical damage.
Yeah, they have a lot of mixed damage overall. Say TP's into the top lane. Gets the X off. Boat is coming as well. This is looking like a potential kill onto Monet. It's up a nice rocket barrage, but it matters not, as Jin-Q gets credit for the kill onto Monet. So 2-0 start here for LGD.
Good spell casting there. Wasted absolutely nothing, got full value out of Boat, full value out of the Torrent pull-up, and then the toss for the killing blow there, going the way of Jin-Q. Currently, quick buying energy booster for mana boots on Tiny. We've seen different builds. We've seen phase boots. We've seen Tranquil Soul Ring in the past. We've seen, I don't think we've really seen Dagger Rush this tournament on 4 Tinies. It's kind of hard to pull off after some of the economy changes that we've had. The energy booster here is definitely one of the more, it's one of the more expensive routes. Kind of costs the same as phase boots, but the idea of phase is that you buy it in smaller portion and...
Oh, Laguna Blade mid lane.
All right.
Y takes a tumble. So that's the first kill going the way of Aster in this game, and it's the solo for Ori. I mean, when you look at the net worth discrepancy between him and Nothing to Say, it was relatively even, and that kill gives them a little extra boost now.
Yep.
Nothing to Say looking for this room, but it's going to be Ori's to take. It's only an illusion, though. And Jin-Q, I mean, that's the power of the Tiny. The toss back into the tower, we've seen it a couple times, but not seeing that much core Tiny as much. I mean, we see the Agnum Scepter occasionally on the...
Yeah.
What position is that? Is it the 3?
I mean, if Kataomi is playing it, it's a 4 item.
True.
But most of the time, I would say mid-Tiny is the one to buy Ags more than the others in this tournament. Yeah, I guess the team playing the most core Tiny has probably been Thunder Awaken. So they play it on every...
Looking for the X, but not going to find it on XXS, which is what their target they would have wanted it to be. Instead, it's going to be Baboka. Can he time it? No. So it leads to a kill. And Nothing to Say. Relatively happy with the TP, but obviously the Mars would have been the real prize there. Sure.
Just to do a natural rotation here, though, now that he's bottom, he can farm the wave and the other heroes can just move off. Terrorblade more than happy to go into the jungle. Now Y is going to find that ward and Cookie away. Let's not get arena trapped and killed. I think there was a potential kill there from XXS, but would have been, maybe not. 7 sticks and a Fairy Fire and Snap, and she's a strength hero, so probably not enough in the tank there, and would have needed 1 hero on backup, so didn't go for it. Thanks to the right call.
We haven't talked about Faith Beyond too much this game, but on the Enigma, how good of an Enigma game is this? Because in the interview they were saying that Gyro feels like a bit of a soft counter of sorts, but a lot of that is timing based, and obviously BKB is going to essentially nullify, depending on the timing, I suppose. But
yeah, so Gyro's strength against this hero comes from Flat Cannon killing Eidolons in lane. Some of the other heroes that can also kill Eidolons don't have the luxury that Gyro does of having insane reach while doing it. Like, let's say you're comparing it to a hero like maybe Monkey King with a Boundless Strike or whatever. Sure, it has the reach, but it doesn't one-shot them. But a full Flat Cannon volley will get the job done. What Enigma usually does to try to counteract it is he buys an early buckler and tries to tank up. But that stage is kind of over, and I think that's the soft counterpart kind of done, unless you want to consider side gunner while you're black hold.
Oh yeah, that's
also, it actually matters when you have Satanic and stuff later. If you do pop your Satanic before you get black hold and the side gunner is healing you up, it can be a difference maker between life or death. But I wouldn't say, I think soft counter is a pretty good way of explaining it for that reason. It's not like later on that, oh, we have Gyro, we're not worried about Enigma. I think this is a really good Enigma game later.
Yeah, I was going to say, like later on, what do they do?
They have to kill him from range with mainly the Lina, I guess, is an option. if he gets BKB Black Hole off on the gyro, I think damage is lacking on Aster's side to really deal with him. And he's not the only problem. Like, let's say you do kill him off, you still have to worry about the Terrorblade and the Kunkka in the fight.
The X with the boat coming, TP's coming for Ori. Boat's gonna connect though, toss on top of the cookie, and Ori looks like he's gonna live through this, and now comes the arena from XXX. Great rotation as Y is gonna take the first damage here, and it looks like the Tiny will be next. Double kill for Baboka. Extremely good TP coordination here from Aster, and they might even take the tier 1 tower on top.
There is a glyph though and no siege creep. I think Kunkka is gonna be able to stall this out perhaps. Xing himself, pulling himself back.
Interesting. Just making sure it works. Yep, makes sense.
Yep, it is a functional X mark. Oh, looks like you're right. There's nobody rotated. Now they're teething in.
It's too late for the tower, and yeah, Jin Q not really going to provide too much.
I guess if Faith Beyond had a point in Midnight Pulse, he would have maybe TP'd, but he offers like nothing for that defense with this build, right? They can't really do anything. And TP in and convert what exactly? You're just putting yourself at risk of dying. No Black Hole play available there, so. Really nice punish from Aster there in the mid. I thought they were going to get that Lina kill for sure, but felt like the spell casting from LGD was not completely perfect that time around, and it really dragged out. And that meant Mars could connect and get the two counter kills instead. Now 1k lead for Aster. All three of their cores very happy, by the way, in this game, which is the recipe for success a lot of the time in this patch, is having all three cores on board. A lot of the time when you see two cores faring very well at the expense of the third, I don't think that's as good as it used to be.
Right, like Faith Beyond is lagging a bit behind
a bit. It's not terrible, but absolutely on the lower end.
A lot of Eidolons to form up here as
just giving them over here to Baboka, essentially.
Yeah, why not? Just hit back into the mid lane. Does have his
he's baiting.
Ori.
He was baiting it for
Shadow.
Nothing to say, but quick enough to leap away there.
They could try to re-aggress here, potentially. Especially with that haste rune in tow, but Ori looking for a potential snipe here on the other side of the river, but he's going to go into the enemy triangle.
His mana is really low, though.
Yeah, that is the issue. He does have the Arcane Ring. We'll be popping the haste anyway. And that's one of those, just looking for support maybe, because you're so close to your BKB at this point, you don't really risk it.
Yeah.
Just a couple hundred away now for him.
And if nothing else, you gather information, right? You check, is there stacks? Or am I fortunate that Terrorblade's farming on half health maybe, or something like that, but not the case. It's not really a big expense compared to the information that he got. Bottom lane.
2k lead for Aster, so it's growing slowly as Monet is taking out some ancient stacks now. He is 1,500 away from Aghanim's Scepter. And what do people typically go after an Ags these days on the gyros? They hold that Thought, the Spear coming in. The boat not going to connect as a result. Arrow connects on top. LSA and the Laguna Blade, but Nothing to Say is still alive. That Rum is very powerful indeed. The Starstorm coming, he's still staying alive, finally drops after seemingly forever, and Ori limping away with just a sliver of HP, still the BKB available, but looks like he's going to be fine. His Faith Beyond obviously not with any kind of mobility as of yet, so Ori just getting protected here by Siamese Cat.
What a good save for Aster to get Lina out of that situation. That looked very dangerous, but they managed to reset and trade 1-for-1, losing Kunkka for the Mirana. I think Aster are happy with that. So you're going to see the replay here. Gets that spear connection onto the tree. Boat going out here, obviously crucial for Nothing to Say even having a chance here. He would have been dead twice over almost there. All right, it's not that good, but he would have been dead. Very dead, Shannon.
Yep.
LGD fight back immediately. They go and push out mid.
Yeah, Jin Q, he's going to be taking most of the damage here. The tier 1 tower is going to fall, but it's at the trade of Jin Q.
Middle tower has fallen.
Aster, I don't even know who that benefits. I mean,
you're happy with that as LGD.
Pretty poor, I guess.
You want to get that tower. The fact that they could just run down there and get that done is a really... It looks easy. I think that's a pretty difficult play call to make. There's nothing obvious about that. You don't have the siege creep. The enemy team, sure, they don't have Arena and the Lina BKB, but they still have a pretty strong defensive lineup. You can get like arrowed from the flank. You can get caught by a Mars Blink Spear. Yeah, but they do make the right read there that it is playable there.
Got the X boat combo again. Moonlight Shadow though. Torrent does connect. Are they doing this invisibly? No, they have the sentry there.
Great play.
A good pick off. Kind of punish there for PSG LGD, but while this is happening, Monet was continuing to take out Ancients, and he is 3 gold from the Ags.
Yeah, so you ask what you get after this. Sometimes you get Daedalus, sometimes you get BKB. In rare cases, I think Maelstrom has been the thing. Against Terrorblade, I think Maelstrom is an interesting idea because
that used to be the old school Maelstrom in the Ags or vice versa.
Yeah,
pretty much every game.
Because he has so much armor, right? That you get a lot of value out of having your side gunner proc Maelstrom instead for the magic damage component. But I feel like BKB is probably the right choice. Is also what he's covering here. He needs to be able to fight at that time of the game.
Top tower
Gyro is a very susceptible carry when he doesn't have BKB, and when he does have
this is going to be an easy setup for XXS and company, and going to give the kill to Monet. Like, all right, I'm done farming for a bit now. Looks like BKB is next on the menu for him to answer our question. But I mean, after that, you likely will go some sort of hard damage and then lifesteal with the Satanic.
Yeah, I guess when you go the BKB route, you probably don't go back for a Maelstrom, right? Even against Terrorblade, I think we're probably going to see, because you can try. I think a mistake that a lot of players make is that they think too much about the carry versus carry matchup and how they itemize. I think a lot of the time it's better to just itemize against the enemy team in general, right? And then someone else is going to help you win the Terrorblade battle, whether it's Lina with the magic damage, all the stuns you have, kiting, his BKB, whatever it is.
Well, they're being scanned in the pit, so Aster knows, but it's too late. Ame with the Aegis, a very early sneak here for PSG LGD.
I say 17 minutes in. That is very early, yeah. So I'll be feeling good about that. Jinkyu back to bottom again. We'll be closing in on an eventual Blink Dagger, considering he's died 3 times and had a couple of rough ones. This is still a pretty acceptable timing, sub 20 with mana boots.
What kind of an Aegis does this need to be for PSG LGD? Like, do they need to get some outer towers? Is this just to buy enough time for Ame to farm a little bit more? Are they looking for some fighting?
Tier 2 is possible with this. I guess you wait for Sanjin Yasha to be completed.
I mean, once you start waiting for these items, then Monet is going to be getting closer to his BKB, and he'll be probably okay to fight as well.
Wait, what item is Ame actually buying? He's buying like every item. He has half a pike, half a manta, half a Sanjin Yasha.
Is the manta recipe not on the way, I guess?
I don't think so. I mean, then he wouldn't be still having the Sanjin in his quick buy, right?
Yeah.
I guess he does commit for the Sanjin Yasha, and then he's going to turn the ultimate orb into Scotty, which is fine. Okay. But usually when you go this, you would see the Sanjin Yasha before the ultimate orb, right? I think it looks like he kind of changed his mind halfway.
Yeah.
And wants that status resistance coverage for perhaps, again,
they do have a lot of stuns.
They do. Which is where many players would go BKB, right? But he does have some protection. He has Cookie, he has the Ghost Ship, and defensive toss. So there are ways of getting him out of trouble if it does happen. Can you toss out of Arena now anymore? You remember there was that patch where Arena got, like, you can't get out with the same escapes that you used to, like jumping out of it. Yeah. I don't know if you escape with toss, actually. I'm gonna say you.
I would say yes, but
it might just be my old. My old interpretation of it, or my memories telling me that it works, and maybe it doesn't anymore. That is, we might see that play later and learn something new.
Siamese Cat, if he would tank this gank, I think Aster would be very fine with this exchange. He's gonna have to use the War Cry. X coming out though. Avalanche not really gonna connect, but still, this is for a support Sven. Spear coming out, does connect onto Jin Q in the meantime. Wraith Pact is popped as Monet. Looks like they're going to get the kill onto Jin Q first. And now a nice Arena coming out. Do they have the follow-up? Black Hole is used only on the Mars for now, but the right clicks from Ori are starting to do a fierce amount of damage. Nothing to say, has to BKB TP. He doesn't even want to bother finishing up the support Sven. Now Ame being chased, homing missile on the way, but the buyback from Snapfire. Looks like that'll be enough for Aster to retreat, but
great fight for them.
Absolutely.
They get the Sven caught out, but he doesn't even die. Like, I think the Avalanche was too short range there from Jinkyu. They got the X mark off, but again, the spellcasting from LGD leaves a little bit to be desired, so you're going to see it here. He finds the X mark now out of the Torrent vision, but Avalanche completely wasted. They then pull him into the boat, and now they're going to just toss a creep onto him instead of tossing the Sven back.
Yeah.
And Jinkyu dies anyway, so
and even by the end of it, they never got the Sven.
Yeah, he just ended up not dying and getting Warcry value out. The Black Hole, not great either, as you said, only catches the Mars, and he already has the Arena out. Terrorblade without BKB can't really go and deal damage to the Black Hole target. Just overall, a bit of a mess there from LGD and Aster. Great counterplay.
We have the Avatos, and will they? Okay.
This time
Siamese Cat dies. It's just about a minute later than anticipated.
His first death of the game on 5 Sven, 20 minutes in.
That is impressive.
Feels pretty good.
Yeah.
That is.
We will say, I asked you what kind of ages this was going to be for Ame. It has been the not very good kind.
Oh, he went.
I mean, at the very least, you take it away from Aster, but I don't think they were going to go for a Roche that early anyway. So no true value coming out.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if he didn't have Aegis, maybe they would focus him down in that fight and they would just ignore him like they kind of were.
Yeah, potentially. I also just think naturally the way the fight developed, he wasn't ever really a target with how the arena was used, with how the Lina spells were used to begin with. But yeah, he does complete the Skadi, so he went away from the Sanjin Yasha, but he still has it in quick buy, and now he changed his quick buy to BKB. So I feel like over the last 5 minutes, Ame has had the items he's had in quick buy is what a lot of players farm in the entire game. He has only bought some of them. Obviously, if he had bought all of the items in quick buy, they would probably be 10k gold ahead. So BKB will be the one. He's going to keep the casual Yasha and finish the Skadi, and then very curious what he considers after. And I like the BKB choice because I think you have to have a way of accessing this arena, right? Like, it's part of the reason Aster are picking the Mars into this game is to deal with that Terrorblade. I think Ame's just struggling. He's having trouble finding impact in the fights, really.
Oh, this is pretty scary for PSG LGD. Aster now smoking up. They have 2 fresh BKBs on their cores.
Yep.
And if they get the jump, this could be just adding insult to injury for PSG LGD, who are down 1-0 in this best-of-3 lower bracket.
Dire are
But
scanning.
you can see their spidey senses are tingling. They're grouping up in their own triangle, and looks like they'll dodge most of it here. Low vision now, yeah. Faith Beyond might take the brunt here. Arrow coming, not even needed. But counter initiation, Jinkyu gets a nice toss up, but that's the BKB from Monet used defensively. Buyback down to Faith Beyond. Doesn't have any way to get inside the battle easily though. Oh, nothing to say, jumps really deep in. Pops the BKB for
he's
himself.
just diving him.
Absolutely, he wants to fight. Gets off the Torn as well as the ship. Trying to focus down Monet. He's going to be close. He's getting very low. Still the focus continues, but nothing stays. Also taking all the damage. He's out so far, and he's dead. And Faith Beyond, he dies as well. That's a dieback for him. Now the toss back from Jinkyu. Can they get the Lina? Ori, they need to get something out of this. Little Shredder is enough. It's going to cost Y his life, but certainly worth it. But now Ame, he's only here with Jinkyu. And they do enough to take him out here. He's trying to get kited here, but there's the Avatos from Jinkyu. Spear out. Ame with a sliver of HP. They find the gyro finally as XXS has to BKB teleport away. So PSG LGD gets something out of it eventually, but my goodness, it cost a lot.
I think Ame was actually counting on sundering the Terrorblade sundering the Mars during that. XXS had his BKB at the end of the fight. He kept it the whole way, and when Ame was about to sunder, he pops the BKB, and I think that's just panic mode, but he still manages to get the gyro. So we're going to see the way this all started out, this easy, clean kill. There will be a quick response here. That toss onto gyro looks promising, but the Terrorblade Skadi not enough to pursue and lock down Monet. He's still very, very tanky on that gyro. 20 base armor, has a lot of health from his item buildup. And then this honestly from nothing to say. I was like, I thought this was amazing that he even goes for this, and I thought it was going to work with the Snapfire ult.
It was close, yeah.
But not quite enough in the tank. And again, the great defensive arena there from XXS prevented them from completing and finishing the job there. They do get him in the end, but not the way they would have imagined. But when all said and done, and it is actually a win for LGD overall. Despite buying back Enigma, they claw back some of that net worth advantage that Aster had. The kill on gyro was just that big
Dire's structures are fortified.
that they end up finding here.
And fortifications pop for the tier 2 bot, but looks like Aster is likely to get this for free once this wave connects.
I wonder what they're going to do now, because you can chill a little bit as Aster and start working up some more damage on your gyro. Obviously, he was very survivable that last fight. His damage is nothing to write home about right now. When you go Axe, BKB, Falcon Blade, you have so much net worth, but so little physical damage. And now he's going to build into that Daedalus, which is pretty standard. Despite playing against Terrorblade, who has a bajillion armor, you still buy it to kill the rest of his team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe you get the Crystallis, and then you start looking at contesting Roche, because that will be the next point of contention in the game. Minute and a half away. Players obviously do not know this, but it's pretty close to the max spawn time, so they kind of do know that that will be the very latest that they have to be ready.
Radiant are scanning.
Ame now with the BKB on Terrorblade. It's working on Silver Edge. Can break, kill off the Mars pretty quickly if he gets stunned by something. Does it break Side Gunner? Actually, don't remember this.
That's a good question.
If it does.
I'm going to say no, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like we knew this before. We've talked about this, but you know, we don't listen to each other. So
no. So the thing about Dota is that there's things that you take for granted and you remember because they were a specific way for either for a very long time or for a specific time that you remember very clearly. And then there's like since that time, there's been 3 or 4 patches that just affect different heroes in different ways, and it's very hard to remember everything and keep the
I mean, this conversation is a great example. I will not remember this even by tomorrow, most likely. The tier 2 tower now.
What did you have for breakfast?
Omelet.
Okay. You don't even remember, I bet.
I don't actually.
Oh, there you go.
That's part of getting old. There's Monet
tower
now
trade.
Enemy triangle, trades of towers. But obviously the tier 2 top, very important to help gain a little bit of extra control for the Roche pit.
It's going to force them back here. This Roche takes... Okay. First of all, it's not up, but even if it was, they kind of have to come back. Okay, Glyph will do for now. So maybe nobody rotates back. They keep this iron grip on the...
bottom tower
on this stronghold in the Radiant top side of the jungle, but obviously very important area to control for that Roche.
Big God strength from the position 5, Sven, into the pit they go. Roche already at half HP, and you can see in the mini-map, PSGLG not remotely close, but yeah, they're not going to get here in time. So that's Aegis and Shard, the way of Aster. And Monet, he gets the Shard himself. Interesting.
Really thought that... I thought that LGD were going to be more successful with this bottom push from Terrorblade and bait at least 1 TP back, but Aster keep their cool. They don't fall for it. They lose half a tier 3, but well worth it for that Roche. They made the conscious call of, okay, if they don't commit really hard, we can let them have a bit of chip damage there. As long as we stand strong here, we know Roche is about to spawn, and that's a bigger objective. I think if they were given the choice, they would still have lost the entire tower for this. Like, this is just too important to have this Aegis right now, even if you open up a laned potential Terrorblade push. Guess what? You just start playing this side of the map, and it doesn't really matter whether this tower is there or not. You just keep pushing out bottom, controlling that now that there's no Roche spread.
They want to get aggressive. They want to use this Aegis in full form. Monet did take the Shard, and I looked, and it's because a couple of his teammates already have Shards purchased.
Yep.
As he's going to run right into Y, and Y's like, oh boy, I'm dead. Sorry, guys. Outpost, they had it for about 6 seconds total.
Well, they did have it at minute 28, right?
True.
So, very good.
Very good.
Double damage denied here. The way more important thing that happened on the map. Arguably more important than Snappfire's death, to be honest.
That's really sad.
Denying that double damage away from Aster with an illusion. If that goes on the gyro in a bottle, stuff could get really, really scary. Because even if he's Black Hole, the side gunner is still running, and a double damage side gunner gyro hits really hard. So, don't have to worry about that, but yeah, interesting they gave the shot over to the gyro. What were the alternative choices? You could have given it to Lina or Mirana, right? They're the 2 others that don't have it. So the Mirana one has not exactly been very favored.
No.
And the Lina one, the Fiery Soul, you're playing right click, so again, maybe not. I mean, it's damage, right? But it's only on your spells. So.
I'm not sure how strong that one is. I really, hard to gauge, honestly.
The gyro one's pretty nice.
Gyro one's pretty good. Obviously, we see it a lot as support gyros, not on position 1, but if it's free, it's free.
Meta pop just to defend.
Jin-Q trying to get up the toss combo, not able to find it though, as the Moonlight Shadow gives them cover. And Aster can just reset and wait for the meta if they want, or they can just have the high ground control right now.
You see this Ops ward that they snuck up here from PSG down on the lower half is not in range of Sentry, but the better ward's still on Aster's side. They have the one on the high ground, so they have very good information in the area, and LGD know this, and they're not willing to pursue. And like you said, wait out the meta. What are you going to do next? I think Ame was really, really hoping for a fight to break out there. He was in a great defensive position in the tree line, but Xingqiu was not able to find anyone for him to start on. And Aster
starting to get pretty scary for PSG LGD, Cinderin. Elimination match again, 2nd time today.
Yep.
And we obviously know the storyline behind Faith Beyond saying he will not be playing again after this tournament. Of course, we'll see if that ends up being true. I think take the over-under on that in terms of pros that have said they're retiring.
Yeah, we have the good old meme of Chinese retirement, right? I think there's a... the ratio of actual retirement there from Dota is probably lower than in other regions where people say they're retiring, where more times they have actually stayed retired, but the track record in general, nobody really leaves Dota, right?
One way or the other, for sure. And of course,
maybe he means when he's done with the tournament, he will retire from the tournament and go home.
That is possible. But his English is actually really good now, so...
It's pretty good media bait, though. That's it. He's got so good English now that he,
Yeah, the clickbait is just built in now. Monet still with a minute and a half on the Aegis. Cookie's not going to hit. And obviously they have really good map control and 8K lead, which isn't insurmountable by any means. I mean, it's 31 minutes in, so definitely a way to come back for PSG-LG. And obviously when you see an Enigma, that is the hero you look at for late game. Faithbeyond has the Blink Dagger, just no BKB yet. But once he gets the BKB, what do you do against it if you're able to get a good black hole BKB?
Just don't get black hole.
That's it?
Yeah.
You don't go for like some weird basher build on Gyro or something?
I mean, it is a possibility, but Side Gunner is reliable in the sense that it always attacks the farthest unit away, right? So if Enigma is close to you and black holing you, he's probably not going to be the target that you get the Side Gunner bash on, right?
True.
So it's not really going to work, I think. Yeah. Like, traditionally, in some games, you would go like, oh, hang on, that's no time for that.
Have a toss from Jin-Q. Monet already at half HP, but he's certainly fine for now. He's going to get torrented. Controlled a bit. Trying to reset, though. XXS getting kited by Ame, but Monet wants to go really deep. He just wants to use his Aegis. Please kill me. 10 seconds left. There's the black hole from Faithbeyond, only on one, but it's a very important one in Ori, who dies inside BKB. The right clicks are there from Ame. That's a double kill for him. And the arena comes out. Nice spear as well. Trying to focus down Ame before he can get the Sunder off. He gets tossed away. It's not going to be enough, though. Double kill from Monet as he is just demolishing PSG LGD with his Aghanim Scepter and right click build.
They were literally playing volleyball with it terribly. They cookied him in, and then they tossed him out, and he couldn't control himself.
Volleyball with the demon, huh?
I mean, I think they were hoping to get that cookie at a different angle, but Ame was facing forward. He gets cookie tossed into the wall of the arena, and then they try to toss him back the other way. Also goes wrong. Never gets it off. That looked very promising for LGD as soon as Ame stopped going on the gyro. There was a very clear play call. Guys, the Aegis is expiring in 10 seconds. Don't kill him. And then they try to snapfire ult him after. But what Monet does there is great. He BKBs immediately when the Aegis runs out. So the regen keeps ticking in instead of taking damage from that snapfire ult. And it gives him the resources to take this fight. So pay attention here. He's going to go in. And now the call's made. Wait, why don't we just not kill him here? So Ame's just going to move over, start killing the Lina, which is definitely a better target here against the Mirana as well. And now you're going to see the Aegis pop here. And as soon as the snapfire comes out, BKB now from on. Actually, he's dodging it in the start.
He dodged it.
He dodged the first 2 or 3 globs there from Y, and then BKB comes in with full health, full mana, gets these kills, and yeah. Ame.
So close.
Ame has not spent a lot of his time being a ball. He has mainly played Dota, so didn't really know what to do in that instance.
I don't know how to segue out of that. I'm just going to start casting the game normally and pretend you didn't say it. 12K lead for Aster now. Next Roche, we won't know for another minute 20. And, I mean, that second Roche, obviously very important. It doubled the lead, essentially, I believe, for Aster. And it's continuing to grow here. But that third one, every next Roche is more important than the last, it seems. It could have the Ags or the Refresher Shard, which both would be very good for Aster in this case.
I find it really fascinating how just looking at Ame's quick buy during this game kind of tells the story of his whole thought process, right? He's gone through so many different items before he's made his decision. Now he was eyeing up the MKB to deal with Gyro, but now he's opting up, settling for a Silver Edge so he gets critical strike and gets the break for Mars, who's turning out to be a really big problem for him as well. Like, it's just a lot of issues that Terrorblade needs to solve in this game. And I think a lot of people can kind of empathize with this position when they're playing carry in a game where you're behind. It feels like every item purchase you make is so important, and you feel like all of them are not the right one, right? Like, eventually you just have to pick one and go with it, and it will be the Silver Edge here, and this has to pay off in a big way. Obviously, we didn't get to cover it, but Gyro with the Butterfly was very tanky in that last engagement. They have no True Strike for him yet, with Terrorblade going this route, and even eyeing up Satanic as his next choice currently. Ame might never buy True Strike against him.
Well, we'll see how the next fight goes and see if he changes his mind. As Monet is 3,700 into a Satanic. And actually, I didn't even realize he didn't bother finishing the Daedalus. It's just a casual Crystallis. He went for Butterfly after it.
That order, I think, was really a cool choice in this game instead of finishing the Daedalus. He will get it eventually, but the Satanic is a little bit more surprising.
Siamese Cat runs into Y. There's the arena, #1 from XXS because he has the Refresher Orb. As they're going to delete Jin-Q to start this fight.
and they find the Snapfire as well. So 2 very important supports down for PSG LGD. Ame, he's waiting in the wings, but they see him thanks to the Sentry. There's the Refresher Orb. Has the Arena, but doesn't want to use it because of the BKB. They're actually kiting him pretty well. Feels like a wasted BKB from Ame in the end. But there's the Arena, not quite in range, but nothing to say. Forced to pop his BKB.
Look out for the black hole here!
Much, but there's the tidal wave. Bring Monet into the black hole. Are you serious? What a combo! And Monet trying to right-click a bit, but his right-click from Ame are too much. Double kill for Ame, but Ori going to town on Faith Beyond. Ends up being a 3-for-1, but now the buybacks onto Siamese Cat. Ame has to try to reset. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. Ultra kill Ori and into the Roche Pit, which doesn't have anybody in it for the next 10 seconds.
Gyro's the carry?
Wow.
I think Lina's the carry.
Wow, that tidal wave was disgusting. But it didn't matter.
Wow, what an insane fight. I think LGD's choice there, they lose both supports and they still stick around and choose to take that fight with the buyback on Tiny and Enigma waiting off to the side. I love the way Aster approached that. Sure, in the end you do get the 2-man black hole, but they really had to work for it. And Lina had a totally free fight because of how much of a threat the other heroes were posing. That he just ends up cleaning house. Ori now with his back-to-back Lina games has really made work with this hero, and this will be the first lane of Barracks most likely. Unless this Snapfire can.
Mortimer's kisses.
Maybe
looks like Siamese Cat. He's burning, but got the
good glimmer.
Cry to get away. Satanic now online for Ori.
You know, this kind of reminds me of the quiz you get in the game when you're queuing. It's like, which hero won a game 2 hours ago with this build?
Right.
And you see Brown Boots, Glimmer Cape, Drum, and you see that 2 years ago, and the answer is Sven. You're like, which bracket was that? You know?
I mean, it could have been position 1.
That's
just went
pro
really
Sven
wrong.
right now.
And we're going to see a replay of what happened. But XXS with some great plays, obviously taking out the support right away. The fact that he didn't use the Arena because of the BKB from Ame here very shortly. You can see he's just waiting there, waiting to start the fight. And then shortly, I believe we're going to see the tidal wave, which I'm trying to remember if the black hole was up already when he tidal wave. We'll see.
So there's the ghost ship.
There's the tidal
wave up to there instantly.
That was, oh man, that was nice.
Ame's even
pretty big on Monet, but they still were able to recover. Is now Aster into the pit, and Roche number 3 with Aghanim Scepter. Who the hell takes this action? Now that I look at it, it's a little awkward. Maybe the Mirana, Mars Bulwark. Lina is for the piercing. Oh no, it's a new one.
Lina's is pretty good.
Flame Cloak.
I think Flame Cloak's nice. Wait, who did?
My pet.
Where are they going into? All right, Gyro wants to hold it for now. I mean, why not? Why not have 2 eggs?
Under attack.
You're gonna pass it over or what?
Is he holding it?
He's still holding it, right?
Are you sure that's not the one he bought?
Am I tripping? Wait, where is it?
Mirana. There we go.
They gave it to Mirana over Lina.
I mean, maybe they just don't know what the Flame Cloak does, because I don't, if I'm being honest. But Sacred Arrow, able to proc the Starstorm. I mean, it's a good axe for sure.
Even if you're playing physical Lina, I think just the flying movement is amazing, right? Like, in these chasing sequences, I feel like Flame Cloak is just great. Magic Resist is nice. Like, there's just so much value.
I mean, it does increase your net worth, right?
Sure, I don't think that's the consideration here. But I don't know. I kind of disagree with giving it to the Mirana over Lina, though. But at the end of the day, they're in such a commanding position that it might be fine regardless. I just wonder what the reasoning was here.
Are scanning.
Of giving it to the Mirana. That's why I was looking at the Gyro, because I was like, who else would have it, right? He already has his, so he was carrying on. I was like, oh, did he?
It's definitely an awkward Ags game. This is one of the few instances where Refresher Shard would have been objectively better, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think Refresher could have been better. I mean, at the same time, though, Mars has the orb, and he's the guy you would probably get it on.
And now it shares the cooldown, right? Or what was that change again? Refresher
orb? It's just Refresher doesn't refresh in the backpack, right?
I thought there was something in addition.
And it shares cooldown with Shard. You're right. Yeah, you can't use them back to back.
There you go.
Yep.
Making me doubt myself.
Yep.
28k lead here for Aster.
Faith Beyond has a BKB now, minute 40.
Yes, the black hole is available.
Is it too little too late, though? And with Satanic on Gyro, as we talked about, as long as you pop that before you get black holed, you're very likely to survive it.
Well, there's the MKB.
So True Strike available for Ame.
Okay, so he does go that route after all instead of Satanic. I agree with this choice. I think he has to. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
To have to buy that here.
Not having lifesteal is kind of a big deal. It kind of makes you rely on your teammates and Sunder, which Aster's been doing a really good job of positioning to avoid the Sunder once the stun durations are over. So it's not been very easy for Ame at all.
He is effectively rendering Mone's neutral item kind of useless.
Well, they made Faith Beyond use his Blink Dagger already, as there's the first arena, and trying to save his teammate was Jin Q, but he's just going to die instead, and that's 2 dead with no buyback. Aster in a 5v3 commanding position in this game number 2. Faith Beyond going for the BKB Black Hole. It's just on Ori, still pretty damn good kill, but he does have buyback. Monet, he's trying to go to town with the Satanic, he's able to take out Faith Beyond in turn. Ame gets the Sunder out at the last moment, but now he's completely surrounded, pinned to the barracks, and he's dead! 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI-11.
Yeah, they were just better this game, right?
Oh yeah.
There's no need to dance around it. They were literally just better. The lanes went exceptionally well. Their fight selection was better. Their team fight execution was better. You know, Aster did come from the upper bracket and drop down here, whereas LGD dropped down earlier, right? So they did good that round further. And Aster looking pretty scary. Especially, I think the most impressive thing about the series was not the way they won this game, it was the way they won the last one, right? It shows a lot. Some of the teams that we see go really deep in tournaments or maybe even win the whole thing, it's never a given that they're out. 10K down in that last game, it looked terrible. They find a way back. And in this one, when they were ahead, you never really doubted that they could take this one the whole way. So yeah, really good stuff. Love their drafting in this game in particular. A fearsome team to look out for again tomorrow. They will obviously be getting a break now.
Yes.
Sorry, I say tomorrow. In a lot of days, I say tomorrow out of habit. They'll have a long time to prepare for the final stage.
But man, we were not expecting this. Still, every single game that they're down, we're like, oh, LG will come back, they'll come back, but not today. They are out of TI-11. And with that, let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this series.
Thank you, Cinderin and Sunspan. Welcome back to the panel. Aster move forward. They are the torch carriers for China now. They're the one and only Chinese team that have, obviously into the Final Four. And talking about the finals weekend, that will be next weekend coming up. But panel, what did you make of the game?
It's crazy to think that PSG's out of TI.
Yeah.
They're still kind of settling in a little bit, but yeah, I think Aster, they just played phenomenally. I want to give a lot of credit to XSS. You know, he's in the Pango game in game 1, the Mars game in game 2, seeing offlaners just play their lane and then command the entire game, not fall behind other cores, not fall behind everyone else and be sacrificial. He was literally being a unit the entire time. It was probably one of the best games I've seen from, or best series I've seen from him so far at this TI, I feel.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was just blown away by him every single fight. The way that he broke the LGD apart from each other during these fights with his arenas was like phenomenal, and it helps in so many different ways. It's keeping people away from saving others. It's keeping, like, he's getting black holed within his own arena and no one can save his life, you know?
Yeah, this is the black hole in the arena, and actually XSS comes out alive at the end of this one.
Yeah, this is the black hole in the arena. Later on, there's going to be a legendary arena in which he blocks, just on the stairs to the left, he blocks the Terrorblade from ever attacking or getting closer to Gyro. We won't see it, sadly, but I feel like this is probably the first big black hole that I saw from Faith Beyond in the game. Like, even though it didn't feel like the hero was necessarily that countered by any global silences or BKB piercing abilities, they really played around him amazingly well around that black hole. They didn't allow him to get any proper pickoffs. They didn't allow him to even have the items because they forced a couple of buybacks. Like he went for a great pack, then he bought back afterwards. There's no blink, there's no BKB on time, and because of that, there's no big threat coming from Faith Beyond.
Yeah, and to highlight XSS again, a 4-1-14 phenomenal performance there in both of the matches, this time on Mars, but also Ori, 2 times Lina, and just turned into a monster of a carry. I think in this game ended up picking up MKB. So, with the space that XSS was kind of creating, really enabled, almost felt like 2 carries just wailing on you, so to speak. In the first game, it was the Lina and the Drow, and then in this game, it was the Lina and the Gyro.
it really felt like they had the free movement to do what they wanted in fights. Like I talked earlier about the Mars arena. It's just everyone's able to kind of get away and get to where they want to be in fights. So you have this Mirana ult on you. So TB, who's trying to stick on one person, he's split apart from his supports. The supports with Dust. So he starts hitting someone, they go invis, he's like, I can't do anything here. Like I think they did a really good job of just picking apart LGD and finding the right kills in the fights that they wanted.
Yeah. I harped on this before as well, right? Like you have a carry, but he's not really a carry. He's just there. He's just. I believe Cinderin said it as well. It's truly the Lina that's dishing out most of the damage in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero of the lower bracket so far. We've seen it 3 times. With Liquid picking it once. We've seen Aster pick it twice now. Like, all wins. We might even see it again with that Thunder Awakened Liquid series. But yeah, Lina is a hero to think about as we move into the finals next week, for sure.
But do you have any thoughts on PSG LGD? Because that could have been the last time we see that roster. Yeah. I mean, if people, commit to retirements. Apparently, I've got that problem as well. But
It's sad because I think that they were one of the, at least in recent years, they were one of the Chinese teams that kind of got Western fans really interested back again into Chinese Dota. And as a roster, as a 5, they've played the most games together as any 5-stack actively playing. I'm not talking about historical teams. So if Fabian does retire, like he's mentioned, we're going to lose like another little piece of history there. And they are so much fun to watch, and it's impressive that
it's not going to happen. I don't believe it.
You don't?
It's going to be a week or two. Yeah, a week or two, and then I'm coming back. That's going to happen.
Pull the Sev retirement where it's like, I'm retired, guys, but I'm playing 12 pubs a day, and if you need me to stand in, I am around.
There we go. You heard it here first. So, moving into the last game of the main stage before going to the finals weekend, it's going to be Thunder Awakened versus Team Liquid. So we do have another chance at retirement here. Hopefully not for all the Liquid fans out there, because we're talking about, of course, Matumba Man. Liquid versus Thunder Awakened. This one looks amazing. I think this is like for a lot of people, a highlight to see Liquid here and to play the last match of the main stage.
Yes. Especially because they didn't expect it themselves as well. The way they talked about it, they said that this is, like, they're taking every single game as a gift, because when it comes to Matu, I believe the retirement is
that's serious. Yeah, that's a real one.
And it is a gift. And the gift is coming your way, because we're going to get ready for game 1. Team Liquid representing Europe, Matumba Man, Mickey, Zai, Foxy and Insania. A wonderful tournament so far. And let's see if they can keep it up and move on to the final stage, because they're up against Thunder Awakened. Thunder Awaken, the final South American team here. Pakaz, Dark Mago, Sacred, Matthew, and Panda Boo. So far, they've only really impressed. They lost a secret, and that is why they are here. Liquid obviously going into the lower bracket a little bit earlier, so Thunder Awaken have been the stronger team throughout the tournament, but Liquid did come off a win today, beating OG, which is a nice bit of confidence. But Thunder Awaken, what are they bringing to the table?
Aggression.
Yeah.
One word, simple answer, it's aggression. And they are just ruthless in regards to when they have the heroes that they want to play. If they get a lead in laning phase, they utilize that lead, and they always have numbers advantage in every fight. If they see an opportunity, they're going to bring 3, 4, even 5 heroes to an early engagement, and just that momentum can offset opponents. I guess the flip side is Liquid, they're kind of like the European version of that. They're equally as aggressive. They want to look for early towers. They want to look for early fights. So we've got 2 very aggressive teams coming up into this series.
And they're definitely carrying the momentum coming from the first series versus OG.
Well, go on, sorry.
Yeah, I just feel that even though they are carrying the momentum, like Boxy said, OG didn't really perform to the highest standards, to what Liquid even expects from them. So we can't look at that game as a litmus test of Liquid's strength at the moment.
Certainly not a warm-up when you're in the, the final 8 of the international. But yeah, you're right. OG unfortunately did lead today's stage of the international in what wasn't, what they would consider their best fashion. I think PSG, LGD, Aster were just, putting on a performance. So not sure, they're obviously going to be disappointed, but one of these two teams could be leaving us, and we are, with Thunder Awaken here. But they both like to fight, as you mentioned, and that was something that Liquid said. Is like, yeah, we're looking forward to fighting OG, and then OG did really, weren't in a position where they could have that fight. So, but yeah, sure, they're warmed up. They've got a little bit of momentum, but how much is it really?
I'm just mostly worried for Thunder Awaken from their last series, because we talk about their involvement in how they want to fight, but it felt like in their match against Secret, especially that one where they were playing the Tidehunter, they didn't have a proper plan around how they wanted to use the Ravage and incorporate their offlaner, and as a result, Sacred had a pretty rough game, and he was their main team fight spell. So if you're kind of feeling like that, I don't know whether it's nerves, the pressure, if it's just, not communicating properly. That's the sort of stuff they need to make sure they have fixed in this series, because Liquid will eat you alive if you give them a single chance to do so.
They already did that to OG, right? Another stack of young blood pretty much just coming in and being probably damaged a little bit by the nerves, right, when it comes to their performance. It can happen the same to the Thunder Awaken squad.
And I literally just found this out, but Thunder Awaken, before the Secret Series, 8 of the games that they played, 7 of them were against Shadow Fiend. Like, I don't know where I'm taking this, but it's just like, when you think about their success, they played against a hero that was very popular in group stage, then it fell off heavily during playoffs. So potentially, like, they just really were comfortable playing against this strategy, and now they're shifting into, like, the poppy drafts and newer drafts. The lack of TI experience might be hindering them a little bit.
There's also just being under the microscope, right? Like, teams are identifying what works for Thunder Awaken. They're banning that out, and what works for them? Tiny, Dawnbreaker. Every single game, you're going to see them back.
Tiny is a must ban, yeah.
And Dawnbreaker, I mean, I feel like we mentioned Sacred with the Tidehunter. If you put a Dawnbreaker in that game, the script is going to be completely different. The game is going to be much easier for them to play, like keeping that Slark alive.
But your main point was don't pick SF, right?
If you're Liquid, yeah, you
just stay away from SF,
stay away from
and you're fine.
Yeah, they are way too understanding of how to play against this hero.
I feel like Liquid bans are always really funny to watch, because the second phase is just, it's always their comfort. It's not what's good or bad for this game. It's get rid of that Pudge, the Lone Druid, what have you. They have a very comfortable hero pool that always needs to be addressed.
Now look at that man, the Lone Druid Slark player himself.
Well, it looks like we're ready. They're ready. Let's get into the draft. Liquid versus Thunder Awaken.
Team Liquid versus Thunder Awaken. Game 1.
That gentleman says it way better than me. Yes, game 1, moving into the draft. And Liquid, as you mentioned, haven't played a lot of SF recently in their matches versus OG today. We saw the Bloodseeker last pick for Matu. We've also seen more Drow Range as well, which Matu played, and that was went 2-0 in those matchups.
It was also almost the same lineup, by the way. The lineup that Liquid drafted, almost the same that Aster went with Drow, Lina, and Pango on the offlane. So they definitely have a good reading on the meta right now, Sheep, right?
Yeah, everyone's abusing the meta. We got Leshrac out there as well that Liquid absolutely love playing. So I guess it all comes down to looking at these bans, what people are going to want. Like, does Primal get through? Man of the hour?
I'm sorry, look at that man.
I'm looking.
Not only is he buff, but the suit as well.
Yeah.
I think the suit, the jacket is only there to cover up the biceps, right? Like, he's just...
Is that why you never wear a suit?
Yeah, I'm the opposite of him.
He does it for game 1, he takes it off for game 2. It's like,
I was just grabbing food and had to run over, but yeah, that's it.
Oh, interesting bans though from Liquid. So they banned the Dawnbreaker, they banned the Nyx, but because they're first pick, they're now offering up Thunder Awaken. Are you banning Tiny yourselves, or are we going to pick it up?
Okay.
Or they might even just be giving Thunder Awaken a Tiny.
They're taking the Tiny away,
I would
right?
assume so. Surely you do not give Thunder Awaken a Tiny in this best of 3 lower bracket. It's been too instrumental in their success.
I mean, there are other options for Boxy would be a Clockwork or a Tusk, which they really like. There's also Undying in the pool that Insania has been playing very well this tournament. Whoa, where's that going?
It's a Juggernaut cosplay, just quickly went for a spin.
Yeah, there's a ton of heroes that are still very popular, that are left in the pool. So
it's Tiny, it's Enigma, it's...
I think we're getting in-game comms there for a moment. I wasn't sure. I thought I heard
Voice line.
Is this new thing in the game, James?
You know, I've never actually used a voice line.
Really?
And I still play Dota. And I don't know how.
Yeah, so there's one from Seb.
By Liz's voice line.
I'm really grateful because what happened last year, right, with voice lines? The OG had a voice line with Seb about, I think you're wrong, I think you're really, really wrong. And during the draft, all you'd hear would be like, yeah, so I think they're going to first pick Tiny, like they could hear. And the player would spam it. And all we hear on the panel would just be Seb going, I think you're wrong, I think you're really, really wrong. And it still gives me PTSD to this day. But yeah, luckily in this time, we were correct, yeah.
Did you ever play pubs with Seb?
I've had
a couple of times.
10 or 15.
So we're playing into a Tiny right now, and I would like to see Thunder make sure that they have heroes that can deal with the repositioning of it, because whenever you don't have any sort of mobility or ways to itemize yourself to catch up with that, it kind of sucks.
That's no repositioning. That's literally just being sent to the fountain every single time he jumps on you.
Yeah, but you how many times have we seen teams this tournament? They just abuse this stupid toss. They throw someone back, and then instantly your whole team fight is just lost because you're one man down.
Is it some CM Tusk? Some icy combo once again from Thunder Awaken?
It would be pretty banging.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind something aggressive. They just need to be thoughtful that there's that potential Enigma on 8 right now for Liquid.
And this is just, so the CM, like a million times we've said it, it kind of just helps with these later picks in the draft of these physical damage offlaners and stuff that people are abusing. Crystal Nova's so nice against it, and the Mars is this jump I wanted. If you get tossed back on someone, the Mars can follow that with a Blink Arena.
And you get Lash, right? Here you go. Versus the Mars, there's always a good amount of damage.
Yeah, this is the same style of draft that Thunder Awaken had against Entity when, you know, in that super long, actually it wasn't even a super long game, but it was a CM Mars and then Entity had, I think it was Leshrac plus Marcy or something, but in doing so, it was the same style of play where Mars, you kind of need you're really good at one big fight, but you're not good at cheap fights. And now this Leshrac, tank you really quickly, you can punish an arena,
very cheap fights.
Move to the next fight and go again.
The nice thing though, at least, is your Mars should be coming online faster if he's going for a blink first than the Lesh. Like the Lesh finishes his Bloodstone, around like 15 plus minutes, and Tiny, if it's a support, will also be getting that 18-minute-ish blink dagger. So there is a chance here for Thunder to beat that timing with their blink on Mars and just really go for these smokes.
Yeah, but he can be, like Tigaf said, the cheap hero as well, the cheap Lash.
The cheap Lash?
The discount Lash.
That's nowhere as good as having a
He just gets some levels and that's it. He runs you. He sits behind the trees, uses Diabolic Edict.
But the Bloodstone is where he becomes unkillable.
I love these bans though, because you're talking about the style of fighting and stuff, and you have Oracle, a Silencer. These heroes, they enable this skirmishing style, just X10. Oracle gonna keep the Leshrac alive, Silencer just covering from the team fight. So Thunder Awaken are respecting Liquid's playstyle, changing up the bans that they've done before against other teams, just because they know that they have lost with this opening before, because they can't match the early fight. They need items, they need a little bit more success in the lanes to get to that mid-game happiness.
It's also Insania, right? Oracle.
Dude, I know Insania's the Oracle player, but when I saw that Oracle, the first thing that went into my mind was, oh yeah, Oracle ban, that makes sense. Tiger's been playing that a lot this tournament. Oh, my heart.
Right through the field.
It's too soon, right? It's too soon. It's been like 3 hours and you're bringing it up. Oh no.
I have a little cry.
Meanwhile, Liquid, they just ban out the Snap. They don't want that combo, Snap plus Mars. Also, something that we didn't mention is that it is SA, it is Thunder Awaken. We see this Mars, it can be mid as well. Snapfire as well, one of the most picked position. Well, not one of the most picked position 4s in the area, but in the region, but a very popular one, right?
It's one of the most flexed heroes in the region, for sure. Like, multiple offlaners in SA play Snapfire in the offlane. I think even Sacred has played offlane this TI. I'm very sad. I wish I wanted to see that again, but it's not.
Oh, it's still got potential 2 more games.
Okay.
Lone Druid banned out.
Draft-wise,
Matu.
They've left Pudge in, which is something that they really enjoy playing.
Yeah, Pudge is really good here, just because you get tanky against the magic damage quite early on. Like, Undying is still available for Insania if you want to do like a 1-2 pick, Undying plus a core, and then Thunder Awaken also needs to think about early game damage a little bit more.
I feel like if you're Liquid, Undying is the only melee support that I can imagine Insania playing.
Yeah.
He's most of the time, you know, that sneaky guy on the back lines.
Some Lich,
Lich. Yeah, exactly.
But at Thunder Awaken right now, they need to potentially to pick up the position 4 here, but a lot of them already been banned out.
So many have been banned.
Yeah.
I know Matthew likes playing as Hoodwink a lot. I mean, Matthew is a player that is really good at starting fights.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
it's stylish.
It's the Matthew Rubik. I mean, this is like, what, his best hero or one of his favorite heroes? I mean, he's very comfortable on Rubik. And you have amazing steals this game.
Yeah, I think it's
already.
the first Rubik of TI as well. I don't think we've even got to see it yet, so that's going to be a nice little show to put on.
How do you feel about Disruptor?
Disruptor?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always
versus the Mars.
Yeah,
well.
I'm chilling.
Sounds silence versus the Rubik. Solid.
Liquid picked up the Disruptor from VP when they played against them in the qualifiers. They said that they really liked how they used it and they wanted, and then they just started playing it themselves. You saw Insania play it like 3 games in a row to great success.
Blitz isn't laughing this time around in the draft. Previous drafts, he's been having a giggle.
Dude, Matu's whole life is on the line. If they lose TI,
whole life.
It's not
yeah,
that.
they just hurry up, die.
Professional life, yeah.
He's dead to Sheepo if he retires.
No.
She takes her Dota very seriously.
Very serious business here. They just replace you with a bear just like that. You never get seen again.
But again,
this also probably stops Liquid from thinking about Brood, right? Like with the Mars and the Rubik, that should be good enough.
Yeah, the CM as well is a very soft counter to Brood because if you see it, like right now, Liquid have to pick 2 heroes. You just pick up some Sven-esque carry, or even you can even do like a Jarry type thing, and then you just win the lane so hard, and then you rotate Mars in after that. You're actually pretty comfortable. But I think right now, Liquid are just deciding: do we want Insania to be on a meaty frontlining hero? Oh, okay.
They get something against the Mars, right? Like Lifestealer probably.
Nice.
Together with the Pango, both heroes that deal with Mars extremely well. Like when Mars came into the meta, instant answers from the offlane came in the form of Pangolier and a couple of other heroes. Pango with his Rolling Thunder, he can go straight through the arena, always is able to fight.
It ruins skirmishing lineups. It's very strong. It enables it immensely. So a quick defusal and go. And
the Basher as well.
Yeah, like picking Enigma into this, like sure, Enigma will do great against Lifestealer throughout the game, but Liquid's already got a soft cover with that Pangolier behind the Basher. In the previous game, they banned it out when they picked the Enigma, sorry.
But the reason they are picking it is for the lane, I would assume. Lifestealer is going to struggle really, really hard to contest CS against all these Eidolons. So alongside laning with, I'm assuming, Rubik, you're doing a lot of damage reduction. You should absolutely annihilate this lane.
I'm a little bit afraid for Thunder Awaken in regards to, sure, Enigma can deal with Lifestealer, but what is their way of repelling Liquid from invading their jungle, from contesting stacks and fighting? Like, if Arena's not up, sure, you've got some small spells from Rubik and CM, but there could be a little bit of disparity on how aggressive teams can be.
Those small spells that you're mentioning need to be really big, from Rubik at least. Yeah. Like he needs to find some good steals and utilize them in that mid game, because I'm looking at Mars, I'm looking at Enigma, I'm not seeing a ton of damage coming from, a ton of skirmishing power coming from Thunder Awaken, and the heroes that are up against them do not care about the arena. You have Pango, you have Lifestealer with Rage, and you have Lash that's able to dish out damage through it, so the setup from Team Liquid looks really solid versus the Mars.
I actually like their skirmishing. I don't like their massive team fight. Like, if everyone brings a 5v5, then I think the problems you guys talk about are like valid. But if you're able to just sustain yourselves long enough, you know, for Rage to run out, or you're smoking and making these small moves, I definitely think they have really good early game spells to do that. And I think another thing that's really nice to consider is because Rubik is a threat in the game for Pango, he has to use his shield crash at the very beginning of his role, which doesn't necessarily mean he's going to get that damage onto heroes. So he might just level up way more his swashbuckle and focus on that damage, and then you don't get the crash damage in the roll.
The question for Liquid right now is: are they putting their Leshrac into the offlane like Secret demonstrated yesterday, or are they Pango going mid? I guess the main thing here is it's Insania has the last pick right now in the draft. Sometimes Liquid they get to the very end, it's like, oh, Insania, you still got to pick a hero here, boss. But
it seems like, you know, obviously we're waiting on Pakaz's carry hero. Are we kind of thinking like something like Slark, and then you can play something melee, or is that a little bit too dangerous for them?
Because of the Leshrac, it does put a little bit of a sour into it, but into everything else,
there's some AoE from him, from Pango as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is possible. Like James, so far you've been on 100%.
I'm going to say it's TD or Slark. There you go.
I think something like a Terrorblade would fare nicer for them, just because they have so much team fight that if they just pick a hero that can push out waves, prolong the game, and then they get their items, the BKB on Enigma, they have a free game. If
and
they
Lash isn't really a counter, right, Sheep, to the TB. You should be completely fine in that matchup.
Yeah, not so much. I'm just thinking about, I like the Terrorblade, I like the Faceless Void, I think the idea about pushing waves is pretty lovely, but as well, I just want to see something that scales into
You
the late
really
game.
like those big circles, the Chronos,
you want
the
another
Black
circle?
Holes, the Mars Arenas.
Go on,
Could just be like a Bloodseeker, right? CM
Oh.
Bloodseeker lane. Go, oh, there we go.
Nice one.
Nailed
Sorry,
it.
I just thought it got banned because why wouldn't it? Into two teams that love Bloodseeker. Ooh.
But yeah, it's now just a strong lane. It also has the wave clear, obviously Bloodseeker into Pango. It forces Leshrac to stand still in the early aggression. Like, they needed something to just prevent Liquid being confident in these earlier like jungle invasions. And Bloodseeker, he can poke his head over, take a spell, take a rupture, and we'll go back to farming, boys, until
I've
we're
seen
really
him
strong.
go mid at like 8 minutes.
Please, I want to see it.
Thank you very much, guys. We're getting ready. We're going to go over for a pre-game interview with Slacks, who's with Blitz.
Absolutely. We are here yet again with Blitz. I'm sure you are getting very used to this, but should everything go according to plan, you won't see me again. Now, last time we saw Matumba Man be put onto that Bloodseeker, he did exceptionally well, but I feel like he kind of stole that strat from another team. Now they have it. Pakas Bloodseeker. Pretty terrifying stuff. Are you ready?
I have no idea. He's a really good player. Like, everybody at this level, at this point, is just top of the top, so I'm sure it's going to be a struggle, but I'm sure my team can also end up on top.
I see most of your time in the drafting with Matumba Man kind of by his side, a very stoic and stone-faced stuff. Is he doing most of the talking? Is it just between you two, or is Insania still doing a lot of feedback on this?
Aiden gives us a ton of feedback. Most of the time, we kind of ask for a little bit of silence so we have some time to think, but yeah, I mean, doing it with Matu is a dream. He's one of my best friends, and being able to be on this stage in front of all these people, working together, just like a dream come true.
Oh, wow, fantastic. You know what my dream is? Watching this game, my friends. Let's get into game one right now between Thunder and Liquid and throw it to the cast.
Well, we heard about Team Liquid, but what about South America? No SA team is placed higher than top 6 at a Valve Major or TI, and Thunder Awaken is looking to change that. But they're probably experiencing a little bit of deja vu, Avery, because Stockholm Major, they themselves set the record at top 6 at a Valve Major by being able to get to the upper bracket semifinal, where they unfortunately ran into Tundra and got 2-0'd. Then they get knocked down to lower bracket, run into OG, another Western European team, and get 2-0'd. Now, here at TI, they get to the upper bracket semifinal. Who do they run into? Team Secret, another Western European team. They get 2-0'd. Now they're in the lower bracket. Now is the chance, now is your time to change the cycle, to change the narrative, and beat all of your previous records.
You guys know there's other regions in the game, right? You know, they don't have to play Europe every time around. That said, I think Liquid is very comfortable playing other European teams. I think they're less comfortable playing a team like Thunder. Yes. That is more unpredictable. They haven't played them through the year. They are more unfamiliar with how they're going to play the map, just the run-at-you style. And I think compared to yesterday, this draft is a lot more fast-paced for Thunder than especially that Game 2 versus Secret, where it felt very slow and clunky. Sure, you have Enigma, but they got this Mars in the first phase. They love to flex this hero. They get a good matchup with Enigma versus Lifestealer. Bloodseeker last pick to deal with the Pango. I could see this game causing Liquid some issues, and Liquid is a team that is, I mean, they're just riding the momentum, right? Other than that upper bracket loss, this is an LCQ team coming through all the bracket, pushing to top 6, looking for that top 4 berth. You have a huge amount of experience on their side. Matu and Zai go back many, many TIs. You have a lot of veteranship versus a lot of fresh blood. Makes for a good Bloodseeker.
Makes for a spicy game, that's for certain. I love that you pointed that out because, I mean, Blitz himself said that they were surprised that EG took Thunder because they thought that Thunder was a very scary team to face up against, particularly at a TI. He said, you know, these guys, they're going to run at you, and that is hard to deal with under the TI pressure. Now, you're in an elimination game. That's even more pressure. So we'll see how Liquid manages to deal with that as we take a look at our lanes here. We've got the Zyboxy duo of Pango Tiny up against Matthew and Pakaz. The Pakaz Bloodseeker, well, you heard about it from Slacks and Blitz on stage. Gotta watch out for this guy.
And they got the lane matchups. Like, this is something Thunder, Liquid trying to dodge, Thunder will match them. They will get the Enigma versus the Lifestealer. Like you said, it's going to force this Bloodseeker into the off lane, so I don't think it's the ideal setup for Enigma. He never really wants to play in a safe lane. I think if he can get away with it, he'd rather pull the lane back top, but Thunder will still be happy to get the matchups, and perhaps the bigger one is this mid. how much is Mickey going to own this range versus melee scenario where we've also seen him just go ham in some of these matchups this tournament?
Yeah.
He gets off to a good start here. You know, maybe Insania drags him another wave like he did earlier today.
Yeah.
Get some extra CS. You never know. This is a matchup I could see him abusing pretty well. And he should have a very good start on this Leshrac. Of course, he also has the Lich Armor to back him up. This is a combo we've seen power through some of these lineups that are very physical oriented. You have Bloodseeker, you have Mars, you have to man up through this Lich Frost Shield. Helps Mickey just run in frontline. He has Infest as well to tank him up even more. And of course, you're probably going to get a Wraith Pact on this Pango. So Thunder need to think about the damage in the mid game, not overextending and making sure they can deal with the front line from Liquid, which is going to get quite tanky at a certain point.
Yeah, expect to see some Wraith Packs on both sides. It's Sacred, of course, on the Enigma is already queuing that one up.
I think he had a queue before the game started, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what hero, really, right?
Yeah. What are you playing today? I think I'm playing Wraith Pack. Sounds good.
Because a little bit awkward, gets tossed back into a position, takes a little bit of damage, but he's a Bloodseeker. Infinite sustain as long as you get those last hits, so shouldn't really be a problem.
I also think it's the reason we've seen this off-lane Pango come back. This is a hero that Zai actually excels on. I'm sure he's very happy to have it back in the meta, and he's been destroying lanes with it. This is a tough one, but they're still not doing too bad for double melee versus a Seeker who already at 440 MS. You gotta think about the other lanes whenever you have this hero. Do not power him up too much. He'll run you down.
Yeah, seriously.
But this Pango, he's a great Wraith Pack buyer himself. Uses the Vlads very well, and I feel like any of these weird heroes, that's what Zai excels on. You know, put him on something that gets in the back line, disrupts you, makes you feel awkward. He's always going to find the right positioning, and it's very cool to see him back on this hero. That said, he has to play into Rupture and Black Hole.
Yeah,
and a Rubik's
it's not
Cube.
a fun game for him whatsoever.
So, cautious optimism.
In that case, I mean, we talked about how important the Wraith Pact is, but do you think there's a chance of like an earlier Blink Dagger in order to deal with all of these counters and just try and get the initiation first? Or do you think it's a mute-affair? It's like you're going to get countered, might as well just focus on the team fight aspect.
Could be first blood here, lift back.
Yeah, lift back into the blood, right? It's going to be a lot of damage, and he knows he's dead. Boxy is going to fall, and Bakaz picks up the first blood.
Just a little too over-anxious with the skirmishing there. Bakaz will heal up off the kill, already into the boots, having a pretty good start in this off lane. I mean, Zai's itemization is going to be crucial for Liquid. Like, does he go this more utility route? Does he try and go a Linken's or Lotus to deal with the Rupture? Does he just try and get a Basher at some point to help deal with the Black Hole? There's a lot of weird itemizations he could go into this game down the road, depending on how hard he wants to scale. He still has 2 other damage cores. It's going to be something to look out for in the Eidolons.
That is going to be kill now in both of the side lanes for Thunder. Very good start for them. And with the spear that we saw earlier from Dark Mago, looks like he secured the water rune, so he was able to get a refill on his bottle. He's doing pretty well for himself. I mean, not able to keep up with Mickey when it comes to the CS, but I mean, this is well worth it. Oh, this is a battle to the duel because barely able to get away, and now he's going to get some last hits and heal himself up. And Zai, he's going to be pushed away, and he's got a lift coming up. He's got the shield crash as well. He's actually going to get to the other side of Matthew. Box is going to make an appearance here. Zai, is he just committing? He's going to try and get a trade. He is going to die here, and the Faithful finishes him off. Now Boxy shows up in this 1v2. Now both of them are quite low. Boxy, is he going to throw out the tree? He's not. And now the question is he just dead? Is he just going to be run down by Bakaz all the way back to the tower? The Blood Right's going to do a ton of damage. I think he's just done for. Thunder off to a huge start here in this laning phase. 4-0 against Team Liquid.
And you can't ask for it on a better hero either, right? This team is playing around their one position the whole tournament. Bakaz is the deadliest carry at this event. Give him a start like this, he will take it and ride it all the way to your Ancient.
Now this is a very crucial point right here. When you get the kill, comes back, Bloodseeker's still a little bit low, but it looks like the damage. Zai, he's got to be careful. Swashbuckle to the side, Bakaz doesn't get hit by it, heals up a little bit more, and now Zai, one more hit, he tosses him over to the creep wave to get him away from this deadly Bloodseeker. Bakaz comes back in, snatches the last hit, himself alive ahead of Boxy. This man knows to play the margins, and now Matthew, he picks the kill, and he gets it underneath the tower, and Bakaz takes that moment to try and snatch a little bit more heal. Boxy's standing in the way, but I think now with this Blood Right. Oh, Glyph? Boxy really doesn't want to let him go. He does not want to let him back into this lane because passes him over the tip. He's like, I know what you're doing. I'm going to play it patient.
I mean, especially with where the equilibrium is. If Zai can come back and then keep this lane here, they don't want to let Bakaz get back up to that full HP. That said, Zai does not have teleport, so he has no way to get back up to this top lane. Boxy will now take it over. I guess Matu will.
Ooh, that is very interesting.
Behind on levels, though, compared to this Bloodseeker, right? The kills propelled this Bloodseeker to level 5.5. Matu's only 4.5.
Yeah, Matu shows up to lane at half health. They do manage to get a toss back. A little bit of damage there, but no real fear of death. Or because, in fact, you can see because fearless. If you haven't seen it, because Bloodseeker had an incredible performance in the playoffs earlier, and probably one of the craziest Bloodseekers I've ever seen. Absolutely plays the margins.
I mean, Liquid has had enough of this Bloodseeker getting out of control, and they are just going to bring the full tri-lane here. Send Zai bottom, say get whatever you can. Does have a favorable matchup versus Enigma. It's probably the lane setup Liquid wanted from the get-go.
They're showing on the ward. Dark Mago is actually sneaking in from the side here. He's got some backup too. He's got Panda joining him.
Very deadly rune for mid-Mars at this point in the game. Will guarantee an arena latch.
Thunder just playing with full information. He gets spotted. Panda gonna try and deal with the ward. Spear goes out, but there is gonna be a nice avalanche. Mid-game, they might actually go for a little bit more here. Dark Mago, he does have the arena. So if he wants to be able to disengage, he might need to be able to pop it here. And Sania's gonna grab him, pops the haster, and now starts running away. So he's gonna be good. He goes back in. He wants to be able to kill the supports. Now the Spear's back up with the arena. The combination does a lot of damage to Boxy. Not enough for the kill, though. He's gonna reset. Back to lane he goes.
Not getting much out of that haste rune. Probably a little sad for him. He'll get the repo from Pandamu. Something to make him feel a little better. Still, he really would have liked to get a core kill in the jungle or force someone out of a lane with that. Liquid doing a good job of holding their ground in this early game. Still, these side lanes did not go how they wanted, and I mean, the start for Bakaz is monstrous, but Zai also just getting shut down. He's behind in levels. Sacred's a level ahead of him. More river skirmishing for the runes.
Tries to toss the Mars away, but it's not going to be good enough. Nukes overwhelmed Team Liquid 6-2 now with a 2,000 net worth lead here at 8 minutes. Thunder has got to be feeling very good about this start, especially with a lineup like this that is supposed to be so snowball heavy.
Oh, they're feeling really good. It's also the levels, right? Like,
uh-oh, not level 6 on Matumba Man. He needed just a little bit more.
No infest.
Stania is still here. They're pulling back in. A little bit of heals going out, and they actually almost trying to chase after him. Now Matumba Man, the creep wave's going to die, and he should be able to get his level 6, so he can infest heal if he wants to, or hold on to it.
Little harassment rupture, never hurt anybody.
Oh, that's interesting. He actually smoked back to the fountain so he could get out on the map quicker. He's going to TP out to the side lane. He's going to go to the safe lane here. He wants to keep Zai down. I mean, we talked about how this Pango already has a hard enough game. He was shut down in the lane. If they caught him there, it would have been just one more problem for Zai, but Swashbuckle barely gets him out of that arena.
And both players playing blind there. That was a hard smoke to read.
Pull back. Matthew is going to be slowed down by Matumba Man. Still has some stick charges to work with. The supports may be traded out here. Matumba Man can't actually chase after the Rubik, but Mickey is going to be able to catch because they bring the core up to the top lane, where they tried it once with the support earlier to shut down because now they bring the powerful Mickey Leshrak to the table, and that's going to be able to get 2 kills for them. Nice TP away, though, by Matthew.
Very nice rotation from Mickey, lands and everything, but yeah, you're going to pay the price down there at some point. Too many ultimates for one Pango to handle.
Yeah, nothing for him to do there, but spam the chat wheel, I guess.
Still, this has been a great recovery in the last 2 minutes for Liquid. Those early signings were looking rough, but all of a sudden, Mickey is way ahead of the pack here out of a game where it could have gone either way. If one of those side lane moves fails for him, suddenly he falls behind. Thunder pull even more ahead. So Mickey doing the best job to push through this early game for Liquid into that mid game where their spells can really shine.
And the sort of opposite happened for Dark Mago, right? Like he tried to rotate to bottom, didn't get the immediate kill. They thought about the incursion into the jungle. He just kind of ended up stalling and not really doing much there. We saw the arena use where he didn't get the boxy kill. It's been sort of the opposite for him. So.
And that's debilitating on mid-Mars. This is not a hero that wants to miss those rotations, since we see another rupture. Zai still getting beat on.
The Blood Rite is going to be used to finish off Insania, and Zai, the last little bit of rupture. Oh no, it lasts too long. Couldn't really, again, just a lose-lose scenario there for Zai when you're playing Pango against a Bloodseeker. You're going to have a good time.
Saker just instantly TP's top off that kill. Thunder are really trying to abuse these hero-to-hero matchups, getting the ults on the right targets and then just moving around quickly. This is a pace they're very used to playing, and I think how they prefer to play a lot of these early mid games. They are not afraid to use their ultimates off cooldown. Just spam you, force reaction, get a numbers advantage somewhere else, and then make the quick smoke. Liquid need to be thinking about where their heroes can get, where the teleports are up, and where Thunder's going to move to next. Do not want to get caught off guard.
Now, we saw Lestrak clearing through them some stacks earlier. That's part of where that net worth lead comes from, but you can see Dark Mago has his own stack still to be cleared through, so he can catch up a little bit here.
And he's got his Blink flying out.
Early Blink.
So this is Brown Boots Blink Rush for the mid Mars. Again, very active. You want to make sure this next smoke or move lands.
Where do you go? Like, who is your target with this Blink Dagger? Who is your #1 kill?
I think if you can get the Lesh in this game, that's ideal. I think it's a lot of Liquid's early momentum. Mickey's also healing. He'll go somewhere else. So maybe Thunder read where he TPs and then choose to attack there. They also have the option, if he TPs out, to go somewhere else, which could try and force the fight top. But I think they're happy just leaving Enigma up there.
Boxy's trying to hold the rune for Mickey, and it does get denied by Pandamu before Mickey could get there. Well done.
They just don't have any smokes here, so this Blink is... The actual move is getting slowed down a little bit. It's also hard to just jump into this mid trio from Liquid if they're just sitting behind the Lesh, right? Yeah. Like, Mars is not the highest damage mid hero. He really relies on using his spells to engage his supports. The Rubik and the Maiden are going to be a lot of the early game damage. They're just going to push it up. Wraith Pact online for Sacred. Feel like they're strong enough to just push the issue.
Oh yeah, this is going to be way ahead of Zai's Wraith Pact. So they certainly have the item timing here. The advantage to Thunder, is it enough an advantage for them to take this mid tower? If they can take this mid tower, huge amount of map control goes their way.
So yeah, Dark Mago wants to jump deep. He does have Blink Spearback potential. You have the Gaze counter initiation.
Here comes the roll up.
Going in.
He's going to slow down Dark Mago. They're going to blow everything they can on this Mars right away. They just 100% all in him. They get that kill, but it was a lot of spells used for it. And now the Bloodseeker's going to join in the fight. Nice toss over. It's still inside the Blood Right, though. And they have the Rupture and the Black Hole, apparently. They have a nice Swashbuckle on the side. And then also the Avalanche hit on 3, so a lot of damage returned back from Team Liquid. Sacred gets a little bit low. Because on the front lines is super healthy, though. They have to jump over to the side. Matthew gets caught by the Swashbuckle, but it's going to be Matumba Man in trouble by Because. He dodges the stun, though. Because lets Pandamu finish up the kill on Matumba Man instead.
Tiny Airline's not enough to bail out his carry. Because happy to join a type of fight like that. Still, it's a very awkward engagement. This Mars just walking up into all of their spells, dying for free. Not really what you want with this itemization in the start he had.
Yeah, it's like you picked up this fresh Blink Dagger and you're the one frontlining. That's it's an interesting choice.
I mean, you either gotta go and jump and start it, or you're just tanking it for the boys. I guess that's one way to do it.
Yeah.
But it's a very nice engagement for Zai. Like, he gets out of there, he's not tanking the Rupture. Your Lifestealer pays the price, but he's going to go carry items this game. Like, he's queuing up Blink, he's queuing up Diffusal. This is not Wraith Pact Pango. This is, I want to be able to deal with the Enigma and the Bloodseeker in the late game.
Okay. Oh, now the question, I mean, Wraith Pact feels like a must-have, so who is going to go it on the side of Team Liquid? Or is it necessary, you think?
Maybe it's not necessary. Pulling an item audible here. Insanity will get it at 60 minutes, you know? the 5-position dream.
Oh! That's a swing and a miss there on the Swashbuckle. Not that they were really going to be able to get that kill anyway without a Blink Dagger, so.
I mean, maybe Liquid just feel the way Thunder's damage works is just too overwhelming. You have this Enigma Midnight Pulse, you have Black Hole, you have Rupture. It can be displaced with Lift, it can be displaced with Spear. Like, dropping a Wraith Pact and all these types of spells and how they interact doesn't really sound that amazing to me, right? You might just want to have the better offensive potential and just be able to run into it and kill them faster.
Okay.
Like, you can jump the Enigma this game, you can jump the Rubik. Those are your best targets for Liquid. Just getting on the back line, killing them fast, and then Thunder's cores can't take the fight in the 3-on-5.
And that's kind of the narrative of Pango versus Bloodseeker in general, right? It's like, that guy counters you, so you kind of have to get the initiation on that Bloodseeker first to have any impact.
Yeah, you either jump him or, you know, take a page out of Collapse's book and buy 5 Lincolns. It's one or the other.
You can see Cam stacked, Thunder up by 2K right now, and probably a decent part of that is not just the kills, but also the fact that they've been able to stack a little bit more than Team Liquid. A wraparound through the side here, smoke that's going to break on Pandamu. Certainly not the target that they want from this. Something small they're going to get. A little bit of help there from Boxy, and it secures the kill, but in the river.
Dire's middle tower.
Zai spawning.
Big rune, DD from Mars. Helps us damage a lot.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this move was designed to secure bottom tower. They're only going to get the Maiden on top while Enigma is pushing for the trade top and will get it. They really wanted to use this Leshrac Bloodstone timing, fight with it. Of course, you have Insania maxing that Frost Shield, so Bloodstone Leshrac going in with the level 4 Frost Shield is going to pose some issues for Thunder in this early game. Pakaz thinking about a little cheeky play there.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the Rupture off, or chose not to, one or the other.
I mean, I think he's happy farming for BKB.
Oh, yeah.
You look at this Liquid lineup, they do not do anything to him in BKB. So you're talking way late game, depending on bash or situations. It's pretty much just reset, stall the fight, make him overextend, and then re-engage, but...
So surely Liquid just can't
be strong.
They just can't stall and just let that BKB happen, right? Especially since they have this Blink Dagger pickup from Zai. It's probably time to make some sort of move here.
I mean, they've been trying. They've had aggressive smokes. They're trying to invade this jungle.
Spotted him. Knocks him down to the low ground, though. That's a little awkward. He's going to have to use the Arena Spear to finish him off. And now they can de-ward that high ground if they want to.
Just hard to run in. There's a lot of counter initiation in this Thunder lineup. On top of that early Wraith Pack, like the Wraith Pack for Thunder is going to do a lot for his Liquid's early damage. Until Lifestealer has more items here, then he can cut through the low armor cores on Thunder.
Yeah.
But he's trying to get to that Death Zone, and it's going to be a bit before Matu gets there. His start was a lot slower. He had to swap those lanes. He had to deal with the higher level Bloodseeker in that matchup. So he's trying to get there, but it's going to be a little slow.
It sounds like to me, Thunder, not only do they feel pretty strong right now, but it feels like that's not going to change for another like 10, 15 minutes from what you're describing.
Nope, it's pretty much just waiting for Pakaz's items, don't feed away any bad kills, try and get to the BKBs, and they know they're strong with BKBs. This is a triple BKB lineup. All three of the cores are itemizing for it. It's going to be a very difficult time for Liquid to deal with if Thunder can hit their spells. That is going to be the big question, right? Maybe you try and bait the fights out if you're Liquid. Put someone in front, use your buybacks, take your fights on your vision and your outposts. This is not a Thunder lineup that can just force the Roche super fast. You can do it with the Vlads built into the pack. Bloodseeker can take it moderately fast, but I don't think Thunder just want to force objectives straight up. I think we saw that earlier. You put your Mars up there, doesn't end well.
Yeah.
This'll come in handy.
So we're gonna have a brief respite in this game while Thunder try and reach that BKB timing, and like you said, Liquid doesn't want to let them get there for free. Just on side to try and find something with this Blink.
But so far, all the rotations have been a miss.
There's an illusion.
They're going to jump forward, Zai. Ooh, Blink's just ahead of the spear. Now Insania is going to be able to grab Dark Mago with Matama Man coming in from the side as well. They're going to try and get some chains done. But what a black hole from Sacred! A 3-man in the back line with a roll on through from Matthew as well. A stolen rolling Thunder. It's picture perfect for Thunder. They're going to wipe everyone on the side of Liquid unless Zai can somehow carry Matama Man to safety. No chance in hell. Underneath the tier 2, Liquid will be dragged down to hell. 16-7 now as Thunder take a dominant lead.
Man, I mean, we're talking about the counter initiation here. You overextend those aggressive moves, they're hard. You feel the pressure from Liquid. They want to punish before these BKB come out, but that is just not the fight. You don't have the vision, you don't have the control. I don't know what Pakaz is dropping on the ground, but maybe some victory items.
Small items coming out of his pocket.
I mean, just beautiful setup here for Thunder. The illusion doing no work for Liquid either. They do get the arena baited out. This looks decent for a moment, but of course, Zai's just rolling in here. He's going to get ruptured. He gets ruptured. The black hole hits the backline with vision from the illusions, and I mean, that's a done fight. Pakaz is, I think, 900 MS plus at that point.
Yeah.
You're not escaping that Ferrari.
And just in general, the fact, I mean, I feel like this is a mistake. I usually say you can only make that mistake once on TI stage. Maybe you never need to make that mistake. It's the Rolling Thunder and not popping Shield Crash immediately, right? He gave away the Rolling Thunder to Matthew, and Matthew off that black hole did a huge amount of damage because forced to use his BKB here from a bit of aggression off of the Tumba Man. Seems like he's trying to make use of that early shard pickup and get a little aggressive.
Oh, second Rolling Thunder. Still off cooldown.
Yeah.
DD rune as well. Easy cleanup. Zai wants to try and turn it around.
Yeah.
Pango on Pango action.
Balling on through is going to bump into Sacred here. Mickey's going to just run in, but look at that. The BKB, Dark Mago, he's not afraid of a fight. Immediately spears up the Leshrac, who pops the Bloodstone, so he's not taking any damage for now. With a freezing field, really well placed by Vandamu. They're trying to rip through him, and the Disco Pony is down, and so goes Zai. Zai, another big team fight win as Thunder. They got the momentum early. We said they're a team that is going to run at you, and right now they're running through Liquid.
I mean, Liquid's trying to run at them back to a degree too. I feel like they feel as though they're on timings this game and they're falling behind. They want to take the fight. It's somewhat hard to disagree with them if you just give these triple BKBs into the Roshan. The map is going to get nasty real fast. I just think it's hard to engage like that, right? When Pango is just rolling in first, you're giving a lot. You're giving a free roll, Old Steel potentially. You're giving a free Rupture to Pakaz. Pakaz gets to come into these fights last. He's super happy almost no matter what happens. I mean, he didn't even have to have BKB up for that fight. And of course, Dark Mago just frontlining with another double damage rune. You'll take it every day. Aegis on the back of this Bloodseeker, 8K lead for Thunder. I'm worried about the control Liquid has to fight into this timing. This Pango blink did not pay off in these engagements. Now Zai is falling pretty far behind, and his game is just not easy like we said.
Yep.
And again, who is starting the fight if it's not him? Boxy is getting to blink off this way.
Okay.
So now they have the toss back mechanic. Maybe that is the answer. Try and separate the engagement. Let Matu actually beat on somebody.
Ooh, Zai. That was impressively fast. Just a real quick roll up so he doesn't get telekinesis. And then blinks away before the hit comes in.
I mean, Matthew has Split Earth as well. So telekinesis is guaranteed chain stun into that Split Earth. These initiations from the Rubik, who also has his blink online, very deadly. I mean, he is going to have free reign for a long time, right? Like, who is jumping Rubik in these fights? Pretty much nobody. There's a lot of scary spells he can steal this game.
We saw Sacred. He's about halfway through to his BKB. So it just gets worse and worse for Liquid. If Thunder wants to run at you, probably not going to be doing well in team fights right now. Later on, they're going to have that sort of the ultimate team fight. They don't have a BKB cancel because of the fact that Zai didn't get that progression you were talking about. That Basher, I'm not sure if that's ever going to come.
No, I don't think the Diffu is either. He's swapping it up to Yule's Wraith back, so going back for the utility. I just worry it's going to be too little too late as Thunder just pushing down this bottom lane. What stops them pushing high ground, forcing Liquid back on off the map? Arcane Rune up for Dark Mago. They have all the BKBs. Basher up on Pakaz as well. This is one of the biggest items in the Bloodseeker Nakes matchup. It's like who's getting Basher first, who's getting to Abyssal, the Infest relationship. Pakaz can just man up on Matumba right now, and he's not afraid of too much. Sure, the Frost Shield helps a little, but again, so much magic damage to back up the Bloodseeker going in.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's getting hard to stand their ground.
They're going to try and catch Pakaz.
He's
they
all
get the Blink
alone.
Dagger on him. Don't let him get off the Rupture. Keep that chain stun going. Boxy's going to be able to follow it up as well. Oh, no. Didn't throw it the Avalanche in, and you can't chain stun that Rolling Thunder. So he gets off the BKB. The other side. Oh, the Chain Frost almost killing Dark Mago. But he gets off the BKB. Now he comes back in to try and finish off Big A. But the BKB Bloodstone is too much for them. He's running them down with the help of Boxy coming in from the side. Team Liquid. The combination of knowing where the Bloodseeker was, even if they didn't get that kill, just knowing that he's away from the team fight presented an opportunity for Liquid.
That was an absolutely disgusting Chain Frost, man. That was a 4K net worth Chain Frost right there. I mean, damn. Lesh did all the work at the end, but that thing just destroyed them on the clump. They tried to finish off Mickey with Black Hole into the Mars damage, but again, Pakaz was in that engagement by the triangle. He's not there to clean it up. Mickey lives. All right, time to turn the engagement around. The break. Liquid sees on it extremely well, take advantage of the split situation. Pakaz being maybe a little out of position from his team, and I mean, you'll take those bounces all the time.
And we've seen this from the Mickey Leshrac. This Bloodstone, you've got to be so careful of playing into Leshrac. Zai needs a little help, and he's got it in spades. The full squad is going to show up to bail out of the boy, and now he comes back. He's not going to be BKB'd. He's going to be Split Earth. They could just change him down. Dark Mago can't do anything to stop it. He doesn't have the mana either. He pops the Soul Ring now. He's going to have to try and spear back Matumba Man and actually hit the Lich on the way, so he gets the distance for himself to be able to retreat, but couldn't bail out his carry. Thunder, they had such a strong hold on this game, we felt like, but they just haven't been playing around each other enough, it seems like. And Boxy
confident in the Aegis.
Might just find another one here. Blink for blink. Matthew went backwards, but Boxy caught him.
Swash missed.
Swash misses from Zai, so they fail to get that kill. But if they can get the tier 2, it's a pretty massive exchange.
Boxy does a good job covering his spells too. Matthew only walking away from that with Tree Grab. It's a very impactful interaction with this Tiny. You do not want to give this Rubik Avalanche. If you can get away with it. Toss is kind of acceptable, but he has blink, so even that's a little bit deadly. A lot of little things going Liquid's way, and suddenly that lead that Thunder had that might have been able to close out this game is back to even. A lot of momentum swung in the last 5 minutes.
And some of the matchups and some of the item times that we were talking about have changed a lot too. We have the Yules now on Zai, and he's like, you know what, Wraith Pact, that's old news again. I'm going back for that Basher to try and deal with the Enigma. And the Basher on the Lifestealer, it's either done or about to be done. So now he's got that matchup against the Bloodseeker. Now there's no longer that item advantage you were talking about in that 1v1.
And these Bashers are huge in this matchup. Like, again, the Thunder lineup strong during the BKB as well. You get Skull Bashed. Your BKB gets reduced by a significant percentage here, especially if you're channeling Black Hole. There's going off Akaz again. Another BKB forced for nothing.
Didn't get the bash, but forced out the BKB on Akaz. That's still a big win.
Matu doesn't have it yet.
Oh, okay.
Maybe, on his courier, he's just not flying it out.
Definitely is going to want that, especially since we still have the big team fight coming in.
50 gold away.
We still got the big team fight of the BKB Black Hole. So Thunder, you know, maybe they're feeling a little nervous. Things have gone a little bad the past few minutes, but they should remind themselves. We've got the big team fight that's going to be coming in.
So now that,
take it easy.
Now that Basher's flying out, this Infest Bomb becomes more deadly, right? You can Infest the Tiny, blink in. If you find an Enigma, you find a Bloodseeker, you guarantee the combo into the Deso hitting him. If you get that Bash at the right time, might be enough to just seal the deal. There are no real hard saves on Thunder. You have potential for a Rubik Shard at some point, which might be very influential in this game, and I think Matthew's eyeing it up.
Yeah.
He's thinking about Force Staff into Shard, so Thunder recognizing this game has shifted a lot, and they need some saves on their end. They cannot just super aggressively play how they want to anymore.
All right, I think it's about that time. The Kaz is going to show on the wave mid, while the rest of the team, 4-man smoked up behind.
This is Enigma BKB. So he has a pretty free Black Hole here. You can see Matu somehow bashes him with the reach of a god.
Dark Mago, I like how he's positioning himself very aggressively, knows his job. He's got to fish for information, right? He needs to be able to reveal certain key heroes and allow Sacred to be able to get the follow-up.
They're fighting for mid lane control. It's a question of how deep do they want to push, and I don't think you just want to push into the Liquid high ground here. You're pushing into a potential buybacks around that dire outpost.
Over here comes that Infest Bomb. Oh, this could be bad for Thunder. Matthew, smoke's gonna break. They're gonna try and run it in, but he gets the telekinesis off first.
Very quick.
Kaz still farming up the Ancients through this. He's gonna come in through the side. The Blood Right's gonna go off, and he gets Rupture onto Zai already. Zai, they are gonna be able to catch him out pretty easily. Now the Black Hole's gonna be able to catch too. Liquid ran in so damn deep, and they just stumble into the Black Hole from Sacred, ready to go. They're gonna be able to run down 4 heroes as a result. A 1-for-4 exchange. Liquid, they just tried too hard for that one.
That was just too forced. Like, if you get the jump there, sure, you feel great, but once Matthew lifts and throws you back, all those sirens are going off for Thunder, right? They're just going to put everybody in position. You're going to have to play around some super deep ward. Unfortunate for Liquid was that dire ward on the upper side of that triangle just missed seeing Pakaz. Otherwise, I think they just jump him there.
Oh, yeah.
And instead, Pakaz gets the free fight coming in the back, takes Zai out immediately. And of course, if you're this deep into Thunder and you haven't seen that Enigma, he is going to destroy you. No way to cancel that. Easy fight for Thunder. Mickey trying to strike back here.
What a kill!
Gets that ward value after all.
Mickey, how did he set that one up?
No
An incredible
BKB.
pick off that. We'll see whether or not he gets out here. Oh, he's still got his BKB, so nothing really Thunder can do to stop him from walking away.
That's an absolutely huge pickup. Like, now that ward goes down, but that was the type of jump they wanted the first time.
Yeah.
And we can see when these PKBs are down for Thunder, Mickey just becomes a god. The Bloodstone becomes way better. This Frost Shield, all the tiny spells become better. If they can ever force the BKBs re-engage after they're down, they're gonna have a much better time in these engagements as well. And of course, Black Hole on cooldown for 90. Thunder have to play a little bit defensive here.
But we do have the really deadly combination, the refreshers coming in for the Mars, right? We've seen how that can certainly turn things quite a bit.
It can be very nasty. He has a shard as well, so you're looking at quad spear coming out here. And we saw in those other games, Dark Mago is not afraid to play super aggressive and just start spearing you back. He just blink stunned him, man.
Damn.
The power of vision.
Yeah. And knowing that the BKB was still on cooldown from the previous fight that they had.
He'll have a little giggle about that one for sure.
He knows he got away with quite literally murder there. 24-14, 3,000 net worth lead. It's been a game the Thunder has led most of the time, but they once had an 8,000 net worth lead. They've kind of let that advantage slip away quite a bit, and Team Liquid now have some of the items and tools that they kind of desperately needed to be able to win some fights, but it still comes down to the initiation, right? We get the right kind of black hole, team fight's over. We get the right kind of, I don't know, what I mean, Liquid, you said the biggest power is through that Infest Bomb, right?
I still think it's their best initiation tool. That said, maybe you don't want to just be the ones jumping into Thunder, right? I feel like every time they try to do it, it creates a very weird concave situation where you're not going to find this Enigma. If you find the Enigma, okay, that fight becomes immensely more free for Matoma Man. But if you don't find him, that initiation can be your worst enemy.
So how do we switch that up?
I think you play for Roche. You want to force Thunder into you.
Okay.
Again, what's their initiation? It's going to be Dark Mago trying to hit the spears. You have a decent time to react there, and you have the saves on Liquid. You have Frost Shield, you have Infest. Zai can jump on the back line. He's closing in on his Basher as well. Very pivotal item in this game. This game's about Roshan, which has spawned, and the next set of items all these cores trying to get to right here. Thunder does have full control over the area. They might just force it here, especially if Liquid shows Heroes bottom.
Yep. Zai, he's going to show in the wave. Pushing in a Siege Wagon wave into the tier 3 is nice pressure, but it's certainly not enough to kick Thunder out of this Roshan pit. So Liquid, let's see if they know. Let's see if they make the moves fast enough.
Oh, they know. But this is hard to just run in. You don't know where the vision is. Dark Mago has illusions on both ramps as well.
Oh yeah, this is perfect. He sees them all coming. Thunder knows there is no problem here for them finish off Roshan. First one, or second one, I think, right? Yep, we got an Axe Shard. Zai, he's even going to get caught here with a spear and, well, tried to do the roll up there. Jump in, I actually go for it. They spotted the Enigma, he got the bash! A bash he absolutely needed, otherwise the black hole was going to be turned around. Even then, Liquid are still going to suffer heavy losses here. Matoma Man's baby train down. They've got the refresher. They throw the spear. That wish. Matoma Man. Oh, what a chain frost. Dark Mago in trouble, but so is Matoma Man. He falls. Now it's going to be Mickey versus Because. Because doesn't have the BKB. He doesn't have a way to deal with this magic damage. Now that's the Aegis down on the side. Matthew also being pulled back in, but they're going to stick on Because. No, the blink away. They missed the timing on the stun. All crucial to be able to land that one. A kill on the carry was a must-have. Meanwhile, the support battle rages on the side. Matthew gets the better of Insania, but he will pay the iron price as he's going to go down underneath the tier 2. But he says, I did my job. I got my kill.
Cost them a tiny buyback, but I think Liquid is very happy with that outcome. They get rid of the Aegis. They take that fight off the back of Zai just going down for absolutely no trade. Again, jumping Enigma, getting that bash, super pivotal to Liquid's engagement. It's going to kind of reset the game here. Sure, you got a shard out of that Roshan. It is on Enigma. Pretty interesting, but otherwise, pretty much reset the map. And Mickey is just getting, he is getting strong, man. He's up to Hex. He's got that Nether Shawl to boost up his resistance. He feels untouched in a lot of these engagements, and he is the real carry. Matoma's there to make space. Matoma's there to make people mad. Mickey's going to carry it with the damage.
Battle a chance between the crowd. Liquid do manage to take that mid tier 2 before backing away. I want to see that moment again of the Enigma, because I feel like when they jumped him, I feel like he was halfway through the animation of Black Hole. It was coming in and then he got bashed. That was, I mean, just imagine if he gets that off on the two of them. That fight is completely done and dusted.
And that's the thing. That's what happened. Those bashers are pivotal.
Yep.
He can Black Hole from 200 health, and it might last two more seconds. Like, he does not have to be pulled to sway this fight completely. That's why those initiations they're a nice edge, man. Just a little bit of save. You have this Rubik Shard as well. You can lift, throw someone back. Suddenly, that displacement is enough to reset the engagement. Dark Mago looking for something. No. Invis Tiny, though.
And Invis Tiny. Dark Mago, his smoke breaks. But he doesn't know.
Liquid want to take
what
this
it
fight.
was. Yeah,
Bested Tiny, 4,000 HP. They know the Mars is up here.
They had some really nice high ground vision to be able to play around, but that gets dewarded, so the fight may be a little bit more awkward now. Get a different kind of ward down. May have been spotted by the Eidolons, though.
I mean, it's all about this Enigma, and it's all about this Leshrac. Does the Enigma get jumped and taken out of the fight? Does
behind the ledge, but they catch Mago first! He thought he was going to get a free pick off on the 5, but immediately gets hexed up, Avalanche, and now they're searching for more. Panda does get a 4 snap away, should be fine. Liquid content with the 1 pick off, it seems.
The tools are coming online for Liquid here. Basher on the Pango, Blink Hex on Mickey. A lot more control, a lot more ways to initiate or counter-initiate on these jumps.
Who did end up consuming the shard on the side of Thunder?
The Enigma.
The Enigma? He actually did eat it? Okay.
Took that Malefice buff.
I mean, I guess, but they already had the pick up on the Rubik and the Bloodseeker. There was no really, yeah, I guess the only one was left was Pandamu. And that one, maybe not worth it.
Get out. They're gonna chase on me.
Yeah. I'm running.
I have a fight still.
He missed. Manning up here. Yeah. Go. I save you.
I'll be here, Mick. I'll be here.
Yeah. Kill him twice. Right now. I'm cut off. You're alone. Yeah. Just fight with us slowly. I'm on Rubik. Kill the Dubus. Or fuck it, kills.
Ooh, you could see that little bit of chaos may have been if they just stuck to the game plan of killing that Bloodseeker twice. Maybe if they just been, all in focused on that, they get that stun in time before the blink away. Could have been a very different outcome, but instead we didn't see the end of it. But Bakaz did manage a blink on his second life out of there. But Liquid, it was still a fight that they were very happy with, especially considering where they were at 20 minutes ago in this game. They actually have a net worth lead for once, and they're actually the ones playing on Thunder's side of the map. Boxy, I mean, once upon a time, we were talking about whether or not he was going to be able to get a Blink Dagger to affect a change in this game. He finally got it. Now he's looking at an Aghanim Scepter almost.
No, he swapped that up.
Oh, yeah.
Not going to be that greedy.
I was like,
that point, but no, his job is just to go in with the Infest, tank it up. If Matamba gets the initiation on the right target, he'll pop out. Honestly, I'm not sure he has to right away if they catch some random support or something either. He is just a beefy boy.
So instead he opts for, well, what he has queued up anyways, the BKB. We'll see ultimately what he completes.
Looks like Thunder just trying to farm up more items here.
It's the initiation by the Force Staff, a quick one. Phoenix get him away. Telekinesis on Boxy. Matamba Man's trying to stick to Dark Mago, but he is not getting the bashes he needs. But the follow-up is there from Mickey. He's going to be able to get the sight into the stun. He gets the Bloodstone off as well, and the bash came in. The Black Hole gets canceled. Mickey dealing with Bakaz, but the Bloodstone BKB is too much for him. They can't eat through this Leshrac, and now Zai keeping pace with the rest of the team, trying to hit him with the rolling Thunder stuns, but they both blink away. And Panda actually, nice Force Staff down to low ground. Looks like he may have gotten away with it. How did all of Thunder get away with this? Oh, they found Panda inside of the pit. So he goes down, but ultimately, I mean, considering the disaster that it looked at the start, only losing 2 is not too bad for Thunder.
Yeah, that was not the initiation Liquid was looking for, and still it works out. Very nice bash on the Black Hole helps. Honestly, though, even if that Black Hole doesn't get canceled, I'm not sure that fight is going Thunder's way. Once again, this Leshrac just has free reign. Nobody is stopping Mickey in any of these engagements, not even close. He's up to Trickster Cloak as well, upgraded from that shawl. He is very tanky. Great job from Thunder to disengage this jump. You're going to waste a lot of the rage duration. Matamba does have BKB. And Black Hole's going to come in here. He really wanted both of them. He'll try and take Mickey, but I don't even think Mickey's close to dying in this Black Hole regardless.
Yeah. No, he really isn't. I mean, especially when he gets off BKB, a Bloodstone. It's like the invulnerable combination for the Leshrac.
He's a god.
Nice spear back. They're assaulting the tier 3s, but a spear back is beautiful. This is an opening out for Thunder. Let's see how many they get. The Chain Frost's going to bounce around. Boxy with his BKB is trying to walk away. He's got 5 seconds till he can blink out. Turn around. Oh, Mickey.
Cause getting chain stunned.
Yeah, they're going to be able to chase down after this one. He's got the Wind Waker running down the Bloodseeker, but the spear immediately on the way down. Dark Mago, can they burst him down? They get the bash required, and they do manage to get it. A buyback from Thunder wins them the fight in the end, but it's going to be costly. They really need to get, I don't know what they need to do off of this buyback besides just getting those kills they got.
That's double buyback. Dark Mago and Pakaz buying back there. Tier 1 and 2 destroying their economy. You're going to be begging for an early Roche spawn potentially.
Oh, God.
I don't even know if it's within the window. And the one upside is you pushed your Bloodseeker to level 25 off that fight, which is absolutely huge for this hero.
Yeah.
You now have double Rupture, so now you can Rupture someone at the start of the fight and still have one up for that Leshrac to debilitate his movement. Again, the
Does it even stop the Leshrac, though? I feel like maybe he just pops BKB Bloodstone and runs to you anyway.
I mean, again, that's where that displacement can come in. Let's say he gets ruptured, he gets speared back, he gets lifted back. You Force Staff him after. I mean, it all assumes his BKB is down and nobody got bashed, but you got to play for these little things at this point in the game.
And those are exactly the kind of combinations that we've seen Thunder, I mean, it's what propelled them to this top 6 placement so far in the first place. We said they're one of the best team fighting teams. They are super good at playing around each other. So that is a very real possibility they could pull something off like that.
They're absolutely one of the best coordination-wise, and they're also one of the best in terms of decisiveness. Like, when they jump, they goddamn jump, right? Everybody goes, it's instant. They know the fight is either going to be won or lost in that first 5 seconds. Especially with no buybacks on your 1 and 2. They are trying to finish up this Roche fast.
Oh, they've been giving up these Roshans, but Liquid, this is the one they're going to contest.
This is
I don't think they can get there in time. Boxy's not running in the right direction. He's not going to get there. Roshan's going to fall. Thunder going to take the spoils of war. But are they going to get out? Zai actually went for it. He's got the Aeon disc. He actually managed to pick up. He's still at the edges on the Bloodseeker. And what a black hole. There it is for Forsaken. Locking down the 2. They need to be able to finish off this Lifestealer, but he actually gets Wind Wakered by Mickey. Dark Mago needs to be able to hit him with the spear. Apparently not. He just runs through the walls, and that's going to be it. Now the Leshrac fighting for his life against Picard's Dark Mago, but it's not good enough. The initiation from Liquid. It comes too late. It comes too little. And now they're going to be run down by Thunder 1 by 1.
What a black hole to just find that initiation instead of the other way around. Zai snatches the Ag somehow, but that is not going to turn that fight if all of your cores get caught in that black hole. Mickey blinks in an attempt to try and turn that. But at that point, you're all stuck in the same goo, and it's just too deadly.
Yeah.
Amazing team fight from Thunder, just baiting off the Roche. Liquid gets split on 2 different angles of initiation. Could have gone amazing, but instead 7,000 damage getting pumped out from that Enigma.
And what can Thunder get from this? I mean, they were on the edge of a knife there. They used double buybacks on their 1 and 2 position. They were 1 fight away from losing this game. Now, they may be in a position to win the game outright. They're going to go for the Raxes.
And that was Octarine, Spell Prism, Enigma. He has another block.
Are they going to go for the tier 4s? They're going to start hitting the tier 4s.
They are, Cap.
They are going to force this. They don't know for certain, but there is no buyback on the Leshrac. They could really try and force this, but the Glyph is going to stall them out. They go back for it again. They're going to go for it again.
This is Thunder. There is no back. You force the buys, or I'm going to take your Ancient.
1 tier 4 down. Team Liquid, they got to smoke out here. They got to get inside. They got to get on top of Thunder now. A second tier 4 about to fall. But Picard, that's going to be the Ancients perhaps falling right away. 1 life down. Boxy popping his BKB just in time. Matubba Man, can he deal with this Bloodseeker? The Chain Frost being thrown out long distance. Matthew pops the dash, refreshes, but managed to get the Infest. They couldn't keep the Chain Stun out. But Kaz has to be able to reset here, but he's going to be caught by Boxy. A 2-man avalanche. Looks to be able to get the force staff away. Zai chasing after him. Will take a pit stop, finish off Rubik if possible, but they want more from this. They slow down the Rubik. They run into Panda move. Zai's trying to catch up to the cores with Mickey inside. They've got a bash going out. Dark Mago going to be stunned up. Kaz on the run. Blinks away. Same goes with Blink out of Dark Mago. Sacred goes for the BKB. TP out. Are they all going to be able to get away? No, Mickey's going to deny that. He catches up. Lightning. Stun. Dark Mago.
The spear.
Spear away on 2, but Zai's there on the side to finish him off. That is 2 minutes on the clock for Dark Mago. Now it's Team Liquid's opportunity. How much are they going to get out of this? How much do they want to try and end the game right here, right now?
Are they going to run it back the other way and try their own throne race here? I mean, 2 minutes, no Mars. That is a big window. But Kaz lost his Aegis. He still has Cheese. This is pretty exposable. I don't know if you can fight without the Mars. You're going to need to land a crazy black hole. I just don't know if Liquid feels super confident to push it that hard.
One black
hole. Damage coming out from these multiple ruptures now. Swift Blink on top of it. Titan Sliver. This Bloodseeker is massive.
With the Stolen Split Earth on the Rubik, the right helps. Black hole is a game-ending combination potentially.
Oh, Matthew is just chain stunning them all right now.
Yep. Tossing them back into the same splitters. Those are not Leshrac splitters, and that's going to be it. It sets up the 2-man black hole. Goes that toss. He stops Zai. And Zai doesn't get the bash, but Mickey's somehow still alive. He's got the Wind Waker going out. The Bloodstone healing up, and he's going to be able to take down Picard.
No buy.
Boxy moves forward. He smells the blood, the water. He tosses back Matthew. Finish these heroes off now while you can. Don't let him get back to the fountain. Matthew dies. Panda, we're freezing field to save the game, but it's not good enough. He gets bashed up. Mickey right in front of the fountain. Drives back into it. But the Wind Waker again. It saves Mickey. Back to the fountain. Oh, toss back over to the side. Sacred pulled back in. Zai, he's going to be able to follow it up with the Rolling Thunder as well. The chain stuns are there. He's got a buyback, but he doesn't have the black hole. He doesn't have any allies. Team Liquid, they can play this slow, they can play this steady, and they can go for the end of the game, but Box has been dropped back into the fountain. What is this?
Just tanked it.
He just tanks it up, walks away. Avalanche long range distance. The Malefice catches them in the end. Boxy falls, and Team Liquid, they're actually going to have to back out. They've got 15 seconds till the Crystal Maiden, 10 until Dark Mago. With double arenas, they cannot end this.
That is all 5 buybacks on cooldown for Thunder. Did that tiny kill somehow save their... I thought they were getting thrown there. I mean, how are they not thrown? How does Mickey even get out of that black hole at all in the first place? The toss is the Wind Wakers. He's Wind Wake healing in the air. These fights are absolutely crazy. Of course, the multi-split Earths and the stuns from Matthew setting that up in the first place.
I mean, he got the perfect combination. I thought both cores, and he gets the Leshrac who has that Wind Waker to save somebody else. It was the ideal scenario.
I mean, the pull from Insania, the Frost Shield, pulling Bakaz off, and he can't even get the cheese off. If he gets cheese off there, that's a completely different fight as well. Every little small thing going Liquid's way in these late game fights, it feels like, and they are keeping themselves in it. Very difficult to play these situations into those black holes, but they are finding a way. And again, the tools, they're coming out, right? Aeon Disc for Zai, Wind Waker for Mickey. Some of the saves are there now. It's not so straightforward. And of course, all of the buyback pressure is on Thunder right now.
Yeah, I mean, with this moment right here, you see 2 heroes, 30 seconds on the clock. You see 1 hero, 90 seconds. We knew there was a buyback on Sacred, but just an Enigma and Rubik to try and hold that, it seemed unlikely, but Thunder still managed to do it.
I mean, we say just a Rubik. This man's got a timeless relic. I mean, Matthew was MVP of that base defense. He is just chain stunning everybody, stealing everything, staying alive, fighting to the last minute.
The veteran of the squad of Thunder Awaken, the only man on that roster who has been here in this position before at a TI.
And that matters. When you're in these types of situations at TI, experience counts for a lot. The nerves start getting to you. These players are feeling the intensity. You're playing the Grand Magus. Show up or go home, right? There's not a more stylish hero in the game. He is making it work.
Ignore that 5% difference. This is a dead even game. 38-31, 12,000 net worth lead for Liquid, but it doesn't mean anything. It's all about the initiation. It's all about whether or not we hit the right black hole, whether we get the right kind of blink infest initiation. Who's got buyback, who doesn't right now? Well, it's most of Thunder without a buyback.
This is about Roshan at this point. Aegis is huge for Liquid, dealing with the black holes, and of course getting the second life when you don't have buyback, huge for Thunder. There's a gem in the pit. I assume it's Liquid's by the vision it's giving.
There's a DD free for the taking. Anybody know? Rolling Thunder forward, Zai trying to fish.
Oh, Bakaz,
yeah, Bakaz was real scared of getting caught. Understandably so. He cannot afford, I mean, he's so close to getting the buyback gold that he needs.
I mean, he's running a static cap. So he is very worried about getting jumped. This is not the ideal item for, you know, neutral backpack carry at 50 minutes, but if it saves him in the jump and he gets cheese off, that's the idea. And it might be able to turn it around. He just needs to survive long enough for Black Hole to come in, pray for no bashes. Tell Thunder can turn these engagements around. I think Liquid is feeling pretty good right now. They still have 4 minutes, no buyback on Enigma, no buyback on Rubik. The other ones have come up for Thunder, but Liquid have all the vision control, control of the pit, control of the runes. Strength will link up on Mickey, pushing level 28 here.
See the gem dropped in the Roshan pit. They want to know the moment that Roshan is up.
Oh yeah.
We'll see in a second here whether or not it's going to be an early one or a late one. I feel like a late one maybe favors Thunder Awaken, gives them a little bit more time to farm up their buybacks or get into a position where those cooldowns are in place. So they still have 3.5 minutes and 4 minutes left on the Enigma and the Rubik respectively.
Man, it feels like so long ago we were talking about is Zai gonna get to items. And somehow he's here. And not only that, he's level 25, which means low cooldown on this swashbuckle.
And he can finish up the Octarine if he wants, so even lower.
You go down to that 4-second swashbuckle with a basher. Even if you miss one or you throw one, Enigma goes in, suddenly he's getting bashed up again. Just becomes way too obnoxious to play the fights for these Thunder cores. And Thunder, 2 buybacks for 3 minutes. They don't care. Time to smoke out and make something happen.
Yeah, they don't know when Roshan is going to spawn, so they can't afford to just wait inside their base. They kind of do need to get out there, get active.
All about the vision, all about the jump. Matthew leading the way with one observer ward, Aeon Disc and Lincoln's.
See what he finds. He's going to throw a ward up on the high ground. Spotted. He sees Zai. They go for the initiation. They try and grab him. They get the telekinesis at the same time. They win for Insanity, but Insanity gets the Sinister Gaze onto Dark Mago. They get off the BKB. The two-man spear. The two-man supports. They're both going to fall in this initiation. It's Mickey stuck on the high ground, not able to do a whole lot. Matumba Man playing up. They have the black hole. Zai, can he stop it? No. Swashbuckle, not enough. Now he's been pulled in. He gets caught. He gets speared. Thunder getting the combination to be able to bring down Liquid. But they haven't dealt with Mickey just yet. He gets another Wind Waker. He blinks forward. He wants to take this. Sacred on the side. Maleficent. They're trying to keep this Flash Strike at bay, but he just continues to go for it. This Zai, he's rolling through and stopping all of these cores from dealing the damage, allowing Matumba Man to follow it up and get the kill onto the bars. Now he gets on top of Sacred number 12. Sacred, he's getting caught by the bashes. Bakaz's coming back in. He's cleaning up. He's cleaning up. He's trying to finish off Boxy, but it infests. A little bit of heal. Now the chain stuff the side. The Split Earth is going to come in, and it's not enough because he falls. Two dead on the side of Thunder without buyback.
The buybacks from Liquid with on the Dire Outpost, just way too powerful. Did they use all of them there? That was
every single buyback. Thunder, I mean, they basically, they won that fight. They won the first part of that fight. The problem is, they're playing, that's a problem, right? When you win these late game fights, you're almost at a disadvantage because they're going to get to use their buybacks and finish off the fight.
Thunder knew that though, and I still think it's the correct decision. You have to take that fight at some point, start to wear through these buybacks. It's a Dire Outpost Penta buyback situation of 5v10. There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, they played this fight amazing. Double spears, the black hole, trying to finish the Shrek, but I mean, Mickey is just an absolute beast in these engagements. He lives so long. They're trying to save him for last, stall him up with some control. But Kaz is just going ham. He got cheese off in that fight at the perfect time as well. But again, 5v10. Too much manpower in the bank for Liquid, and now they're going to take it to Thunder's base here, push the issue, no buyback on for 1 minute on Enigma.
Now, what do you do here? I mean, Thunder, they don't want to use this buyback on the Bloodseeker. Are they willing to give up Megas? It looks like it. They say Megas, not a big deal. Buybacks are what is going to put us in a position to win this game if we win one fight against Liquid.
I would agree with that sentiment. When there's no buybacks on Liquid's side, you win one fight, you win the game. The problem is in the Megas. Liquid doesn't have to take that fight. Yeah, they can wait out the buybacks if they really want to. I don't think it's an incorrect play here. Let the creeps do the work. It's almost impossible for Thunder to make a move in the next 5 minutes while you wait for those cooldowns. I don't think you have to rush this if you're Liquid. You have 20k, you have the whole map, you're going to see everybody in their base for Thunder. Their lane shove is okay, but it's nothing crazy to write home about. Tough position for Thunder to be in, especially for players who are not TI veterans. This game is winnable. It's not going to be easy.
What does Thunder do here? Some interesting decisions to be made. Do they try and push out the lanes as much as they can and force an engagement even into an Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard, knowing that Liquid doesn't have buybacks and they do? But if you're pushed that aggressively, even if you have buybacks, how do you use them correctly? You need like boots of travels and stuff, which a Bloodseeker doesn't have. So they may just be locked into a situation where they're just going to hold the Ancient. They're just going to sit inside their base and wait for 60 minutes and see if Liquid are going to be patient enough to wait for their buybacks, or whether they're going to try and get greedy and find a pick-off somewhere and end the game.
You know, Cap, if there's one team in Dota and one player I think about that's been in a lot of mega creep type situations, probably Insania with Liquid.
I already knew where you're going with
feel
that
like there's a lot of games this guy has played, especially with this team, where he's been in these situations. I think Liquid's going to wait for the buybacks. I think
that all that experience is going to catch up to you?
I don't think they're in a rush here. I think this game is going to go on a little bit longer, especially in Dota nowadays. You hit that 60-minute marker, the neutrals are your friends, right?
Sure.
Thunder stuck in their base. They're going to lose a neutral line of advantage here. It just becomes monumental. You get the next Aegis, you have all your buybacks up. Thunder's going to have their buybacks in. Honestly, their heroes are quite good in a base defense situation. You have Enigma pushing towards his Refresher, trying to get the double black hole. It's going to be a long way away.
Yeah,
Thunder choosing to forego that base defense and try and look for something here. I respect this play, but this is like an impossible smoke to hit.
I don't have a stats man to confirm this, but I'll just say it. I'm pretty sure Insania has lost the most Mega Creep games.
Sounds like you're trying to cast a person right
player,
here.
you know, so they're going to play it safe right now. Thunder actually are the ones going to go for a smoke out. See if we can find something here. See if Liquid are going to slip up at all, but
there's no way. No way you give anything to him here.
Not finding anything just yet.
Now, if Thunder is out of their base like this, you're happy to take that fight if you're Liquid.
Yeah. And they may just get somebody caught here.
Boxy running in.
Yeah, Boxy is going to be almost a three-man avalanche. And maybe to them follow up from the swashbuckle as well. But the Black Hole does manage to catch the two of them. There's no follow-up damage though. Because is only just now showing up to the fight. It's a little bit too late for that one. He immediately gets a pistol bladed. Boxy managed to get off the cheese, but it looks like Matamba Man is going to fall. 2 minutes dead. Mickey, he needs to be able to get some heals up. He's got a minute on the edges, so he's going to die here. Come back soon. The Chain Frost starts bouncing around. Tops is over. The Chain Frost, the double Chain Frost. He's healing pressure, but because is healing up, but the toss has come in. Foxy finishes him up, but the buyback, it's coming into play now. Thunder have that extra life where Liquid do not. Insania's gonna fall. That's gonna be 3 dead with no buybacks, and everybody is alive on Thunder. The buyback comes into play for Thunder. They've got an opportunity here. Can they get to Liquid's base? Can they do anything with this opportunity? Remember, long time ago, they went for the throne. They're no tier 4s. If they get to that base, that throne is very exposed.
They have Glyph, and that's it. How much is Thunder going to try and push this? They know there's no buybacks for 2 minutes. It's a long window here. 3 heroes down. I don't know if they can get there fast enough, but if they do, that base dies very fast, as you said. I still can't believe that 3-man Dream Initiation turned into such a nightmare for Liquid. It looked like the absolute beautiful catch.
These two do not have buyback, but they know they have to make some sort of move. They're going to try and get the initiation before they get inside the base. They are also killing Creep Wave at the same time. Leshrac in trouble. Spirit up against the tree. They try and get the toss away to the side, but the rupture ensures that he falls. Another 2 minutes.
Is that the game?
That might just be the game. Thunder making their way into the Liquid base. Nobody to stop them. Panda's going to make sure. Throne saves guy. Boxy cut it in. He's cutting the wave. Don't let that creep go. That creep, it's coming in. It's going to be Liquid's end. The backdoor protection is down. Thunder on top of the throne. Nothing is stopping them now. Push away Boxy. The Glyph will solve things out for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't matter. Stay in that arena. Stay where you are. This throne is going down here and now. Thunder.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable.
My God, this team, how do they win from that position? How do they win? It's an almost impossible scenario. They cannot hit a smoke. They cannot hit the fight. Somehow that smoke backfires on Liquid insanely hard. They get caught in a base fight where Bakaz has buyback and gets the comeback in. They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What a demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset from that game and get back there. But if you're Thunder, oh man, you are feeling yourselves after that victory, snatching it from the literal claws of defeat.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just watched something special. There are just not Mega Creep comebacks at TI on the main stage like this. It's only happened once or twice, and it happened again here for Thunder Awaken. They take the 1-0 against Team Liquid. We still have a full series to play out here, so let's check in with our panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Yes, 1 for the history books, and I have no idea how we're going to break this down. There was so much going on. That game had absolutely everything. As Thunder Awaken do take match 1 over Liquid. T, Lizard, Sheepo, just go. Just say things.
This was a beautiful game of like cat and mouse between can Sacred find the initiations on his black holes, was Zai in position to cancel them with his Swash and Basher, and like the entire game, like Liquid would find these opportunities where they get big kills, then turn around Thunder Awaken because they'd be in choke point because Liquid overextends, and then they'd use the arena, double arena, black holes, and that was the story of the entire game. You fast forward to the very end, Liquid, they have buybacks in 2 minutes. They could chill, farm them up. They have mega creeps, but they go for a big fight. They try and get the win quicker than just being a little bit more patient, and they get punished for it.
I feel like they had so many opportunities, but they're too eager. They're too eager to end the game. They're too eager to take this one extra fight, right, Sheep? Always.
Yeah, like we saw it in the base where like, Tiny's just suddenly near the fountain, people were just dying, like the bot. I think maybe they took that fight on the idea that, yes, we can definitely cancel this black hole with our Pango, but he missed the swash, and it's really hard because like the angle is so weird when you're trying to dodge the extra range of this black hole as well. And I really can't fault like this high tension. You saw how both teams were just kind of slipping up in little different ways.
That's what happened. Like Liquid historically has been the team Cap knows, Blitz knows. They've been the team that struggles to end games because they're very methodical, they're very disciplined, they let it they just let it go for 100 minutes. They don't care. Like they're gonna have all their buybacks. But this time around, when it's so important, they go in, they take that one fight, and everything goes wrong.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, Zai, you know, so much was on his shoulders there just because he didn't have the best start. He was itemizing away from the basher, eventually got the basher, and then it was kind of him versus Sacred, and Zai had to hit and interrupt, and he was doing a great job, and that's how Liquid obviously got their lead. But we have to give a lot of props to Sacred as well, because we saw him actually, you know, go into the lower bracket. He didn't have a great game on Tide, but this looks like, you know, Sacred's here to play because his timings were phenomenal on the Enigma.
Yeah, 100%. And also the rest of Thunder Awaken, right? The fact that you have them buying, you know, multiple blinks, just playing around these longer drawn-out fights, and when Liquid would be super aggressive, they were quick to react and be able to punish when Liquid's like, wait, you're not meant to be here. Like, when you're against Mega Creeps, some teams there would be like, guys, just retreat, they're too aggressive. Like, no, they know that they're strong there. They know that they can just capitalize on it. They're timing buybacks, they're doing it. So immense props at this team at TI, their first TI for some of them, have just the mental strength to be able to keep themselves mentally in the game the entire time.
Yeah, and talking about mental strength, a lot of these teams really do look for their coaches to kind of, you know, pep them up. And I think Blitz now will be having to talk to his team between match 1 going into match 2. But Blitz, the coach, actually did have a little pep talk before game 1. Let's see what he had to say.
I really believe in our lineup, guys. I didn't come all this way from fucking lower last chance qualifiers to all of this to lose here like this, guys. Please, really fucking feel it right now. Energy and focus. Give Lasse everything that you have, yeah? Let's empower each other's ideas and let's do stuff together. Leaf Village! Yes. Leaf Village! For the Konami or whatever.
Well, yeah, didn't come here all the way from the lower bracket to lose this way, but unfortunately the way they lost was just not waiting 2 more minutes.
It can be like that. And
I have to be a little bit...
it's high pressure, right? In the moment, like, you see an opportunity, you try and go for it. Like, Dota's a game where one little difference in a spell, you can change everything, right? So guess we can't lean on that for too much, but yeah, it's
what's changing everything.
Do you not feel that if they just waited the 2 minutes, the game was secure?
I would
not
feel
secure.
That.
Not secured, but it was definitely...
Wouldn't have lost like that.
Yeah,
right.
It was favored for them. Like,
I mean, they had the outpost. Yeah. They could have had buybacks.
They
were farming. Yeah. Sure, the team fight's going to be hard, and there was a very low cooldown on the Enigma with the black hole, if I'm
like
correct,
80 seconds or something.
Yeah, so... But still.
But Thunder Awaken, I mean, they played so well. They were bold, they were brave, they took the right fights. Like, the fact that they got those 5 buybacks from Liquid in the first place was because they were able to seek out the right engagement, and they didn't have to use their buybacks in that fight either, right? So one of the main reasons they won the game there at the end is because Picasso had his buyback. Yeah.
Well, this has been an adrenaline match, and to calm us down, we need a soothing voice. So let's head over to Purge.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Start things up. We have a little bit of an update from the Doppler radar at the moment. We have huge, powerful Western European drafts that are washing over the region, really dominating everything. Consider taking shelter, limit exposure, maybe get on some airplanes if things go really bad. This is really tough timing because residents are still reeling from the previous cold front. It's resulted in a handful of false starts and countless disappointments across the region. We can also jump over to the 5-team forecast here. First off, we're going to have Aster overperforming expectations. They're doing great, but unless they win TI, there's going to be clouds in the sky, and that's going to really take a lot away from their accomplishments. So, on the other hand, Liquid having an amazing run. I think they're doing great, but they've had to keep eliminating their friends. Big downers there. Tundra Esports in their element. Everyone else is having a really rough time, but it's great for them. They're ready for this. They're ready, doing well. Everything's going great. And Thunder Awaken, off to a great start. Sunny, perfect day. Even if they lose here, they're already exceeding expectations. So until now, let's jump over to our reporter. He is on site right now. Let's check in with him. Neil?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Purge. Well, I'm here at the foot of Mount Velusius. It's a damn shame. You know that in years past, we often faded banners here at TI of all the teams that were eliminated. Here, unfortunately, we are now sacrificing them to the gods. As you can see, Entity has already fallen. OG off to the side. Boom off in the distance. It is a damn shame what happens to all these teams. I'm hot. I'm cold. I'm sad. It's heartbreak. It's just sadness all across the globe. LGD has fallen also. And dare I say I might see a Liquid off in the sky. I have to go, my friend. I have to go. But good luck back in the studio.
Incredible reporting from the ground by Neil Tsunami. We'll get him an update from him later. Hopefully he makes it through. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Purge. Yes, a lot of TI weather here, and the teams are doing their best to weather the storm. But we'll see if Liquid will be able to come back in Game 2. But before we get him back onto stage, let's check into the arena with Slacks.
Hello out there. The arena's absolutely on fire after that game. It was insane stuff. We're going to get through this real quick. In one word, summarize that last game.
Heart attack inducing.
Okay, that's technically a hyphen. That works for me. One word.
Madness!
Madness indeed from this arena. But anyway, let's take a deep breath. We have to get to a Game 2. So, to calm you guys down, I'm going to send you over to some more of our finalists for the short film contest. We've got 2 fantastic SFMs coming your way. A little bit of multiverse, a little bit of Mega Creep comeback. You might have seen something like that before. Let's take a look.